Yeah. See the holes rushing in. Yeah.
Have we seen it happen before? Yeah.
Well, we're in championship mode. It'll be difficult. If we're in one day mode, possibly not.
Well, I get counter-attacking, but you've got to think of them things that can't get through. Play the better country to use it. Play the better tactic.
Okay, I'll keep trying.
Yeah. Depends if they had stuff. say I'll help him out if he needs something help him out, but so I would rather keep the
Finish it, Stout!
Getting them down our goal, isn't it? Yeah. You gonna watch this now? You're gonna be like, oh, I don't care. Is that a 10? No, some old case down a real popular late goal. It wasn't yeah, a bad time. So a couple of our players were walking off. They weren't gesticulating at him, they were just talking to him and walking off. And he suddenly got struck really large. Yeah, but it wasn't at a while ago. They weren't looking, they were just enjoying themselves walking over. I can see why fans don't like it, but I guess it's just happening with all the things. I'll be the second to it as Small City, but what I'm saying is it is a bit do you remember what he did?
Glenn! Take him, Glenn!
Go, go, go!
Yeah, great football, lads. Keep the ball. Keep it. Keep it.
Essex need 28 runs to win. Or if we're 6 games to
A very good morning everyone and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton from all of us at Somerset County Cricket Club. Day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Essex. We extend our warm welcome to all the players, officials and spectators joining us from Essex. We hope you're enjoying your days with us in Taunton. Essex set to resume their second innings on 163 for 4 in just under 10 minutes time. Essex lead by 224 runs.
Welcome to day 3 here in the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset taking on Essex. Essex go into day 3 with a 224 lead with 6 wickets left in the bag. The much talked about pitch. We have this live green grass area. One of my favourite tweets of the week was from Iceland Cricket, who said that Wimbledon starts in 2 weeks' time, which I found very amusing. But as we move towards the business area, certainly the area that Jack Leach has been operating in, and the danger in the 4th innings will be Simon Harmer. It looks like Novak Djokovic has done a couple of slides here. It's browned up. There's a little bit of a pitted area there. Certainly will be of interest with the spinners. But the live grass, Porter, Cook, it's going to be a challenge, but what a day 3 we have in store.
Stragglers Coffee House is open today, serving a wide range of hot and cold food options and drinks to suit all tastes, along with the lower concession in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. Unfortunately, due to the plumbing issue within the Lord Botham stand, the Great Catch Fish and Chip outlet is not available today. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner WPA Health Insurance, and we are pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner Cooper Associates again in 2025. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants with their head office based in St James Street, Taunton, just a few yards from the county ground.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship match. Somerset taking on Essex. If you tuned in early enough to watch that pitch report, you will know that Essex at the moment carry a 224 run lead with 6 wickets left in the hutch. Cox 61 and Critchley 28. So very much Essex on top, as you would have seen there from the pitch report. I don't think it's changed massively much from what I've seen on the live stream when I've been following this match. Apart from that rough, just seems to be maybe a little bit rougher than it was on day 1 and 2. I'm joined by Stephen Land. Good morning.
Morning, Treeks. Nice to see you.
Eventually, yeah. There was a little bit of a diary issue between me and Charlie on day 1. My sincere apologies. I've learnt the lesson of not swapping days with co-commentators, swapping back and then not putting it back in the diary. So apologies.
Well,
but I did follow on the live stream and was kind of blushing when Charlie was attempting to sort of semi-throw me under the bus, but I certainly deserved it.
He didn't nominate you.
He's a good man. He's a good man.
But yeah, it has. What was odd, when we arrived on the morning of day 1, you could hardly distinguish the pitch from the rest of the field. It was so green. It was only the white lines that gave it away. But it's changed quite a bit over the 2 days, as you would expect. It's not quite as helpful to the bowlers. Well, certainly yesterday it wasn't quite as helpful to Jack Leach and indeed to the seamers as it had been on day 1. That was a slight difference. It had sort of settled down a bit, I think you could say. And whether it'll settle down further today, we will soon find out.
Yeah, I think if you sort of reference the first game of the season here against Worcester when Somerset had that magnificent sort of certainly 3 days of the match, and we thought it was all going to be done and dusted pretty early on day 4, and the wicket became sort of very docile. It kind of loses its pace a little bit from the seamers, and the spin sort of, even though there is still spin on offer, it turns a bit slower, so slightly easier to play. I think we have 2 great seamers in this game, in Leach and Harmer in particular, so there will be certainly, I would say, a higher level of challenge, but Somerset certainly would like this pitch to flatten out, because it's quite a commanding position Essex are in at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. As the 2 umpires are followed out by the players, Nigel Long and Ben Debenham. Essex, who lost a wicket to the last ball of the day yesterday. In fact, Matt Critchley is still up on the scoreboard. He's stayed there overnight. But he won't be coming back out to bat because he was caught by Lewis Gregory and slip off Jack Leach. His first wicket of the innings, took 3 in the first innings, but Essex, as you say, Pete, very much in charge of this game.
I actually missed the last sort of 10 minutes of the day, and yeah, I think I was probably on about the 13th hole.
Fair enough. Well, it was a straightforward catch pouched by the Somerset skipper. Generally fields at slip to Jack Leach. So we have...
So what do you say? So Somerset are certainly carrying the momentum into day 3. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I think we decided it was a small fillip at the end of a difficult day, because Essex very much had the better of things yesterday. But 4 wickets have gone.
Somerset captain certainly expecting spin. Craig Overton under the helmet in what you'd probably say is a gully position if you look at the angles. Lewis Gregory at first slip, so we're expecting to see spin as Jack Leach starts proceedings from the Lord Botham end, as you expect from Jack Leach. Right on the money, first ball.
Yeah, just 3 deliveries of what would have been the last over. What was the last over yesterday evening? So 2 slips for company. Pepper, the new batsman. He was one of Jack Leach's 3 victims in the first innings. The Essex wicketkeeper. Sweep at this. Appeal for from James Rue and Lewis Gregory, not from the bowler.
Well, I'd like to see a replay of that. Must have maybe pitched outside leg. It looked like, if you miss a sweep these days, you're in trouble, and the only thing that saves you is the bat, and it was caught. So interesting to see the line of where that one dropped, if we can get a replay. Before captain Lewis Gregory takes the ball from the Trescothick stand end.
Had a short spell from the river end shortly before the close yesterday, Lewis Gregory, but he has tended to prefer this end.
Yeah, definitely Lewis's preferred end. No replays, unfortunately, available in that first over, so we'll just assume that pitched outside leg.
Gregory will be bowling to Jordan Cox, I should say, who's been looking really, really good, Pete. Wonderful strokes he's played.
Yeah, certainly a high-quality player. Very, very well-balanced team, the Essex lineup.
We were considering whether or not he may play. He's been named in the squad for the test against Zimbabwe. Not certain to play. Here's his first ball of the day. Played comfortably enough.
I think it probably started a few years ago, but there is an abundance of high-quality wicket-keeper batsmen in the UK or in England now. So yeah, lots of people vying for the gloves, and I suppose it's up to the selection panel to see how many of those are good enough batters to probably get in as a batter alone.
Yes, he started his career with Kent as a wicket-keeper batter, Jordan Cox. Nicely driven. That's a good way to open his account for the day, at least. We'll take him to 65 in all. That was a lovely stroke.
Yeah, into length there from Lewis Gregory, but quite a way wide of off stump, and you'd say a nice delivery to face early on as a batter looking to resume the innings. He's peeled off a wonderful little boundary there. Only Tom Abel is in that sort of area. He's quite backward of point. I think it was probably more on the line of a conventional point, but Abe's is somewhere hedging between a gully line and a traditional point, one would say.
Nigel Long is having trouble getting the attention of the scorers.
Polly! Wake up, Polly! There we go. She's with us.
Letting them know it was a no ball from Lewis Gregory, so that will add another couple to the total.
I think there's Ben Debenham this end, isn't it?
It is, so beg his pardon. Yeah, they have swapped for second innings.
It's very recognisable sort of outline of Nigel Long, very tall and lean figure. Ben Debenham a bit more broad in the shoulder. That's the area that Lewis Gregory wants to target. Beautiful bit of movement there. Maybe a little bit of swing, tiny bit off the seam. Just narrowly passing the outside edge. Beautiful delivery there.
Yeah, Jordan Cox was expected to keep wicket for England and New Zealand last winter, but couldn't because he broke a finger.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't get the sort of Tom Abel luck when you're due to make your international debut. Abe's was a shoe-in to start in Bangladesh, I think, and he pulled his hamstring. Another slightly wider ball slashed by Jordan Cox beautifully through cover point for 4. Essex off to a bit of a flyer this morning.
Yeah, I think that's actually Michael Pepper who's got that boundary this time. And he's got, in the process, he's got off a pair. He's out for a duck in the first innings.
Oh, that's the best runs out there. Oh, it is early. We're both having sort of identifying issues this morning, Lammy, but we'll get through it.
Soon play ourselves in.
Yeah, we'll get through it. Oh, another nice delivery there from Lewis Gregory.
Yes, we've seen quite a bit of that in this game. Ball passing the bat, starting off on a line roundabout off stump and then moving away.
Well, with I suppose the position Somerset find themselves in the county championship, it looked like the directive to the groundsman Nick would be to, we want a result pitch here. It certainly looks like it offers a bit of everything. The seam, if you bowl in the right area, another beautiful delivery. 3 player misses in the over.
Yes,
and also 9 runs.
That was a rather unconvincing looking shot as well from Mike Pepper. The boundary was absolutely fine, but Something indeterminate about that stroke. No contact with the ball at all. 174 for 4.
Yeah, often that pressure release when, you know, if he was anything like a lot of teammates that I had, and certainly myself, whenever you got that naught in the first innings, it was like sleepless nights until you got that first run on the board. It's, oh, you almost get that run and it's almost like that was your target, just to get a run, and then you could sometimes switch off a little bit.
So Leach, unsurprisingly, is going to continue. This will be his first full over of the day. Bowling to Jordan Cox. It's defended pretty comfortably. Essex looking to build on what is already a very substantial lead of 225. Still got 6 wickets in hand.
There is a little bit of breeze out there this morning. I was actually quite horrifyingly watching back my pitch report and seeing what was going on with my hair. And I've just looked at the flag there. There is quite a stiff breeze going down the ground, sort of into Leach's face. So I think that will help him get a bit of extra drop on the ball, just holding up into the wind a little bit. I think spinners do like bowling into the wind, try and deceive the batter for a bit of length. Just have a little look at the old Somerset flag with the wyvern in the middle. Good signs there from Jack Leach, just holding and turning in the pitch.
Yes, completely convincing stroke from Jordan Cox. Had an early view of you this morning, Pete, which was very nice, just coming off the motorway, your impressive set of wheels.
Yeah, I saw you up behind me, and I thought I saw that sort of GTI sign on your car, and I thought, oh, we could have a race on here.
I did wonder about it.
And then I saw that pastel blue shirt, and I thought there's only one man that wears a pastel blue shirt on a Sunday. Stephen Lamb's not a racer.
I did wonder about it. Not for long, though. Reverse sweep, appeal for LBW.
Oh, that's got to be close. Maybe he got himself outside the line. He did shift across towards the offside. Missing off stump, I would imagine.
It may have been
saved him.
May have been a word of explanation for Jack Leach as Nigel Long handed him his sweater.
Yeah, he's got a bit of inside edge on that one that's saved him, because that was on a very good line.
Yes, inside edge is the end of the story as far as the umpire's concerned, and anybody else. So Pepper survives and Cox is back on strike, 175 for 4. A comfortable single here. Tom Abel in pursuit from cover.
It's no ball and a very easy single. I'm going to try not to get too triggered about the lack of point. Still 3 years down the line of, or 4 years down the line of commentating, really struggling to get to grips with bowling away swing without a point.
It's actually the 4th no ball we've seen from Lewis Gregory. A couple yesterday and already a couple today.
Yeah, not ideal for your bowling figures, the old no balls, but a good sign for the flexibility of Lewis's hamstrings. He's obviously feeling good physically if he's really pushing up on that front line, but yeah, certainly wouldn't want to take the outside edge off of a no ball. Miguel Pretorius looks like he's the shine man for the day. He's got an awful lot of red leather on the bottom of his shirt, doing a lot of work on that ball, trying to get some swing out of it for when he gets a turn later.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's probably the ball of the morning. Had to play that and zipped past the outside edge through to James Rue. Well bowled, Lewis Gregory. Pretorius has had another good game. Bowled well in the first innings and in this. Plenty of heart.
Yeah,
and
he's a handy cricketer, isn't he? He's also very useful with the bat, isn't he? He sort of adds that little bit of hyper-aggression when things aren't going the way he's He's got a lot of sort of 40s, hasn't he? Quite quickly, just changing a bit of momentum. I think on wickets like this, you need a couple of batters to maybe take the braver option. Kind of feel like on a pitch like this, if you just allow Porter, Cook, Harmer just to bowl at you without really trying to put them under pressure, they're going to probably bowl a ball that's good enough to get you out at some point. And really, it's about trying to put some runs on the board. So, yeah, when I've seen him play, he does take that aggressive option and backs himself. And I think he's probably got an amount of runs already that some of the batters would be pretty keen on having in their collection. Nice ball, swinging, definitely a bit of swing on show here. And a couple of those balls have jagged sharply towards the slip cordon.
Yeah, he got a quick fire 24 yesterday, Pretorius. 24 from 20 deliveries, and it took a brilliant catch to get rid of him. Simon Harmer diving to his right.
Yeah, he's quite a specimen, Simon Harmer. If you've ever been in close proximity to him, he's a big, broad guy, size 15 shoes, I believe, and hands like shovels. Yeah, hell of a farmer. But yeah, he's got brilliant physical attributes to catch, to bowl, to bat.
We were all here on the bout, like, I was here feeling
Just swinging down the leg
it.
side, pretty close, but just did a bit too much great skill there.
What
Lewis
happened?
Gregory set
What was the wicket like?
the batter up with a number of away swingers, and that one just darting back in towards the stumps.
Very just typical there, like two pace.
Yeah, it wasn't far away.
What was Burgess like?
Signalled as a leg by, 179 for 4. Just making a minor adjustment here to the field. I think one of the leg side fielders is being put into cover, Archie Vaughan.
We've been having a number of discussions this morning and naming no names and not saying where, but you know, there seems to be a sort of a thought process of, you know, how do Somerset, when they have those sort of sessions, clusters of wickets, how do you sort of change the momentum of the game as Lewis bowls a very nice ball there to Cox, which runs off the thick outside edge all the way down to the third man boundary for 4. This lead is
Any news on that overseas or not?
racing on this morning. Lots of boundaries, lots of good balls bowled. But Essex motoring along this morning. Leeds name 244. Yeah, it's like, you know, and I was thinking about it, and actually Pretorius kind of stood out for me in some kind of way, but you don't really want to leave it to your 9, 10, 11 to change the momentum, because it's kind of too late back then. And I'm not saying that, you know, the Somerset batting lineup in terms of the top 7 have to naturally, you know, sort of change the way that they play. But I suppose when you do get on a sporty pitch, as we said a few minutes ago, you know, if you just bat and try and grind it out against quality bowlers, you have to be it's one of two things. You've either got to be technically perfect and leave incredibly well to sort of get over that challenge and see some shine off the ball and wait for a new bowler to come in, or you've got to somehow impose yourself on the innings, move your feet, play a few big shots, you know, just try and change the momentum of how it feels out there. You know, I think it's one of those age-old questions of, like, those bowlers that get put into the category when they're talked about in terms of international honours, they get categorised as county standard bowlers. You know, guys that end up with 800 wickets at 22. You know, those county bowlers. I think they show over time that if you stand in your crease and you look to sort of block and leave a round off stump, they will give you nothing. And they do it season after season after season. And the guys that I think have success against those people are guys that use their feet, change positions, sometimes go into an ultra aggressive mood. And yeah, it just seems at the moment that Pretorius is probably the only batter that does that when Somerset are having a rough day. Thoughts, Mr. Lamb?
Well, I actually thought Josh Davey yesterday batted really well. He did his job thoroughly as night watchman, coming in the day before. and looked well up for the fight, and actually fetched up as Somerset's top scorer with 27, which doesn't say a lot about the rest, really. But no, Pretorius came in and it looked gloriously uncomplicated for 3 overs or so, until that superb catch.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're on a pitch that's more likely than not to produce a result inside the allotted time, it's not necessarily about, you know, grinding out scores. Ultimately, you need a score, and no matter how you get them, how quickly you get them, in what manner. You know, if someone in the Somerset lineup would have, you know, chanced their arm, taken a few chances, hit the bowlers off their line a couple of times, and someone would have got a 50 or a 60, all of a sudden the game is a bit different.
Well, yeah, and that's what the short time that Tom Banton was in yesterday looked like he was prepared to chance his arm against Simon Harmer, but then he got out at the other end.
Yeah, it's not an exact science. It's certainly, I'm not saying it's an easy thing to do, but it's certainly something to consider. Yeah, those county bowlers have a knack of, if you don't put them under pressure, they're going to get you.
Certainly applies in the case of this Essex attack. Sam Cook rewarded, I should say, for years of county service with a place in the England squad for the Zimbabwe Test.
I mean, it's amazing, really, how it's taken this long. I've just looked at Sam Cook, who I know was spoken about. You know, you hear those rumours where you get that drip down effect of information. The powers that be. He hasn't got enough pace. He doesn't do this right. He doesn't do that right. 318 wickets at 19.7. And you think, and then you sort of think about other bowlers that have been incredibly successful without a great deal of sort of pace that I think England often sort of strive for. There would have never been a Vernon Philander. There might not have been a Chaminda Vass. Guys that didn't have extreme amounts of pace, but incredible skills and accuracy. Definitely a place where I'm really excited to see Sam Cook play Test match cricket. I hope he does well.
And he certainly looked the part in this game, swinging the ball both ways. Superb little spell on the first evening. Only 3 overs, but it was enough to account for Archie Vaughan. Could have had a couple more the way he was bowling. Here's Gregory.
I mean, just going on, staying on the Sam Cook side of things. I think he's a fantastic cricketer, and Porter much the same. Has an equally impressive record. And I know I might get a raised eyebrow from behind me if Vic Marks is around, but you know, if you average in the 20s as a bowler, you can bowl. If you average sub 20, you're into Joel Garner, Malcolm Marshall. You're into a serious category of bowler when you average below 20. It's a phenomenal record he's got.
It's played pretty comfortably out on the leg side. The wicket was a fillip yesterday evening, but they've got to add to that number of 4 that's up on the board at the moment. The lead is constantly ascending up to 246 now.
Yeah, I think the game's already very much in a position where it's going to be a scrap to the end for Somerset. This period here, you know, every time we see a batter like Pepper now walking down the wicket, tapping the crease, doing a bit of gardening, which he's more than entitled to do, just slightly disturbing that surface even more for when Somerset get a chance to bowl on it. And I know Simon Harmer will be up there certainly encouraging that little bit of gardening out there.
Swing that's started off on leg stumpish and straightened. Played pretty well by Jordan Cox. top scorer in the match by a distance now, on 73 not out. .41 by Noah Thane in the Essex first innings is next. Runs here, probably just one of them. Out to deep backward point.
Yeah, he shapes up nicely, Jordan Cox. Slightly quite an aggressive stance at the crease, covers his stumps, plays with very tight hands when the ball's on a good channel, and looks to absolutely thrive on anything wide outside off stump. Maybe a chink in the armour there with that in-swinger that Gregory bowled. Certainly looks to set up to score a lot on the offside, so that ball that shapes back in towards the stumps could be a little bit of a area that you could target, but it's just about that algorithm of setting it up. How many away swingers do you bowl before you go for it?
Keeping the batter guessing. A bit more cloud around today than we had on days 1 and 2. Ground is bathed in sunshine at the moment, as it has been for almost the entire match. But there's a few clouds over the Quantocks. The Lord Botham stand is closed again today, as it was yesterday. We were told there's a significant plumbing issue.
That doesn't smell good, does it?
It doesn't at all.
I was thinking you're going to say there'd been a cyber attack on it or something like that. That seems to be the issues with most people these days. I was listening on the news earlier about Marks and Sparks with their issues they're having, causing absolute mayhem.
The only occupants, I think, of that stand are the scorers. Polly Rhodes will be over there.
Maybe that's why she was a little bit slow on the uptake with that no ball a bit earlier. Maybe she's had to bring out the COVID mask to get through the day in the Botham stand end.
That's a good ball, finding the edge, but not going to hand. Yeah, I know the fish and chip shop's closed too, behind that Lord Botham stand.
Well, if I'm imagining the plumbing issue that they're having, I'm pretty sure you're not going to fancy your fish and chips when you're queuing up after what might be going on there. I'm sure they'll sort it out. Get Dino Rod in. They'll sort them out when there's... You remember those bright orange vans that used to go around?
Absolutely. Up in the air, and again, it's not going to hand.
Oh, there's a few Cobras heads just popping up there on the wicket. A couple have turned and bounced. Vic Marks, I can sense him salivating there, the chance of bowling on a pitch like that.
Good over this so far. It's halfway through. What more will eventuate?
Oh, what a beauty that was from Jack Leach. Turning sharply, that's 3 in a row. And I know that if I was out there now facing balls like that, the next one I'd be blowing the bugle and running at the next one, thinking I've got to take a chance here. The reverse sweep, the modern way, well executed by Jordan Cox. He looks like he's got a little bit of a bit of an issue with his ribs. I've noticed him a few times now just reach down and rub his sort of left rib area, but didn't stop him picking up a very well played boundary there. Certainly playing the odds with the ball spinning away. And maybe that's why Craig Overton's got that helmet on at Gully. I'd like to see Lamon be a little bit closer there. Oh, he's
nailed that.
Brilliant batting that last ball. Tom Abel was moved about 5 or 6 yards finer, and he's hit that one squarer, toying with the Somerset captain there, Jordan Cox. Excellent batting, and he moves on to 82. Essex 196 for 4.
Yeah, up till those 2 reverse sweeps, it had been a great over. That's rather spoilt it for Jack Leach.
Well, yeah, it was all Leach. Looked like something was gonna happen there, but excellent use of modern techniques and that brave way of batting. Reverse hard sweep, very well played. Gregory to Pepper.
Yeah, the second of the 2 was about as perfect an example of a reverse sweep as you could get. Skated away across the outfield.
Yeah, beautifully played. There's always a shot that I tried to bring into my game a couple of times, but just never felt like it was a good option. I always like to, you know, say in a game, you know, if I was playing in a certain way, I'd like to feel like I'd get at least 10 boundaries before I made a mistake playing a certain shot. And yeah, my reverse sweep had a dairy shelf life. not good, Lammy.
That sounds worrying. A dairy shelf life. You kept it in the fridge, I hope.
No, I'm thinking dairy in the days of the marble slab to keep your fresh goods fresh. Not that I can remember those, but I've heard. Nan told me once.
Here is Lewis Gregory. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Is it going to be 4 more? It's a long chase out there. I think it may just be pulled in. No.
It was a certain 4. It took a funny bounce off of one of the net wicket footholes that gave the fielder half a chance, but another great shot. Jordan Cox on to 86 now.
Yes, it was a chase too far around the boundary edge.
It looks to me like there's more rough in the sort of Jack Leach area if he bowled from this end. Is there a case for Archie Vaughan from Leach's end and Leachy do a switcheroo? I'm assuming it obviously doesn't spin as much from this end, because am I right in saying Harmer operated from the river end as well?
You are.
Yep.
We haven't seen spin at all from this end. Archie Vaughan had a brief spell yesterday, but that also was from the river end. It's been seam from here all
Archie
the way.
Vaughan, he got a 5-wicket haul from this end, didn't he, last season?
He did.
If I remember rightly.
Perhaps it's worth a try.
Oh, it's probably we're getting close with Essex having a lead of 264 that might have to try something different. I'm sure they'll change the seamers up, but Archie Vaughan at extra covers, just doing the old traditional get loose captain thing where you just swing your arms randomly. Maybe he's trying to get in the captain's eye line.
Jack Leach was doing it in the first over of the match. He's bowled a few, 30 in the first innings and 20 now in the second.
It's almost like the cricketer's knee-jerk reaction when you get told by the captain, get loose, and you do the chicken arm, roll your shot. I'm ready, captain. Yep, that's me done.
That is played straight to Tom Abel at backward point, so it won't be a run. Conclusion of Lewis Gregory's over. I wonder whether it'll be the conclusion of his spell. We've just seen the 2 bowlers so far today.
Yeah, I would imagine that will be Lewis taking a rest. Thanks to our match sponsors, Clark Wilmot Solicitors. We have an abundance of brilliant support from some great companies here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and of course WPA Health Insurance. Leachy continuing after certainly what you call a over of 2 halves in the last one.
Yeah, he's going to be bowling to Michael Pepper initially, still with the captain and vice captain at first and second slip. Oh, bold.
Oh, that's a beauty from Jack Leach. Is Pepper going to take inspiration from the man up the other end and go to the reverse sweep? Good pace, drift in, sharp spin away. What left arm spinners dream about those kind of deliveries. He has gone for the reverse sweep and he's executed well. A couple of bounces into the third man boundary.
As predicted. Good call, Triggs.
Well, I suppose with the way the ball is moving off of the pitch, it would probably feel like one of the lower risk options. I suppose if you use your feet, you come down the wicket. It's always very high risk with the ball spinning sharply away in terms of being stumped. So, yeah, very good batting.
Yeah, so 3 reverse sweeps, 2 in the previous over. Will there be another one?
Oh,
That's
he's
more
gone.
orthodox.
Slog sweep, one bounce down towards the groundsman sheds. And it's a bad execution, isn't it? I saw the highlights of some of the Somerset dismissals. They tried to play shots like this. I think Umeed was one of the wickets that stands in, or sort of stops in my mind a little bit. Probably the right option, a good, positive option, but just that execution wasn't quite there. Certainly Somerset are going to have to rectify in their second innings.
4 boundaries in 2 overs for Essex. 2 for Cox, 2 for Pepper. Appeal for LBW here.
Oh, that's... Oh, Nigel Long said outside the line. Missing off stump. Ooh.
Not by much.
Oh, Nige. Oh, that's very, very close. I think I'd be making the old T sign there if I was the captain, if DRS was available. It looked like it was sliding on to off stump.
That was a strange looking shot, which...
What do you think, Lammy? Are you giving that LB8?
I am.
Yeah, I think I would
That
as well.
looks straight to me. Gets bat on ball fully this time to conclude the over. We've lost one of the scoreboards, which has gone on the blink, quite literally.
Sure, we might get a replay of that LBW. It's definitely one worth seeing again.
Lead is 272. I'm going to make way for Vic.
Nigel Long intimating there to the Somerset captain that I suppose in Nigel Long's eyes, a lot of balls have spun sharply away to off stump, so you can certainly see the logic in there. But that one just looked like it slided on underneath the bat. We have the perfect man to describe what could have been there as Vic Marks joins me. Craig Overton, what you'd probably call Somerset's talisman in terms of the bowling attack, is going to try his luck from the Marcus Trescothic stand end. He starts with a relatively gentle loosener and it's been smothered through wide mid-off for 4. The runs are flowing here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, much to the dismay of Somerset fans and players.
Good morning, Pete.
Good morning, Vic. It's,
At 50,
it's not going to plan, is it?
Not really.
So far.
That 50's come up in 35 minutes because Pepper hadn't faced a ball, of course, till this morning. And it is a source of frustration because actually Lewis Gregory, we've seen for half an hour, he actually got the ball to swing as much as we've seen in the match. Maybe not, but couldn't quite get it in the right spot. Offered enough. Bit of width to Cox especially, he's lethal when he's given width. And Jack Leach, I don't think he's bowled a bad ball, but he's gone for 4 boundaries via either the reverse sweep or the orthodox sweep.
Yeah, I'd say that Leachy in particular in the last 2 overs has probably bowled 5 wicket-taking balls and gone for 16 runs.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, good batting, really.
Oh, it is good batting. I mean, I think they've got to. Their best attacking shot, particularly for both of these guys, is the reverse sweep. So you've got to defend that reverse sweep and say, okay, try and score some other. The cover drive looks more treacherous. No one's really cover driven him than the reverse sweep at the moment. So you've got to block that one off somehow.
Yeah, I'd certainly like to have seen Lamb be a bit closer at extra cover, because it does look like an area where you could get a wicket, but that's really nicely played. Just run off the face. Very, very intentional there.
Yeah, that's Pepper, and he's actually emulating the sort of shot that Cox has played quite a lot in this innings, root style almost. He loves the vacant third man area. It's not vacant anymore. They're putting a man down there. But the point I'm generally making is that the ball has done quite a lot in this first 35 minutes, and Essex have scored 50 odd for no wicket. So I mean, that's absolute bonus for them. The ball's still turning. Leach has beaten the bat more this morning than he did yesterday afternoon. There's another one that beats the bat.
Wow, that's done an awful lot as well.
So it's not as if the wicket is sleeping. In fact, it's come alive. But Essex are playing positively, riding their luck, using some unorthodox shots with those reverse sweeps, although they're not unorthodox anymore. I suppose I should bin that thought.
It's definitely the way now. I totally agree. I think it's been well executed and smart batting. I think they've assessed boundary options and then execute the shot. They haven't then gone to cover drives or anything different. So smart batting from the Essex pair this morning, 93 and 18 respectively. And the scoreboard's rattling along.
I mean, it's yesterday actually. It's such a fickle game, this. Both Banton and Rue, to their first balls from Harmer, reverse swept, got 4. Rue, admittedly, kind of a bit of a top edge, going very fine, but nonetheless it went for 4. But then I thought, what would dear old Robbo have said about that? But both of them played the reverse sweep to their first deliveries from Harmer, and both made contact and got 4. They didn't lead on to anything.
I'm trying to think of one of his one-liners that is on-air friendly. But yeah, he'd certainly be having kittens.
But this is what happened. But I understand the logic is that if you feel, and I mentioned it yesterday, but I remember watching Moeen Ali, lovely, wonderful batsman, but Moeen Ali occasionally in Test cricket, he just didn't think he could defend against a Nathan Lyon. If you don't trust the fact that your defence works, then you inevitably go sometimes frenetically to the aggressive option. And I understand the logic of it, because you don't think that your forward defensive is going to work when the ball is spinning or you're edgy right at the start of your innings. It's that first, we've talked about it yesterday, that first 30 balls, isn't it, against the turning ball. You need to get through to kind of adjust to the pace and what's happening out there.
Well, I think it's relevant for I mean, all of the way that I suppose Somerset have been batting is that trusting the defence thing does seem to be a little bit of an issue, but there doesn't seem to be a well-executed counter to it. It's all a bit sort of panicky, instead of what I think Essex have done really well is, that 3 overs ago, Leach beat the bat 3 times in a row. Mm-hmm. They very calmly went to the aggressive option and executed it well. There seems to be a little bit of brain fog in what is the second option for the Somerset batters, if that makes sense.
It's what happens when your confidence is low and you're not quite sure which way to go. I was listening to you earlier on, quite agreed with what you were saying about Pretorius. Now, he's a number 8 or 9 batsman, but his mind is clear. It's a very uncomplicated approach that he's got, but he knows what it is. There are no sort of compromise. He knows exactly how he's going to play. And has a look at that. That's just so frustrating. He's actually bowled beautifully, Leach, but he hasn't got anything to show for it. The one thing that he has demonstrated, we know that his mind is clear about how he's going to play. It won't always work, but it will sometimes. And whereas you look at a side that is struggling to get runs and you feel there's a jumble of thoughts going through their head, and it's not so uncomplicated. Hello, what's going on there then?
This young man, he's uncomplicated in his plan for the day. He's already got a little bit of a sweat up.
He's been blocked now.
He's going to bat all day.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Dad's got some. Mum and Dad are got plenty of tennis balls. They don't have to fetch too many. I think it looks like
yeah.
Mum or sister bowling at him. He's got it sussed.
Oh,
what a ball that is! And again, somehow lands safe. That was a brute of a delivery. I think, Vic, in terms of like the clarity of mind, normally when you get those batters that have a clear plan of that hyper-aggressive game, they're often all-rounders as well, because they
give you more freedom.
And I think about you think about the context of being it's the guys' livelihood, their jobs at the end of the day, and being part of the first team is a massive part of their plans for the season and their long-term career. So when you're a batter alone, and there's no doubt some of Somerset batters are scratching around for runs and averages and all that kind of stuff, you're going to have that brain fog when you think logically that you should take that slightly more aggressive option, but you're always going to have that little kind of spider sense somewhere in the back of the mind where when you're halfway through that shot, should I that little bit of indecision. And I think that's probably a little bit of play. And like I said, you're exactly right. It's all down to confidence, but no doubt that you'd probably look to your Gregories, your Overtons, your Pretorius guys to be the ones that would, I think, execute those clear game plans better than the batters. How you could instill that into some of the batters is pretty key. I wouldn't really want to meddle with the intent of a Banton, Abel, Lammonby. They're our heaviest run scorers, and they kind of will do their thing. But the batters that are struggling around them, can you change your momentum somehow? And I think that's a wider, bigger picture really, because also you need the support from the coaching staff who pick the team to empower you to have a reasonable run at playing in a certain style.
Yeah,
it's tough. Another beauty there from Craig Overton, jagging sharply away from the batter.
Our statistical team, probably hundreds of them back there somewhere, in the engine room, tells us that's the 102nd play and miss Essex have had in the game.
Yeah, and certainly the one that went off the shoulder of the bat. There's no. And
it's actually done more this morning than it did yesterday.
There are some bowlers out there that you just play against them season after season after season, and you're like, you either hit them for 4 or you nick it. There doesn't seem to be anything in between. They just have an amazing knack of moving the ball 2.5 inches, that perfect amount, and catching that outside edge. And some days this great game that we love so much just knows how to turn the screw on you. Could have easily been a wicket or maybe more.
Yep.
And it's ended up with a number of runs. England take on the West Indies in a women's ODI match on the 7th of June. Tickets are selling fast, so get online and treat yourself. A few years' time, we'll see this young lady out there, no doubt. Wonder if she'll keep the sort of David Gower-esque style, left-handed. The old floppy hat. Are we going to see a cover drive?
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
What a shot that is.
I wonder what that shed was for.
Well, it's
for
obvious,
a backdrop.
isn't it? That line in the middle, that's middle stump.
Yeah.
I think really we ought to get the groundsman out there to spray paint 3 stumps on that.
Yeah.
That would be a nice idea for the kids.
He's persisting. with that reverse sweep. He's got more protection now. His man on the offside boundaries come finer. And for Pepper, Tom Abel's gone a bit deeper. I mean, you feel that Leach is the man. He's beaten the bat so often. They've only really scored off sweeps, either reverse or orthodox, if you like. And that's a beautiful, delicate shot. Is he going to cut that off? Yeah. And this is what drives you mad as a finger spinner, because you're actually pitching the ball more or less where you want to pitch it. And they're scoring freely.
Yeah, I think Somerset need to stay positive. You could easily just see 4 or 5 wickets
go
in very quickly, can't you? But
yeah.
these two, like I said, you have to credit the way they're playing. They're very clear in their game plan, using those sweep shots, and they're executing well, and runs are taken away. Leads now 289.
So obviously, your adjustments for the batsman. Where's Overton going? He's perversely got his helmet still on, but he's about almost 10 yards from the bat, just under. Again, to keep an eye open for that reverse sweep. Play something else.
Jordan Cox in those nervous 90s, 1 boundary away. By far the most successful batter in this game to date.
Yeah.
He scored at a quick rate as well, 146 balls for his 97. He'll be very eager to pick up those next 3. He's nailed another reverse sweep straight to Tom Abel. You start to feel for the bowlers out there. Leachy's bowled, like you say,
He's
immaculate spell,
yeah.
and he's got nothing for it. So.
Yeah, well, they've adjusted the field a little bit. I mean, you were talking earlier about the fact that you never really got the reverse sweep perfected. So how would you have gone about facing Leach today? Where would you look to have scored then? You'd have had to go, relied on the...
I'd have hard sweeped the other way. That was a shot that I felt quite comfortable playing.
Off stump or something like that.
And later in my career, I used to play shots over cover quite nicely, and I think that was all down to I spent 5 months in the subcontinent, and I played a couple of 50 over games that was in Bangladesh in their domestic 50 over
against a
cricket,
turning ball,
where every single bowler had 50 overs of left arm spin. If you couldn't play left arm spin out there, you were in real trouble. And had some great sort of mentors.
what a great sort of place to hone that then.
Yeah, so
so the over extra drive, I know that it's like the inside out one.
Yeah, and I think it was great. I remember being quite friendly with Dean Kosker, who was a great left arm spinner for Glamorgan, and I came back that winter and was instead of running down and hacking him over cow corner, I was like popping him over extra cover, and I can remember him like, where's that come from, Trees? What's going on? This is new.
And if you're hitting it there, you don't actually have to. You just got an infielder to clear usually, rather than a deepish mid-on, let's say.
Yeah, I think if you end up with a fielder out of deep extra cover, you're definitely winning the battle. But again, going back to the sort of mentality, and this was something that was brilliant. I mean, Andy Hurry and Justin Langer really encouraged me to not have grey areas. I don't have the IQ for grey areas, and even more so when we were in trouble. There was a number of really naturally attacking players around my position as well. Keysbetter, Butler, Ian Blackwell earlier on.
Look
and
at
shots
that.
shots like that. I think that's so effective.
well. It is effective in the sense that it drives a fielding side absolutely scatty.
So I know it's such a tough thing to sort of, as a coach now. Can you coach it coach that mentality. But the thing is, when you take calculated, high clarity risks like that, and it doesn't result in a wicket, it has a massive effect on the opposition. And these are the mind games that you end up playing. And
yeah. But I take your point. It's slightly easier for all rounders because you've got a bit more freedom.
Yeah, you have that ability. Because I think most conscientious cricketers and a lot of cricketers that I've come across in my career are quite conscientious by nature, and you're taught to be very much a clubman and a teamman. You want to contribute in a 4-day game or a 1-day game, and when you've got 2 bites of the cherry with bat and ball, I think it does give you a massive advantage to be a bit more aggressive. But like I said, and again, these are conversations I don't know. JL specifically used to tell, I don't want you batting like me or X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. Because that's not what you're good at.
I'd love to bat like you, mate. To be honest, he used to call me.
Give you that freedom.
He used to call me the X Factor player. He said, "You're the guy that's going to change bad days and nail teams when they're down. We don't want you to score 100 ball 40s. It's not what you're about." And again, I think, yes, there was I suppose a depth of performance that got me to that position, but ultimately you have to change momentum. If you're going through a county championship season when you're continuously nicking off to county seamers and you're getting out for sub 15 more often than not, you've got to change something. And we have some really talented players that will then go into 50 over cricket and dominate, for instance, and 2020 cricket and dominate. So they've got that aggressive game, but can they put all the pieces together and execute it in challenging conditions like they have here? And
well, they're curious. I mean, if you're thinking about the England team, what they have done, I mean, they've done some remarkable things. They drive you scatty occasionally, but they have done some remarkable things. But the most obvious remarkable thing is giving those players the freedom to go for it. And they pick those sort of players. They select those sort of players. Years ago, I remember many years ago when Peter May was the chairman of selectors. He was very keen to ban the reverse sweep because Both had played it and probably Gatt had played it in a World Cup final. It hadn't always worked. That's all change.
There's so. I mean, this is the. I mean, it could be a very in-depth conversation, this, because there are so many facets to why the England players have been able to be successful playing baseball, and why a county cricketer might not be able to flip that switch so easy. And it's down to like general human nature and the position you are in the world. So if you fail being a bat, say Ben Duckett, for instance, goes on a poor run of form playing baseball. He's already played 2 or 3 years of international cricket. He plays franchise cricket all over the world. He's probably very secure in terms of like home life, financially, X, Y, and Z. County cricketers aren't always in that position.
Yeah.
And there's so many levels to be able to create that clarity in.
He's struggling.
Going about. Oh, has he done a shoulder?
No, it's his side again. He went to cut that ball and immediately played the shot. He was in real pain. Yeah, and then he's ended up having to dive in to stop being run out. I mean, he's also got an England. Well, he's in the England squad. He's also, curiously, on 99.
I mentioned it when I was on with Lammy about he kept on clutching his side. I think he's done a little. He's done a 12th rib oblique intercostal. That's my diagnosis from 100 metres. It's a very unique injury, that particular one, and there's certain shots that you play. I mean, if that was a bowler, you wouldn't bowl for the next 6 weeks. You cannot bowl if you've torn that oblique muscle. It's very, very painful.
Well, that's where he's feeling himself. Bizarrely, I mean, he could well end up retiring hurt on 99, which not many people do.
It's not happening.
Well, but yeah, he's. But the pain started, I think, when he went to play that cut shot, where you're kind of withdrawing in a slightly unnatural position. He wasn't quite in the perfect position, but he got the ball away. And then I think it's been made worse by having to dive to get in to avoid being run out.
He's definitely sore, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the game has come to a halt. Physio's out there and trying to work his magic. I mean, I'm sure if he was on 37, particularly given that Essex now have a lead that is almost 300, that they would say, well, off you go. Let's not aggravate it. I think that actually should apply whether it's 37 or 99, to be honest, but a different mentality comes in. He's got to his feet.
Well, especially when you've got an international game to prepare for. I mean, these sort of conversations, I suppose, are pretty player-led. I mean, I think he's been struggling with that all morning from what I've seen. There's a number of shots he's played where he's instantly clutched that left side. He's a very fit young man, so I'm not going to say love handle because he doesn't have any of those, but it's very niggly in there.
Yeah, it's usually if it is what you suggest, it's normally a bowler's problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unusual for batters to get it, but I always used to mention it. If ever a batter, a non-bowler in the squad, would mess around at a training day and suddenly start bowling seam up to the I'll be like, what are you doing? Like,
you're going to pull a muscle.
You've got untrained ribs and you're trying to bowl the ball as fast as you can. I was like, oh dear, don't do it.
Well, there's a long delay. I suppose one option is to have I don't know whether having a runner would make any difference, but Gregory's sort of joining the conversation. He doesn't look like a man who wants to leave the field.
No, he's taken a little anti-inflammatory there and a paracetamol. He's got a smile on his face.
Has he?
Yeah, he seems.
He's got 99.
He just wanted a bit of squash, didn't he?
No, I don't. But yeah, everyone stopped to have a chat, really. But it looks like he's going to stay there. And the game is going to resume. I think no quick singles. There haven't been many anyway.
Yeah, that need to dive probably wasn't.
It didn't help.
Ideal for him. Yeah, he's I'd say he's definitely. I'm going to go grade 1 as well. grade 1. 12th rib oblique, little tear.
So what do you think about him getting one more run and then retiring hurt?
I'd be amazed if in batting you'd make that any worse. It's just about
he did playing that.
It's just about the discomfort. I think you're going to feel there will be certain shots you'll play that you're just going to feel it, and probably for the next.
Look, he's holding his side as he runs down.
He's probably going to struggle with that for the next 3 or 4 weeks. I'd have thought that would be my diagnosis.
Well, that's fairly. You've been fairly specific. I think
PD Trigo MD.
Yeah, I think it takes about 7 years to qualify as a doctor, but still, you've got plenty of time. Young lad like yourself.
One season of county cricket as a bowler, and you're pretty good with cricket injuries. I've had them all. I've got the lower back zip. I've got the 12-inch scar. I've had the stress fractures.
Right.
You're not even a bowler until you've had a stress fracture. You can't even qualify.
Well, pace bowler. I don't know. Not many spinners had stress fractures.
Leachy had one, didn't he, once?
Oh, well, he's had everything too.
Yeah, Leachy's been unlucky with a few injuries, hasn't he?
Okay, well, the stand is still unbroken after an hour's play. They've raced along.
Talking of doctors, Pepper's on strike. Overton just probing around that off stump. Some balls have jagged sharply. And one bounced and caught the shoulder of the bat. Could have gone anywhere, but it's been Essex's morning. Their lead's creeping up to 300 now.
Yeah, and it's sort of out of range. I mean, I hate to mention this, but the wicket has done enough that a side that is short of confidence could easily have lost 3 or 4 or 5 wickets in that hour, this hour. As it happens, none have fallen. Balls beaten back quite frequently.
Yeah, it's gonna be
But in between, they've played some fine, aggressive cricket, haven't they? And quite clever cricket. Reverse sweeps, glides down to third man.
And if the ball keeps nipping around, they've got the joys of Cook Porter and
Rajitha. He only bowled about 5 overs, but he got a couple of wickets.
I've never seen him bowl.
Well, I saw him bowl yesterday, and he's played 18 tests for Sri Lanka. He's a tall, rangy, fast medium. Who got a little bit of movement both ways. Well, so he's got a little bit of movement. And he's also got quite a lot of overs left in him. He only bowled 5.
Nice little clip off the hip. Thigh pad or bat? I think is bat. Another 4 runs there. Poor delivery there from Craig Overton. Just
I think
there's
there are signs of frustration out there, obviously, but it's the sort of surface, actually, if you don't need to try and do very much. There's enough happening, but they haven't really managed to get that, that fairly tight off-stump line. There's been a bit of width there, then he's straight down the leg side. You feel if you get it in the right place regularly, you're in business.
Yeah, I think that classic cliche of 1 could bring 2 is certainly relevant for this style of wicket. I often like it when there's a little bit of steam seeping out of the ears of Craig Overton. That seems to be his best performance mode.
Well, yeah. Well, not enough steam is not quite enough steam yet.
Not enough yet, but I sense.
I don't think he's bubbling up.
There's a fake throw coming any minute.
Well, yeah. I mean, this the shoulder of the bat and it balloons over second slip. That doesn't cheer him up, I don't think. Anyway, this is the perfect morning for Essex, apart from the slight injury concern about Cox, who's on the cusp of 100. Although he's not facing anymore, or he's not facing at the moment. Leach is going to continue. And you think that's the right thing, even though he hasn't got a wicket in an hour, he could have got 2 or 3.
Yeah, thanks to one of our brilliant sponsors, Brown & Brown. Excellent for sorting out your business insurance. Give them a shout. Mention me as well. And on that note, I'm going to get myself a little quote. I've got to sort out my car insurance, so
good luck with that.
Tenuous link to that. That sounds expensive.
I'm sure the sort of vehicles you drive probably is
especially
very
after
expensive.
Lammy tempted me into a race this morning on the way into Taunton.
Oddly enough, I'd back you on that one.
Gonna make way for the great man. I don't know. Lammy's wily.
Is he?
Yeah,
he's wily.
He's a late breaker.
Okay, well, good to see you, and good luck with the car insurance. Oh. So we got an increasingly strange field, and that's been induced by the way Pepper has innovated. There's a short, fine leg, very fine. There's 2 men on the leg side boundary. There's 2 men on the offside boundary. They're all there for sweeps. And I understand there's a certain logic to it all. They've tried to block all of his scoring shots so far. We haven't seen the old-fashioned scoring shots, the drive down the ground or the extra cover drive. Haven't seen many bad balls to go. That one is just turned, but he's got it away for a single. And the man is so deep because he's been reverse sweeping so well. Anyway, I think if you want a bit of advice, I'll give you some, Stephen, which is don't get involved in car races with Trigo.
I didn't give it a second thought.
No, I didn't think you would. We have another round of field changes. He's on 99 and everyone has come up. So will he go there with the modern player? I think will probably think, well, I'll just reverse sweep it. All the offside fielders that were on the boundary have come up. He's on 99. He's got a tricky side. Big appeal. Nigel Long, he's not. That's
close.
This again, it's very close. He's not as. He's an old-fashioned umpire, I think. And he's hit that beautifully. And that's his 100. It's the old reverse hack. I mean, he's hit that very hard. And he's got an excellent 100. Right, if I were you now, I'd retire hurt. But I don't think he's going to.
He's moving with some difficulty still, but he didn't need to move for that one.
No, but he had to sort of contort himself a little bit to play the shot. Anyway, it's a very fine 100, 103 from 155 balls, full of sweetly timed shots, increasingly full of reverse sweeps against the spinner.
He's walking off, Jordan Cox. I don't know whether that's for a drink, perhaps, or whether he.
I think he is. I think he's gone. I think he's going. I think he's walking off like a man who's going to retire. And I don't blame him, really.
He looked a little bit like it when he was acknowledging the applause.
Yeah. He's a little bit sheepish because it's a very odd thing to do, but actually, I think it's the sensible thing to do. And it's been, by a huge margin, the most significant innings in this match. It looks like he's caught. There is a replacement coming out. And it'll be Thane, I guess, who played very well in the first innings. So that's a fine innings. It's not necessarily over, but I don't think we'll see him come back because the lead now is over 300, 305 at a guess. It is a guess.
That's a very good guess.
It's not a good guess, actually, is it? 307, perhaps.
The lead has disappeared from the screen, unfortunately.
307. Yeah, 307, which you feel is more than enough. Not that Essex are anywhere near contemplating a declaration, but I feel that's more than enough. If you look at the bare statistics of this morning's play, and we're coming up to about 70 minutes, it suggests, the wickets become more batsman friendly, the runs have flowed, but actually this wicket is not more batsman friendly than it was yesterday. It's moved around quite a lot. They've innovated extremely well, the edges haven't gone to hand.
Yeah, they've had a bit of luck, haven't they?
They've had a bit of luck, but they've also played extremely positively and cleverly. They've scored all their runs off Leach from sweeps of various varieties.
Single here for Michael Pepper out to deep extra.
And yes, they've ridden their luck, but they've got into a position where they've got the freedom to do that anyway because they're so far ahead in this game. So Leach will be, I think, very frustrated, really. He's bowled perfectly well. He's beaten the outside edge time and time again, but the batsmen have found a way to get runs against him and to put out of their mind that delivery where they push forward, missed the off stump. He hasn't been able to get Leach any of these sort of, if you like, modern LBWs. He's had a couple of good appeals for those, but not given. So it's more of the same, I'm afraid, from a Somerset perspective. Essex really got a stranglehold on this match. It's quite a good cricket wicket now. I don't know if it always is, has been perhaps a bit concerns about it on the first day, doing a little bit too much, but here we are on day 3, and look at the runs that have been scored. And yet there is still something there for bowlers of all sorts.
As exemplified by that delivery.
Yeah.
Well bowled.
Pretorius sees back in. Yeah.
The scoreboard to the right of the Colin Atkinson pavilion has given up the unequal struggle now.
It has,
It was blinking at us for a while.
Oh dear.
And now it's gone completely blank.
Completely blank, except for it tells us the time.
That's true.
And there's a little bit of advertising stuff that can still go up, but no numbers.
Empty Lord Botham stand, blank scoreboard. What are we coming to?
Well, there's been quite a long tradition of electric scoreboards causing angst.
Driven. Won't be a run though. It's not an electrical problem that's closed the Lord Botham stand. It's a plumbing one.
Yeah. I think that's not. We had a plumbing problem in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion last year, remember?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I was here.
Yeah, but that had to be emptied.
Perhaps they just sort of pushed the problem along.
This side of the ground, the plumbing's usually reasonably trustworthy.
Just going back to that considered race between me and Peter Trigo to the ground.
I mean,
I considered it, but I looked at the car and I looked at the driver.
well, and also you are, I'm sure, a law-abiding citizen, and we do not want to alert the local constabulary to two of Somerset's esteemed commentators indulging in car races. Where were you? On the M5?
Just off the M5. I'd just come off it.
Well, that's even worse.
And he had more exhaust pipes than me.
Well, he would do. It doesn't surprise me, that. He's a man of many exhaust pipes, Trigo. So the weekend, the field is unorthodox, to say the least, for Pepper, but he's caused that to happen. And now he's found another gap. He's just gone back, and he's that's a beautifully timed shot off the back foot. It's a new area. You're waiting for it. It was one of the rare poor delivery, really, from Leach, in that it was just a little bit short, but even so, with a straight bat, really, he pumped it through mid-wicket, and there's no one there.
It's great placement.
Yeah.
Beaten.
Well, he might have left that in the end. He's been, but it's a handy delivery.
And again, I'm sure he played at that one.
Yeah, and I mean he has beaten that outside edge time and time again, and
He's had no luck at all.
no.
Still just.
And he can't get the LBW either. I think it's because he keeps turning it quite a lot that the standard push forward LBW he's wary of giving, I think, to assess how much that ball is turned.
That's the area where there is a comfortable single to be had every time.
Yeah, but it's not that easy if Leach is bang on target to sort of manipulate the ball into that mid-wicket region against the spin. There obviously there's more men in now for the new batsman. Played very well in a sort of sedate manner in the first innings.
Outside edge, would they get a single? He wanted one.
Yeah, well, he would do, but they were very quick there at backward point.
Yeah, I think Pepper was right to send him back. Thane was the top scorer in the Essex first innings. He's actually the top scorer in either the Essex or the Somerset first innings with his 41.
Yep, that remains the case. It's just Cox is the centurion and the batsman of the match without question. And he's presumably having treatment as we speak, or examinations to see whether Dr. Trigo's analysis is correct.
Appeal for LBW, yes, given out. That is the end of Michael Pepper.
He doesn't want to go, but then many batsmen don't. He's hit in front of his stumps. The ball is jagged back, and we'll have another look at it. It's wide of the crease, stuck on the crease. Well, I think it's only a question of height, but like most batsmen,
it looked in line.
He didn't look enamoured of the decision, but it's the way of the world. I think we'll have another look in a minute, but I think it's straight enough. Let's have another look now. Get your hawk eyes on it, Stephen.
There's nothing wrong with the line.
No.
And it's the back pad. Is it on the knee roll?
Well, if it's on the knee roll is usually good for bowlers. Once it starts getting above the knee roll,
or it's on or just above.
And he's a long way back. So I mean, I think it looks a pretty good decision to me. I always had this theory, and I've yet to absolutely. I think he might have denied it, that the wonderful Alistair Cook, I'm sure he had his pads made so that the knee roll of the pad was in fact about 3 or 4 inches below the knee. Because umpires look at these things and they say, well, it's hit him above the knee roll, so I'm not so sure. I got a funny feeling him, and I always used to think the same.
That's a great
about Jonathan Trott too, actually. And I mean, I'm not. This is good lateral thinking if it's true, but I think I may have mentioned it to Sir Alistair Cook, and he did not necessarily think that actually this was the case, or he wasn't going to reveal it. Perhaps he was still playing for Essex at the time, or perhaps I've just made it up. But if I were to have my time again, I'd never had a specific pad designer. I'd try it, I think.
Simon Harmer's the new batsman. He's a very cultivated defensive push.
Okay, this is not a charitable thought, but basically Somerset have got to aim for his right index finger. that would turn the game around a little bit.
He was a right handful in the first innings, as he always is.
Yeah, and he will be. And with that sort of ballast of a big total, big lead now, I mean, it'll be a real challenge to play him. Still, at least a potential respite for Leach, who's, as I say, he's bowled pretty well, and I'd want to keep him on. He's got 2 fresh batsmen in, and the ball still is turning. I don't know, how many overs are bowled in this innings? 72. Not that the new ball is necessarily a good idea just in a minute, but it's not far off. I think once any side that induces their opponents to take the new ball is in charge in this game. Somerset, I think, batted less than 50 overs in their innings. However, even Essex in the first innings managed to bat beyond the new ball for about 88 overs. They only got 200, but it was quite a good 200 in hindsight. And they'll want more, because people do nowadays. Funny things happen.
A blob apiece at the moment on that scoreboard, the working scoreboard. 0 for Thane, 0 for Harmer.
Yeah, well, of course, there's always the possibility of Cox coming back, but
the moment he's got a not out. 103
Yeah.
will help his average along. Not bowled.
Well, Pretorius strikes, put the ball to jag back. He's bowled, I think he always bowls quite so wide of the crease, but he has, partly I think because the footholds are a bit tricky, but he's delivering those things from fairly wide of the crease, but got Pepper stuck on the back foot.
It's a lovely sight that we can see in the distance.
Is that-
Quantock Hills.
Yeah.
Very
Is that oilseed rape? Is it that you know, the
That's
yellow stuff that starts to become ever more prominent this time of year?
That's highly likely, Vic.
Yeah.
Not being an expert.
Well,
I'll
I am
go
a
with
farmer's
you.
son, but I'm not sure we ever grew in that era. My youth wasn't so common to see those yellow fields.
That was Middle Chinook.
Yeah.
Here is Jack Leach. It's a chillier day today than yesterday. Still sunny for the most part.
Oh, I mean, he must. How did that get by, and what is it? It's buys. I mean, it's not been easy for James Rue, but he's conceded a few buys in this innings, I suspect.
That is the 14th.
Thank you. What do I see? Nearly all of them off Leach, nearly all, probably. So, I wonder how Harmer, vast experience, spinner himself, is going to combat his fellow spinner.
It's off the outside edge, first ball.
He never used to like to get out to the opposition spinner. But he might take the aggressive option, we'll see.
Stop, didn't quite carry. There was a cry of catch it. It may not have been off the bat anyway.
I don't know, he's just rubbing his finger. They're going for that index finger, but I don't think it caused major damage, but
Worth another look, which we will now have.
yes. I don't know, I think that was certainly off the glove. It must have bounced a little bit more. Outstretched hand of Overton couldn't quite get there.
What if he can't get there? Then no one
Yeah.
can.
Have another look. Diving into that dusty bit. Anyway, let's have another look. Because
Not quite.
not
quite.
I'll be pleased to know in Chelmsford there appears to be no significant damage to the right hand of Harmer. And we're all of that view, really. So suddenly the tempo changes.
Simon Harmer is walking off, but I don't think he's retiring.
Changing. No, he's not. He's going to get a different bat. I think he's swapped his blocking bat for his hitting bat. I don't know.
Offered two alternative replacements.
But he is just a little bit. I don't think he's that concerned about his finger, but he's got his glove off again, and he's examining his right hand.
It's an important digit.
Well, it is a very important digit. I mean, I think also Sam Cook and Porter will be a handful with a newborn here.
Beauty, and gone. Wicket number 6. And Noah Thane is not troubling the scorers this time. 41 in the first innings. That is the end of him.
Yeah. Well, someone's played and not missed, but nicked. But a good pace, good bounce. He gets wide of the crease and he's hanging it in. This one or two are just holding their line. And, well, he's got 2 wickets in 2 overs. I mean, we have been saying, I think, that despite what the scorecard had shown after the first hour and a quarter, no wickets fallen, runs coming thick and fast, that it's difficult out there. So, well, it's 6 down, but remember Cox has left with a side injury. He could still come back, but I think this is Rajitha, probably. Or is it Sam Cook? I think it's Sam Cook. It's Sam Cook, who in the first innings dug in alongside his partner in a very defensive manner.
8 in 73 balls.
That's right. And actually did a good job in a sort of unassuming way, blocking. Well, Essex eked out their runs. He might, I don't know, he might try and play a bit more freely this time. He's got no recognised batsman at the other end. In fact, he's got Simon Harmer there, who's on a duck. Yet to get going. So once we got rid of Trigo, got you back in, we could start to fall.
The luck's turned a bit, hasn't it?
Well,
they were short of luck in the first hour, Somerset.
yeah.
And now it's come to their aid.
He rubs that ball in his shirt, so it looks like someone's thrust a dagger into his belly button. That's Pretorius. It's a great red blob.
That's a good spell.
Well, he's got into a good rhythm in the last few games.
2 for 32 at the moment. So much better than 0 for 32.
Yeah. Got 3 wickets in the first innings. Wholehearted, sort of archetypal county fast bowler. Always hit him. He's hit him. They're obviously working on the fingers of the 2 most dangerous Essex bowlers. He's not express pace, but he's sort of tall. And he gets a bit of zip on the ball. And I think he was out hooking actually, wasn't he, in the first innings, Cook? Or sort of hooking. Was he caught by Vaughan on the boundary? Or am I making it up?
No, you aren't.
No,
you're spot on.
So he thought he'd give him another short delivery. He played that nicely.
Caught Vaughan, bowled Pretorius, 8.
Yeah.
Rajitha and Porter still to come, and possibly Cox, if they think he's needed.
England will be calling and saying no.
Single here. From my little stroll around the ground earlier, it was quite racing.
Yeah.
By comparison with yesterday and the day before. I'd imagine if you're up walking on the Quantox, it would be out there too.
Not a bad day, I should think, for walking on the Quantox. Not too
A
hot.
lovely one.
Take a hat. Got the gear. And away you go.
So Sam Cook now is going to face Jack Leach. They defended initially. Casey Aldridge is on the field at the first slip.
So that would suggest that Gregory's popped off. Because Gregory is usually there.
is very much the way Sam Cook played in the first innings.
Yeah. He's quite got one to turn against him. He's on target, Jack, and he's got someone who's going to play properly. Block. He hasn't got it to spin. Well, you can't. He's been waiting for someone to play properly. And this reverse. Well, perhaps Cook will surprise us with a reverse sweep, but I don't know. It doesn't look like it at the moment. More nice little push though.
That's his second run. He doesn't look in reverse sweep mode. You never know.
Simon Howell might be too old to be an expert reverse sweeper. We'll see.
End of the over as a cloud obscures the sun. Not for very long, I fancy.
The Somerset County Cricket Club,
36 years of age, Simon Harmer.
36.
Yeah. What a career he's had with Essex.
Yeah, well, he's had a great career. He's got a lot of wickets for Essex since he sort of retired from international cricket. How many tests?
10.
10 tests for South Africa.
39 wickets. Pretorius steaming in again. You said he bowls a heavy ball.
Harmer.
Pretorius.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I mean, I think we haven't got our radar, have we, at the moment? It tells us pace, but it's on the way. We're going to get it
On the M5 somewhere.
Well, it's currently monitoring the likes of Lamb and Trigo somewhere north of Taunton. But my suspicions are that Pretorius, he's in terms of speed through the air, it's 80 and a bit perhaps, but no more. Mind you, that was about where Glenn McGrath was.
There is the bowling
but
coach.
there is that zip off the pitch.
Bowling coach having a chat with the captain in the dugout.
Well, I wonder, I mean, I don't know. But I wonder whether that's in the air.
Could be caught.
And
Yes!
That's twice in the match. They worked him out. And actually, there'll be Zimbabweans making a note of that. But that's twice in the match. That certifies the fact that he is susceptible to the short ball. He's got 3 now, Pretorius, in no time. He's hooking upwards, but not with the real venom and power. He actually slightly misjudged it, and he had to lurch forward. I think it was a Mead out there, probably.
It was, yeah. He looked to have it covered, and then
he had to lurch forward. And there is a bit, as you said, there's a breeze out there. So he did well to adjust in the end. It was in the air for a long time. And I'm just wondering, when I look at Gregory and Kirby, Steve Kirby, having a chat on the boundary edge, whether it's, what do you think about a new ball then? Should we take a new ball? Should we just keep going with this one? Well, at the moment, I don't know. I might keep going with this one.
Well, it's doing perfectly well as things stand.
Well, I don't know. We'll wait and see.
They won't have to make the decision for another 4.5 overs.
Yeah, and that is 7 down. 7.5, if you like, because you don't know whether Cox is going to come out. Still, it's Regita. Is that the right?
Yeah.
Pronounce Regita's come out. Harmer has yet to get off the mark. It's a
bit of a clatter.
It is a bit of a clatter. At the moment, you'd feel that if you'd offered Essex in their second innings 260 all out, they'd have said, "Oh, that'll do." But you never know. You never know.
It feels like the clatter has come a little bit too late.
Yes, it's a late clatter. Yeah. Still,
but who knows? We've got a day and a half left. Well, more than a day and a half remaining in the game.
Well, there's plenty of time. Yeah, and I think the forecast is still set fair, is it not? Extra slip in. We haven't seen 3 slips for a while. He's actually in the gully, but he's banged that in as well.
There's no real prospect of rain tomorrow.
Yeah, well, there's... Which may be irrelevant anyway. We don't know. If the game, as things stand, if the game... Well, it's 300 now. Well, it's 310...
316.
316, thank you. Yeah. Well, if the game is still going tonight, it might be interesting. The way things are going, maybe. That's a good shot for Nout, but the good shots are hitting the field now.
Seems that the only part of Taunton that's in shade at the moment is the county ground. The rest of the town that I can see is swathed in sunshine as Pretorius goes in. To conclude another excellent over. Three for 33 from 13 now, and those three are the last three to fall. Jack Leach, meanwhile, has one for 72. Hasn't taken a wicket today. Still hopeful, though, as he removes his cap and sweater. Hands them to Nigel Long. Nice little belt that he's got there, Nigel Long, to hang the sweater on. Very well equipped, that jacket. Here is Leach. Reverse sweep out to a fielder I couldn't initially set eyes on, but there is one out there.
It's Banton.
He's got a good arm on him, Tom Banton.
Yeah, strong boy. Was in two minds whether to come back on. There's been a flurry of wickets. I think the strategy for the commentary rest of the day should be I stay off air when Somerset are batting.
Oh, there is a finger going straight up. No delay at all there from Nigel Long that time. And Jack Leach has struck for the second time in the innings, first time today.
Maybe my luck's changing. Beautiful delivery there from Leach. He's got a number to sharply spin away, and that one has just stayed on with the arm. Bang in front, just above the knee roll, hitting middle and leg, somewhere around those stickers on the stumps. The batsman can't have many complaints about that.
The Nigel Long finger was raised at the same time as the appeal.
Well, he's, as you say, he's a man that's ready for any moment. You just described beautifully his Batman-esque utility belt that he's got. And he was ready there with the dreaded finger if you're a batter. Yeah, just pitched on middle, straight in. I've probably slightly done Jack Leach dirty there. I think that's hitting the top half of middle stump.
So, very brief appearance from Rajitha. Didn't bowl a lot in the first innings, actually. Took 2 wickets in 5 overs. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him when Somerset get to bat again.
Yeah, wickets tumbling here. And if you're a Somerset fan, you'll also be pleased to know that there was an early wicket as Somerset women are taking on Durham up at Chesterley Street. Ellie Anderson took a wicket with the second ball of the game, so they're going well as well. Wickets flying.
Yeah, it's a long way up to Chesterley Street from Somerset. It's about the furthest distance you can go in top cricket. Here's Leach again, bowling to Jamie Porter.
Yeah, definitely quite a trip up to Chesterley Street. You always looked at the rota and back-to-back Champo games when you played Durham on one game, had a day in between your second championship game, and the next one was at Brighton. That was always an interesting commute.
Yeah, you used to get Durham a lot early season. I seem to recall.
Yeah, I think a couple of seasons in a row. I think somewhere around the 8th of April we had a session when there was a little bit of snow falling down. I can remember on the evening of day one, going to somewhere like Mountain Warehouse and contacting someone at the ECB asking if it was okay if we wore snoods. So I think there's a picture of me, Trez and Hildy in the slip cordon we looked like those like snow army fatigues that we had on. Great over there from Jack Leach, and a successful one. Pretorius continuing his good game. He's picked up 3.
Yeah, I can reveal that the Somerset women's team on long journeys like that play card Monopoly. And I have that on extremely good authority from no less than Sophie Luff, who was sat beside me in this box 2 days ago.
Card Monopoly, eh?
I've never played it.
Yeah, they definitely do things their own way. I remember last year I was coaching, and I'd obviously got something wrong, and I was fined by the girls, and I took it on the chin, and my fine was that I had to go to the shops and contribute something to their craft box. So so I bought them some like a crochet owl or something like that, which I think a few of them had a go at. It didn't look anything like an owl once they'd finished, but good fun had by all. Pretorius looking to strike again. He's a very, very handy cricketer. He's certainly done a lot of work there. He looks like he's gone over the top and taken a bullet in World War I there. His midriff is covered in red, but I assure you it is just the leather from the Duke cricket ball.
Looking for a 4th wicket, Pretorius. Get it with that one. In fact, he could conceivably still get a 5-fer, but it would need Cox to come back in again. I don't know whether that may happen. If we need another wicket to fall to find out.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. It'd be a good insight into how strong they feel their position is. If he manages to come back out just to try and get as many runs as Essex can, I would imagine they'll feel pretty confident with 317 on the board, but it's in that realms of interesting now as Harmer strikes a nice straight drive, well fielded there by Josh Davey, who's had his first bit of dynamic movement of the morning and is just stretching out that hamstring. He's already bowled plenty of overs this summer, so I'm sure there are a few tight muscles around the place.
Yeah, I think he's okay. It was a bit of a worry when you see a bowler do that.
Not when it's Josh Davey. He's always one for a bit of drama when there's a little bit of a one on the end of the finger or a bit of a hamstring, but I'm sure he'll be fine. Short ball and well played there by Harmer. Slightly high on the bat. Banton is round quickly and does the fielding. Harmer picks up a couple. Very, very useful cricketer, Simon Harmer, with bat ball and certainly in the field with those great big hands of his.
Yeah, we saw that in the first innings. The right hand stretched out mid-leap to take a caught and bowled. And that was actually the man who's got ball in hand at the moment.
Seeking a bit of retribution.
Get one here. Couldn't quite get down in time to intercept that, Pretorius. It's a bit of a thing for a bowler to do when you've got to adjust your follow through to get down quickly. And he's quite a big lad.
Yeah, looks a brilliant athlete. Big old Pretorius, big broad shoulders, strikes a clean cricket ball and bowls a heavy ball. He's been a very good performer for Somerset, very good acquisition.
He's played comfortably enough out to Tom Abel at backward point. The sweater and cap back with the bowler. So a flurry of wickets towards the end of this first session on day 3.
It's So I phoned Brown and Brown for my car insurance, Lammy. They've put me on hold. They're doing a little bit of digging into you suggesting that I might be a little bit of an erratic driver, but hopefully you'll be able to put their minds at rest as you followed me into Taunton. That it was all very safe, steady and sedate.
I'll vouch for you, Triggs, any day.
Thanks, buddy. Right on cue there. Not only car insurance, business insurance, travel insurance. Brown and Brown,
Big
the
heave
place
here
to go.
from Harmer. Is he going to get a... They're not running. It's rather strange. There was a run there, but they elected not to take it.
Well, he certainly played a shot. There's no doubt about that.
Why would he not have taken a single there?
Well, it's a little bit of lack of trust in his man up the other end. Wants to take Leach on. Fellow spinner. He'd probably like to try and get a one-up on Leachy.
Rather strange, because Nigel Long was in the process just about of signalling a leg by before realising that there was no leg by to signal. So here is Leach again.
Oh, great catch there from Archie Vaughan. That is the dismissal and looks like the close of the innings. No Jordan Cox after him retiring hurt. Leachy getting the reward for some great bowling. He's been unlucky today. He's picked up 3 for 73, and that is the end of the Essex innings. They lead by 320 runs. A stiff chase that the Somerset batters will now face. Can they get off to a much needed solid start when it's their turn?
Well, they're going to have another tricky little spell to bat in, with the clock showing 12:47. I imagine there'll be time for an over, possibly 2 overs before lunch. And they had that awkward session on day 1 when they lost Archie Vaughan just in the 6 overs that were possible on Friday evening. And it won't be easy, that little phase that they're about to undergo now, but there'll be a little bit of a break in the meantime between innings.
Yeah, I was just thinking there, would they potentially for this awkward period give Josh Davey another go, but he's walking quite slowly off the pitch. I think is going to be the 2 scorecarded openers. Yeah, awkward little session here, but very smart catch here from Archie Vaughan. Hopefully he'll take that little bit of a buzz out to his batting as we have a look at the scorecard there. The second innings victorious, 3 for 36 or 40. That was very well bowled. And you have to say, 3 wickets for 73 for Leach. That's probably the least amount of wickets he deserved to take. He bowled excellently well, but you have to say, Jordan Cox, the standout performer there, who invented himself to that 103. He was having a challenging period against Leach in particular. Went to the reverse sweep. Was very, very effective. A shame for him that he looked like he'd pulled a side muscle there and was unable to complete his innings, but Essex will be in a relatively confident mood, and we will see you in 5 minutes or so to resume the 4th innings of this game.
– 150 years of history.
And he gave himself some room there for the stroke and paid the penalty. Paul Garner.
A century and a half in Somerset.
Straight, out.
Spin to swing, this county's seen it all. Records set and broken, Somerset's spirit endures.
The cider that flowed with the fans' roaring cheer, the hopes and the dreams that have spanned every year. From rookies to masters, the club's beating heart, each player a thread in this vast work of art.
Atkinson to Abel.
Bottom to Banton.
Garner to Gregory.
Lewis Gregory does what Lewis Gregory has done for a little while now.
Cricket is very much alive in the southwest.
There it is. James Hildreth was there at the end.
So here's to the clock, to the game, to the law, to the echoes of laughter, the battles and more. For Somerset's legacy, rich and profound, shall forever be cherished in hearts all around.
Get ready, get ready, get ready for it. Get ready. I'm in my new era. I'm better in my new era. I put it like gold. Check out the view. Out with the old and in with the new. I'm in my
Get to the cricket this season with First Bus.
Hi, I'm Lewis Gregory, all-rounder at Somerset County Cricket Club. I've been playing at Taunton since 2010, been home for me now for the best part of 15 years. My experience with Alliance Medical here at Taunton has been amazing. The service that we get is pretty special. It's really important to have access to world-leading technology and diagnostics. I guess as sportsmen, you need that technology to determine any injuries or not injuries. Having access to a 3T scanner for us is amazing. It's got a stronger magnet and gives us higher resolution pictures, which for MSK injuries, which we tend to get, it gives us a better picture on the injuries that we're dealing with and come up with a more detailed plan of rehab and way forward. Alliance Medical are the perfect imaging partner for Somerset. This partnership's really integral to keep our guys match ready. I visit the Centre for Scans quite regularly. I pretty much do know the team pretty well. I've seen the smiling faces. It's always a nice introduction, and it's 10 minutes from the ground for us. Car park's really spacious. It's, I guess, a modern facility for everyone to use. I'd recommend Taunton Diagnostics to people around the community. It's a great facility and somewhere that you can come if you do need any imaging. It's a long, hard season on the bodies for a lot of boys, and yeah, to have this facility available to us to get guys back on the park quicker or to keep them on the park is amazingly special.
We all make mistakes. They aren't deliberate, and that's why they're called mistakes. But sadly, sometimes these can have life-changing consequences. If you suffered a medical mistake, misdiagnosis, or incorrect treatment, then Harris Fowler can help. Our specialist team are ready to help you receive the compensation, treatment, and aftercare that you deserve. There's no win, no fee, and no risk. Contact Harris Fowler today on 0800 213 214. Don't suffer because of someone else's mistake. Harris Fowler, the personal injury solicitor.
Right, the umpires, players, and rather bizarrely, the roller is still out there in the middle. I'm sure if that is head groundsman Nick Pepper, just doing that final last bit of roll, maximising that 7 minutes I believe you get. The Somerset coaches, batters, I'm sure will be wanting that heavy roller to do as much work as it can.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with that.
Sam Cook is going to take the new ball, unsurprisingly. Archie Vaughan is taking strike, and we have a short passage of play here. It's probably only going to be 1 over.
Yeah.
So a horrible little session here for the Somerset opening batters. Archie Vaughan also having that double down bit of pressure there as being on the dreaded pair. So high tension out there in the middle.
Yeah, it was Sam Cook who had him in the first innings, that awkward session of play that Somerset had on the first evening. There's another awkward over coming up now. Sam Cook is all ready, just tossing the ball from hand to hand. Just waiting for the heavy roller to roll off, which it has just done. And the boundary ropes being put back in place. Here is Cook. That's firm defence at the outset.
Right on the money, as you imagine, from Sam Cook. 4 slips waiting, lots of noise, lots of energy out there. Horrible little time to bat, as we've discussed. Sam Cook is more than likely not going to bowl 6 balls exactly on that postage stamp.
Yeah, it was Matt Critchley who was the slip who held Vaughan in the first innings.
With your eagle eye, Lammy, who's keeping wicket?
Michael Pepper.
Okay, yep, he's
batted usefully earlier on today. Michael Pepper made 36, 60 deliveries, some attractive strokes, including an excellent reverse sweep off Jack Leach.
No Jordan Cox. I think that is Snater at mid-wicket that's come on as the fielding substitute. Sam Cook just bowling that very tidy line just outside off stump, well left alone there by Archie Vaughan, desperate to just feel bat on ball and get a run to his name. That will certainly make lunch go down a little bit easier.
Certainly makes sense for Jordan Cox not to feel, because side injuries can take a while to get over. So another one seen through. That's really where you need to set your sights when you've just got an over to bat before an interval. Survival is the word.
Yeah, he's got a very nice technique, Archie Vaughan. Just need to be nice and positive, nice and confident. He's got a good challenge on his hands there with Sam Cook running in. Oh, and that seems to be the way it goes. A great stop there from cover point, dive into his left. Archie Vaughan would have struck that, thinking that he was going to pick up a few runs, and I think that
might be Simon Harmer there.
Silken square drive. Yard either side, that was 4.
No, that's not Harmer. My mistake.
Last ball of the over. Defended comfortably. And that will be that for the moment. Rather a brief reappearance of cricket after the 10-minute interval between innings, but Archie Vaughan negotiated that.
Well, I almost feel as one of the mad things about cricket that you can come back on a bowl 1 over, and you got to have your slice of Battenberg before you come out again. It's just one of the crazy things about this game. The Essex fielders leave the pitch now to go and have a bit of grub. We're going to play a little bit of the women's game. They're playing up at Durham at the moment, so if you stay tuned and you've not had your fill, if that 1 over hasn't quenched your thirst, you can stay with us and we'll put the women's game up on the live stream. So a little bit of a nervy moment, negotiated well, as it looks like Somerset are doing nicely. 6.4 overs gone, 45 on the board for Durham, 3 wickets. Ellie Anderson has struck again. She struck with her second ball of the game and has picked up another wicket. So things going quite well up at Chesterley Street.
In New Zealand and Australia
Yep.
over the winter. So hopefully no rust there then if she's been playing all of our winter.
Yeah, just came back in time for the start of the season, really.
Perfect.
45 for 3. Anderson in, and that's a great start by Bess Heath, who launches that. It won't make it all the way to the boundary with Emma Corney in the distance there.
Great strike of the ball on through the mic there.
It was really good,
clean
kind of
hit.
deep square leg area. They only take the 1 from it in the end.
Because Bess Heath has made that move from Yorkshire effectively so that she can get the gloves presumably here at Durham.
Anderson to Armitage, and it goes straight to the fielder inside the ring.
Again, a great crack off the bat there.
46 for 3. 7 overs gone.
1 more over the power play. So what can they make of that power play? Durham batting. Captain Armitage on 26 and Bess Heath just the 1. Susie Bates was bowled for a duck by Anderson, and Marlowe was trapped LBW by Jackson for 4. And then Villiers was bowled by Anderson quite spectacularly with 2 lots of bench stomps from Ellie Anderson, former under-19 England. I'm going to see a change of bowling at my end. We've got Charlie Dean. We've decided that not only should be about 3 O's after Dean when it's Dino, but Ed Seaborn reckons there should be some extra E's because it's Dino, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if anybody would like to help us with that one as well. Charlie Dean is coming into Bess Heath. So these two will know each other from various England duties. Right arm spin. Bess Heath comes forward and plays that down straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. I love Bess Heath is smart. She's got one of the greatest grins, and people like Alice Davison Richards who gets a Seren smile when she got some great grin. It's played down straight to the point fielder. Oh, Bess Heath thought she was going to get one in the head then.
She
took a little dive back.
She
should have more faith in Katie Jones, yes. It's flung back. Just getting out of the way. Best to be safe. As Dean comes in again. Heath comes forward again and defends that straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
46 for 3.
339 for 5 in their second innings, leading by 230 runs.
Heath taking a stance. Oh, wraps on the pads. A little swing at that. Nothing happening. Another dot.
50 in their first innings. Gloucestershire are 296 for 3 in their second innings. A century there.
Dean, what's she going to serve up? A bit more spin. Down. That's hit down straight to the point fielder. There is no run. Holly Armitage seems to be finding some gaps, so Bess Heath needs to do the same here for Durham. I hate to say there's a bit more blue sky coming from the seaside, Polly.
It's good news.
Yeah. Heath plays that to point again. It's cut off, unfortunately, so there's no run again. It's tight bowling there from Charlie Dean. Is that a maiden? I think it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a maiden over by Charlie Dean. Dean O.
Yeah, there's a bit of a scramble inside the ring there to stop the ball.
Protect Charlie Dean's figures. And that's the end of the power play. Umpire Naeem giving us a signal. End of the power play. Durham are 46 for 3. We've seen in this year's Metro Bank One Day Cup, which is what this is, actually wickets haven't been so much of a problem in the power play as people like Emily Arlott have proved for Warwickshire, etc. So 3 wickets down. 39 over game. May not be that much of a problem. We shall see. Armitage on 26 and Heath on just the 1.
Ellie Anderson already got 2 wickets and she'll continue from the Finkel end. Armitage facing. Plays it down into the leg side.
Beautiful.
Take the single.
Beautiful timing there.
Yeah, similar shot. She's played that shot quite a few times in her innings so far.
She's enjoying the leg side, timing that ball beautifully.
Sophie Luff just having a discussion with Ellie Anderson.
What's the plan?
Heads back to her mark.
Yeah.
Anderson to Heath. Pushed out for no run.
I ended up sat at the 100 last year because Ellie Anderson was playing for London Spirit. I ended up sat next to her parents, and her mum offered me some lemon drizzle cake. And if she does the same thing to you, she said, "I've never made lemon drizzle cake before." Trust me, that woman has made lemon drizzle cake before.
Anderson, arms pumping towards Bess Heath, who plays that down the ground. Emma Corney has been worked really hard there out on the boundary. Everything's either coming towards her or she's having to run around the boundary to get it.
And she's in a kind of corner there because, as mentioned, it's a rope boundary, but there is literally a corner just to her left of where she's stood. But they've positioned her perfectly. Sophie Luff's got her in the right place there.
Anderson to Armitage, and they'll take the single. Some of the Durham batters warming up to our left.
Yes,
trying to stay warm.
Back to lemon drizzle cake conversation. So, when I was on commentary on Thursday at Taunton Vale, this lady in a big floppy hat, because she didn't look like she did because she had this big hat on, she said, "Hello." She said, "I forgot, I'll bring cake next time." And it was obviously Sue Anderson, Ellie Anderson's mum.
Anderson to Heath, who drives that into the ground for no run. 49 for 3.
Maybe a little bit of discussion from the umpire about the protected area and Ellie Anderson's follow through potentially. Little discussion there.
Well,
Sophie Luff moves a fielder back.
We were having Lottie watch.
Oh yes,
and I hear she's rumoured to be at Beckenham.
Rumoured at Beckenham,
from my sources.
Well, the other thing is that she might have body doubles, which would be great, wouldn't it? Oh, I've put Ellie Anderson off now. Look, she can't hear me, but she's still got put off. Yes, so we think at Beckenham.
Yeah.
Okay. On Lottie watch.
Potentially sheltering in the warm. That's what I hear.
Oh, look, where is it? Oh, it's warm at Chelmsford, is it? Oh, it's another stump bender. It's another stump bender.
Ellie Anderson is having an absolute day with the ball. Oof. Those poor stumps.
Those poor stumps, yeah, that one is going to be proper wobbly.
Ellie Anderson with her third wicket of the day, and Bess Heath has to go for 2.
There was us on important duty finding out where Lottie is, and Ellie Anderson's bending the stumps back.
Well, Lottie, have a watch of this, because Ellie Anderson, that is some fine bowling. 49 for 4 at Durham. And it means that I think that's Leah Dobson who will be coming to the middle. She's been warming up on the side of the boundary for a few overs.
Well, she did all right against Surrey, didn't she? She was top scorer with 53, so I'll be looking for her to do something like that. She's in the top 5 of the Durham batters in terms of the Professional Cricketers Association, known as PCA, the PCA Most Valuable Players rankings. And she's doing well on the overall scores there. There's various squeaks and squeals as the wind is blowing through all sorts of things here.
The wind is so loud.
I don't know if that's coming through. We can certainly hear it. Holly Armitage, she's looking at those big gaps in the field. What's Dino going to serve her right arm over? Oh, it's nurdled down past where slip would be. It's going to be 4. Kind of an easy 4, but she just nibbled at that.
Yeah, it was an interesting shot. It came off really slow off the bat, and then kind of just managed to get itself to the boundary.
I don't know if she meant that. I mean, it would have been great. It would have been a great idea, but it was a cross-bat shot, so... But nevertheless, 4 more to total. Durham will be happy with that. Durham are 53 for 4. Armitage on 32. And Dobson yet to get off the mark as Charlie Dean comes into Captain Armitage. Comes forward and defends that. So that was obviously a much more spinny ball there from Charlie Dean, settling in well to her Somerset surroundings. That's played down to short third, but straight to the fielder, Fran Wilson, and there is no run.
.53 for 4. Durham.
Yep. Comes forward and just defends that into the leg side, and there is no run. Sophie Lott tries to dry the ball.
I can feel heat.
I know.
I think there's a heat. Someone's put a heater on.
We asked the guys next door who are doing all the tech things for us. We said, "Can you put the heating up?"
This is delightful.
Oh, I don't want. I might even take a layer off. As Armitage smites that into the leg side, straight to the fielder on the boundary. Has to come in a few yards. They only get 1. It was a good shot, but only 1 run. But that's them's the breaks.
I mean, people watching, if you could just see the square, the way you see the square of the wicket on the square on the screen, it looks like it could be a hot summer's day. It looks really bright now. There are still dark clouds looming, but there are plenty of blue skies, particularly to our right where the LNER stand is in Lumley Castle.
Yeah, it's great surroundings. So that's forward. Just knocked down in front of it from Dobson, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. So we find ourselves, I'm just looking at 10 overs done. So 10 overs, and Durham are 54 for 4. Bates went for nothing, unfortunately, and I had all these things I was going to talk about, New Zealand and winning the World Cup, and anyway, Emma Marlowe for 4, Villiers went for 13, Heath went for 2, Holly Armitage is on 33, And Leah Dobson is about to face her first. Oh no, no, because Armitage pinched the strike, didn't she, with that single? She still hasn't faced a ball yet, Leah Dobson. Armitage surveys the field. Anderson to continue. Tail up. 3 wickets in the bag already, thanks very much.
Ellie Anderson to Armitage.
Defended down respectfully by Holly Armitage. Holly Armitage is a kind of composite character for me of all the players I ever played against for the sort of northeastern teams and the Yorkshire club teams and the Yorkshire county teams. She reminds me of so many of those players from that time. As Anderson comes in. That's defended down again. He's obviously getting a really good line there, is Ellie Anderson, as Katie Jones goes round and fields the ball. And it comes back round the field. Keeping it off this wet grass here at the Banks Homes Riverside, Chesterley Street. Durham, the home team, in the field. Put into the field by by Derbyshire, who won the... Is that right? Which way around did it? Somerset. Did they put themselves into the field?
Yes.
Yes, that's right, thank you. I'm glad someone's paying attention.
54 for 4.
Yes.
Anderson continues her over. Sophie left around the ball again. So we've had a bit of bad weather this morning, but things are brightening up. Anderson charging in. Armitage awaits and she flicks it off the pads square, and she'll get the 1 run for it. She needs to build a partnership with Dobson, who's only faced the 1 delivery so far. .21-year-old Anderson to Dobson, flicking that off the pads, square of the wicket and
off the mark for Dobson.
Indeed, 56 for 4 for Durham after that very early wicket of Susie Bates. Yeah, Ellie Anderson, who came through the Worcestershire pathway, captained the under-18s relatively recently, and that's a decent shot by Armitage. Does find the fielder on the boundary. That's maybe Charlie Dean up there. 57 for 4 at the end of the over. 11 overs gone, 28 remain in this reduced overs game. As we've said, 39 overs per side as it stands. We had an 8-over power play. Holly Armitage on 35 from 36 and Leah Dobson on 1 from 2 balls.
You're listening to the voices of Polly Stark and Claire Jenkins. I have played on this ground, I should say, for Derbyshire.
Oh.
So, yes, this is one of the few grounds that they let me loose on, as that's played into the leg side by Holly Armitage, and they get through for a quick first single. You got that sense that they are trying to do the kind of cliche thing that, you know, run the first one fast and then you've got more chance of getting a second run out, but they only got 1 there, so 1 more to the total. Durham 58 for 4. Dobson to face. A bit of mystery. Straight past the cover fielder. That's a lovely stroke from Leah Dobson. 4 more runs to the total. Durham 62 for 4. Dobson now on to 5. Armitage on 36. Nice shot. Round the fielder there, the short cover fielder.
Could hear the applause of a smattering of spectators who are at various points in the ground. We've got a few in the LNER stand and then over towards the Don Robson Pavilion. A couple, I think, indoors sheltering from the cold and what has been the rain.
And that was wide down the leg side. One more to the total.
63 for 4.
Oh, down the leg side again, so we'll get another wide there. Yeah, they seem to be around the kind of members' areas and things, huddling in the warm. But we do have some spectators. There are spectators in the seats to either side of us, not in the Daffabet stand, but round the other sides. Dean comes in again and loops one up as Dobson plays that forwards, and Sophie Luff chests that down. Obviously, full commitment from the Somerset captain. Sophie Luff. Dean to Dobson. Another dot ball there. She plays that forwards and down. You can hear the chirping from the field from Somerset. They'll be well pleased with themselves getting 4 wickets to this point. Dobson plays that into the leg side. There is a gap. There's a sort of pocket behind Sophie Luff, and they get through for an easy single. Another one to the total, 65 for 4, and that's the end of the over. So we've seen 12 overs here, with 39 overs each. 27 to go. Durham are 65 for 4, and Armitage is 36, and Dobson is on 6.
Yeah, you suspect this partnership is going to be pretty crucial for Durham. Obviously, Armitage going along well, 36 runs so far. Leah Dobson building her innings on 6 now. And, yeah, you want these two to stick together. My concern is I can see Amanda Jade Wellington taking her jumper off, which means
we're going to have some Wello.
Yeah, problems may start for Durham here. Was Amanda Jade Wellington, who is just one of the best overseas signings I think we've seen across the circuit. Obviously been involved in the Western Storm days and has continued now for Somerset. It's taken a good amount of wickets so far, notably 3 for 42 against Surrey, but also the cameo with the bat, 24 from 7 to win the game, as she's bowling from the Finkel end, nice and flighted.
Oh, it's a catch!
It's a drop catch out there.
That was a trap,
Chloe
wasn't it?
Skelton.
I think that was a trap.
Yeah. I mean, it was really loopy by Amanda Jade Wellington, and it carried, and it was like almost like a hot potato situation. And Chloe Skelton dropped
That's a great
it.
description.
I mean, you have to put that down as a really good opportunity and a missed opportunity. Amanda Jade Wellington again, and field is in pursuit as Durham are pushing for 2, and that's good running between the wickets.
Corny out there.
Durham.
Yeah,
she
had to give her a due. She had to come a long way off the rope to get towards that. It's just unfortunate when you get your hands to it and it bobbles. So hard one.
Wellington to Armitage. There'll be no run.
I've never spoken to Amanda Jade Wellington, but she's one of those characters you imagine you could call her Wello. And she'd be quite happy about that.
Yeah, that's her nickname around the team. Mm-hmm. She's known as a great personality to have around the squad. 68 for 4. And of course, very good with both bat and ball.
Her enthusiasm, and I think she's underrated for a cricket brain as well, because when you hear her talk through what she's wanted to do.
Wellington to Armitage. Just has to push that into the ground for no run. She watches so much cricket as well.
Yeah,
so
she's proper badger,
I've seen.
isn't she?
Yeah, so she films a lot for her YouTube and Instagram and stuff.
Wellow's World.
Yeah, and she'll go to India for 48 hours to watch the IPL. I mean, she just really loves cricket, and she's always watching cricket from hotel rooms or wherever she is in the world. That's a difficult ball for Armitage to pick out. She doesn't quite do it, and that's Wellington's first over completed. 13 overs have gone, 26 remaining in this 39 over reduced overs game in the Metrobank One Day Cup. A reminder, Durham versus Somerset, with myself, Polly Starkey and Claire Jenkins alongside me.
Yeah, I was looking at Wellington. So she made her Aussie debut in 2016 in an ODI against South Africa, but she can't get a permanent slot in Australian side. And I did hear her interviewed where she was saying she's got some English roots, and she was
more
actually contemplating whether she could get qualified to play for England. I don't know if Lottie's heard that one, as that's played directly to the backward square fielder, and there is a single. Katie Jones negotiating Holly Armitage to get the ball back.
Yeah, I wonder how close those connections are to the UK, because obviously you need to have a grandparent.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure somebody will tell us as Armitage plays that through the covers. There's a bit of a gap there. There's a big run round. There's a great stop, diving stop, pushing the ball forwards there, out on the rope, and they've got back for 3. That was Armitage hit that, didn't it? She's at the other end. You think that's right? I think that's right. Durham are 72 for 4. Stroke through the covers, and illustrating my point that one should be able to run 3 if the boundary's the right length. Dino comes in again. That's played forwards by Dobson, but there's a dot. It's defending that one as Dino sends the fielder out to the rope again on the deep point boundary. Chloe Skelton patrolling the rope. Dobson forwards, sort of nurdles it round the corner, and they get through for a quick single. There is a chance of a shy, but Armitage is home. So what looks turned it into an easy single, but it was a scramble. Another one to the total. Durham 73 for 4. Armitage on 41. Heading towards a potential milestone there. Facing up, knocking a bat down into the leg side. There is no run. She marks her guard again. Durham captain. An early signing for Durham when the new setup was put in place. Smart move. Ollie Armitage as a captain. Oh, Charlie Dean goes straight through her action there, but ends up with a ball in her hand. Dead ball. I don't think that was a threat to Leah Dobson at the non-strikers.
I think everyone out of Charlie Dean.
Yeah,
would
anything
know.
around Charlie Dean. Famously was run out at the non-strikers end in the game at Lords against India, which was Gillian Goswami's last game, and it kind of left a slight bitter taste, unfortunately. But more of that, as that's worked backward of square by Holly Armitage. They get through for a single. They're quite clear. Just the one then, says Holly Armitage. And that's the end of the over. 14 overs gone. Durham are 74 for 4. Armitage on 42 and Dobson on 9.
This is good from Durham. They're rebuilding after those early wickets, and I think Armitage staying in is absolutely crucial. And I mentioned before, building a partnership with Dobson would be really, really useful, and they need to put up a competitive total on the board. And I mean, they'll be aware of what Somerset have done over the last few weeks, particularly that game against Surrey, where it was also a rain-affected game, and that they'll know what Somerset have in them, and the threats of a man Jade Wellington with both bat and ball, and they'll be wary of that, as Wellington will start her second over from the Finkel end. Wellington to Armitage, chips that up, but it lands safely, no run.
We didn't get the full Dean roll there, but we did get a slide on the knees, because there's usually a roll from Charlie Dean early on. A kit dirtier.
Wellington to Armitage, gets that in the air. It will fall short of a fielder, so it does land safely and kind of bobbles in the ground. So they managed to run through for 2, which I think is a lot better as a result as they expected from as it came off the bat.
Dobson feeling the back of her knee. I hope that's just a little twinge.
Wellington to the Durham captain. He hits that into the ground. Back past Wellington.
Some good good covering from Alex Griffiths just in case that wasn't cut off on the ring. As he goes running in front of us. They put Alex Griffiths in at short leg. I don't know what she's done for punishment.
Wellington to Armitage, and that was defended very tentatively. 76 for 4, Armitage on 44 and Dobson on 9. Armitage is playing cautiously against Amanda Jade Wellington, which I think is a wise move.
Smart.
This time she chips it in the air. That could have been a catch. I reckon Sophie Luff had it in her to get hands on that. It was a difficult one because she was running forward, trying to get
across
under
the line the ball, wasn't she?
Yeah,
Really?
get under the ball. But I mean, I said she was trying to play safely against Wellington, but that didn't look very safe at all. That was a risky shot. Dobson's now on strike, and that's a better example of playing Wellington. Driven down the grounds, there'll be no run, and the end of the over. Second over for Wellington. Just conceded the 6 runs from those 2 overs, so 77 for 4 at the end of the 15th, and 24 overs remain.
Yep, still plenty of time, isn't that? I mean, hoping that we don't get any more rain delays, because that would be, well, it'd just be horrible. And then we're talking about Duckworth, Lewis, Stern, etc. And those calculations don't always work so well in the women's game, and it sometimes leaves the side batting second with some interesting tactical thoughts as Dean continues to Armitage, who plays that straight to Sophie Luff, and she fields that, and there is no run. So we think Lottie's at Beckenham, although it may be a body double. We wonder whether we should make her wear a stripy hat or something so people can spot her, and then also so she could have a better decoys as Dean comes in again to Armitage. That's played down to long on, and there's a trot through for an easy single. Another one to the total. 79 for 4, and Armitage creeping closer to a potential milestone for the Durham captain. Dobson to face this time. She's on 9. What can she add to that? That's played to short fielder, and there is no run. Shouts of Dino in the field. Dobson's shirt getting vibrated by the wind that's out there. There's going to be a wind chill, so on top of the fact that it's already cold, it feels even colder than it actually is. As Dobson, short sleeves, it's making me feel cold. Straight to Sophie Luff, that's another dot.
78 for 4, Dobson on 9, and Armitage 46.
Yes, apparently it's 9 degrees, but it feels like 2 out there. I'm just checking my
Ouch.
weather. Yes, ouch indeed. As Dean comes in again. That's worked behind Sophie Luff into the pocket. They get through for... Holly Armitage thinks about a second, but that would have been suicide. Come on. Captain. That's the end of the over. That's 16 overs gone. Durham are 79 for 4. Armitage getting close to that milestone. She's on 46 and Dobson on 10. Nice partnership building here, you mentioned that. And you also mentioned about if I was facing Amanda Wellington, I'd be being pretty cautious and just hope you can see her off really, and she will bowl potentially a bad ball and hopefully keep it down.
She's such a difficult player to bat against, and I mean, you mentioned her cricket brain. She's so smart with her plans, and just knows where she needs to put the ball. And yeah, she's fantastic at what she does. So I think she comes with that aura already. As she's into Dobson, and there's a misfield. It goes through the legs of the fielder inside the ring, but
Charlie Dean gets a broken nail or something like that.
Yeah, only costs the 1 run
and a nail. Bit of a nouchie.
Wellington to Armitage. There'll be no run again. Charlie Dean this time 2 hands on it. 80 for 4. Holly Armitage 46 and Dobson 11. Once again defended, just trying to see this over out, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I hope for a change of bowl in that end, or to be facing the other end. Will she try and get... I mean, that's the thing. Will Armitage try and get a single to face the next over, not have to face Wellington the next over, potentially?
Wellington to Armitage, this time more expansive, and that's going to race away for 4. That's a nice boundary by Armitage and much needed. Just capitalising off a slightly easy delivery to pick. That's the 50 up for Holly Armitage. It's been a fine innings by her so far. She's had to be patient, but she's got to the milestone. It's her 3rd half century of the season so far. She's in fine nick. Wellington again to Armitage, this time tentative and into the ground. 84 for 4.
You mentioned she's got to be the anchor here, hasn't she, really?
Wellington in a
Please welcome back match umpires Nigel Long and Ben Debenham.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that coverage of Somerset women up at Durham in a dominant position up there. Essex here are certainly in the dominant position. They have a lead of 321. 320. Somerset will be chasing 321. Archie Vaughan navigated that very awkward 1-over spell just before the lunch break. But both teams now have a full session to go at it. Essex are getting in the obligatory huddle, geeing themselves up, and Andy Amid will be taking strike for the first ball off from, I would imagine, Porter. That's my guess, but it wouldn't surprise me if Harmer took the new ball.
Well, he did on Friday evening, bowled just 3 overs along with Sam Cook. It is Jamie Porter, though, who's removed the sweater, so I think you're right, Triggs. I think it's going to be him.
Well, I can only hope that our catch-up earlier on had a chat with Jamie Porter. I'm hoping that I got into his head because we were talking about golf swings, and maybe my little bit of technical analysis maybe just got into his head and can put him off his stride. But another fantastic county cricketer, brilliant bowler. Again, very much in the Sam Cook mould. Looks to challenge off stump, moves the ball naturally away from the right-hander, and has that Anderson-esque sort of wobble seam ball that challenges the pad. So certainly a high challenge here for the Somerset batters. As I said, Andy Amid is going to take strike. And can Somerset get off to a good start? That is the key. Can they keep the wickets out of the end column and get Somerset off to a start, allowing that heavy run-scoring middle order? It's over-reliant, one would say, at the moment. But if the openers can do their job,
maybe this 321 is attainable.
Well, it's not as though time is of the essence. We've got 5 sessions potentially remaining of this match. Here is the first ball of the afternoon then from Jamie Porter to Andy Umeed, who covers up nicely. I found that encouraging. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but I found Archie Vaughan's body language quite encouraging in that over before lunch.
Yeah, he's very correct. He's got a lovely technique and temperament, as we know when he gets in, Archie Vaughan. I suppose the only sort of missing element at the moment is just that confidence, and you get that from being out there and scoring runs, and maybe today's the day.
Defended again by Andy Umeed. Replacement for the injured Sean Dixon in this Somerset team. It was very bad luck for Dixon because after a sticky start he got rearguard runs against Hampshire and then injured while batting at the Oval last week. So another opportunity this for Andy Umeed. Made just 20 in the first innings.
Very nice delivery there from Porter. His modus operandi is to bowl hard into the pitch, and then that danger ball is the one that he just pushes up exactly like that, tempting the drive. That's the one that seems to get that little bit of swing and nip towards the slip cord, and a very high cricket IQ bowler, Jamie Porter. He doesn't give you much to score. Like I said, he hammers into that top of the pad's length and then just searches up a little bit fuller.
Comfortably played again. There won't be a run. As a unit, Somerset desperately need to improve on the 145 they managed in the first innings. Top scorer Josh Davey, the night watchman, with 27.
Yeah, very capable batsman Josh Davey. Very good.
He did very well. He did an excellent job.
Very nice technically. Always looks the part. I'm sure he would have taken that as an opportunity. A little bit of nibble off of that wobble seam delivery. Well left alone by Andy Umeed.
Yeah, 27 Davey, 24 Pretorius. And Umeed, the only other batter to reach 20. First up. So improvement needed.
Yeah, a couple of in and outs in the Somerset innings. You've got to say that when you get into the sort of high teens, early 20s, that's you doing the hard work. You're in. It's about taking one of those scores on to something of a sizable contribution. Porter in and very nicely timed and good over of challenging cricket, well bowled and well played by the Somerset opener.
A maiden either side of lunch for Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. The scoreboard is yet to get rolling. The lesser scoreboard, if I can call it that, by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion has been mended. The mechanics have been brought in, and it looks like it's working fine again now. And there is the summary on your screen anyway.
Do you reckon they went for the switch it off 10 seconds on technique that I do with my TV when the old internet signal goes down?
Or Control-Alt-Delete.
Control-Alt-Delete, yeah, that's always a good one for those frustrated computer users.
I don't know where it's controlled from. Presumably it would be the scoring box, but I'm not sure. Here's Sam Cook.
Outside of my realms of expertise, I'm afraid, Lammy, I can't help you out.
The score box is the one occupied, as far as we can see anyway, one occupied part of the Lord Botham stand, which remains closed.
You'd think in the modern age that, you know, we all carry around things in our pockets that you can watch feature-length films on, but something with a load of numbers up on a giant screen seems to be a bit of an issue. It's not just a Somerset problem, it seems to be a country-wide cricket problem.
But helpfully that scoreboard and its fellow on the other side of the ground behind Gimlet's Hill, they've both got the runs required figure posted. So That's the important one to go on. That and the wickets column. 321 it stands at the moment, and 10 wickets.
A little tempter there from Cook outside off stump. Archie Vaughan still itching for this first run of the game. Nice wide half volley sort of length ball. Probably quite smartly turned away from Archie Vaughan. 3 slips waiting. Paul Walters come out and he's in to cover. Made me laugh at the end of the over. Porter bowled a great over. Walter came strolling over, and you kind of forget how big he is, because Porter is what you'd say is a very sort of normal sized guy, somewhere in the region of sort of like 5'11", 6 foot, I'd imagine. And Walter patted him on the top of the head like he was a child, because he's about 7 foot. Huge man. Tall Paul, as he's been coined in Australia. Yeah, they love him on the Big Bash commentary.
Yeah, it wasn't at all difficult to differentiate between the two Essex openers in this game.
Yeah, he's a big guy. Makes me remember that relatively famous photo of Jefferson and Taylor batting together for Leicestershire years ago. I think Jefferson's 7'1" and James Taylor's about, I'd say he's probably about 5'3". Quite a contrast.
Contrasting levers. Firm defensive push this again, so no runs, but that won't bother Archie Vaughan at all. It's another maiden over. It's a question of settling in first. There's plenty of time remaining in this match. So still 0 without loss. Talking of tall men, I had a good look at Shoaib Bashir in the lunch interval, who was out with Steve Kirby, the Somerset bowling coach, doing some practice deliveries and turning them as well.
Yeah, he's a big lad, isn't he?
Jamie Cox and Jason Kerr, Chief Executive and Head Coach respectively, on top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
In the Ivory Tower. And is that Vic Marks? It is Vic Marks. That's where he snuck off to. He's obviously got a meeting with the CEO. There we go. There's Vic.
Yes, he said he was just nipping off for half an hour. He didn't say where he was going. We know now.
We'll have to question him when he's back, Lammy.
Yep, inside information we want now. But yeah, Shoaib Bashir, he's over 6 foot tall, 6'2", 3, I would guess.
I think that's an underestimation. He's a big lad. I would say sort of 6'4", 6'5". 6'5", I'd say. I think Craig Overton's in the 6'5", 6'6" sort of region.
Yeah, well, he's certainly quite a bit taller than Steve Kirby, who is approximately my height, about 6 foot, I think. Let's have a look, see whether I can get a measurement.
He used to be 6'2" before he got that hunchback curves. All those overs he bowled.
Here we go. 21 years of age, I can tell you straight away.
I think you might have to delve into the semi-accurate Wikipedia for that one.
Yes, I think that's right, isn't it? I'm not going to get it from Cricinfo, apparently. So I'll come back on it. In the meantime, Jamie Porter is into his second over. Oohs and ahs in the slips. Dean Elgar can't believe it. He's gone into the teapot mode with his hands on his head.
Wobble seam delivery just offered back in towards off stump. Two kinds of leave, as they say. Yeah, it's just nipped back, and a coat or two of lacquer there away from that top of off stump.
6'4", Shoaib Bashir. So you're quite right.
I reckon he's been planted over the winter. I think he's shot up a little bit. He looked very tall.
Edged and taken. That is the first Somerset wicket to fall. Andy Umeed without a run on the board. It was a low catch taken in the slip cordon, and Somerset are 0 for 1.
That's frustrating. That's frustrating. I think that's a overcorrection from the tight leave. He's just fished at that with an angled bat. Yeah, that's a nothing shot there from Andy Hamid, and he's paid the price. Good bowling there from Jamie Porter. But I think Andy Hamid would be very frustrated with that.
Good catch by Simon Harmer, got both hands to it. Ended up sprawled on the ground, but the ball safely in the breadbasket.
Are you with me there, Lammy? It's almost like a dab at the ball, isn't it? Very unsure kind of shot.
Yeah, I think he needed to play. It was close enough to his off stump, but it was an indeterminate shot.
It hasn't really done anything. It's just yeah. It's just those little confidence flaws, I suppose, that the Somerset top order have been exploited there. Not saying it wasn't a good ball. It was in a good area. But again, there was definitely a should I, shouldn't I play of it feel about the way that he just offered the bat. And like I said, it was already at an angle going towards slips. But a smart catch, and Essex have struck without a run on the board. So
it was an indecisive shot, really.
It was certainly indecisive and really compounding the woes at the top of the order that Somerset have been suffering all year.
So that is exactly the start they didn't want.
Lammonby to the crease, taking guard what looks to be about 12 inches outside of his crease, trying to negate some of that lateral movement. Nicely played. The end of a 4th consecutive maiden for Essex, and a successful one. Somerset 0 for 1.
Yeah, it's something of a relief probably for Tom Lammonby that he hasn't got to face Simon Harmer at the outset, which he had to when he came in the first innings. Being left-handed, of course, you feel more at risk against the off-spinner. No sign of Harmer in the attack as yet. I'm sure it won't be long before we see him.
Don't doubt it. Thanks to our sponsors, Clark Wilmot Solicitors and WPA Health Insurance. Long-standing partners of Somerset County Cricket Club. Sam Cook to Archie Vaughan. Still yet to score, and that's bounced. Hit him on the thigh pad. A good line, but just did a little bit too much in terms of that little bit of extra zip that you get from the new ball. I'm sure a wicket falling down the other end will give Archie Vaughan that familiar feeling, but you notice there that front foot not leaving the popping crease there. I feel like watching a lot of the dismissals of the Somerset openers, I do feel like crease positions a little bit on the negative side, allowing Sam Cook just to operate on that length. Maybe that 12 inches further forward would negate some of that lateral movement. The one thing that you can be relatively sure of with how good the sort of hand-eye coordination of the Somerset top order batters are, that these two haven't got the pace to really upset you if they bowl short, so you can come down the wicket a little bit further. But again, that takes the confidence that is certainly lacking at the top of the order at the moment. Nicely played by Archie Vaughan. Good stride into the ball, but not really moving from the crease. Not changing the zone that Sam Cook's having to find. It's almost a little bit autonomous the way that Porter and Sam Cook bowls, and I think that's my overriding sensation, that the batters have got to somehow disturb them off of what they do naturally.
Yeah, put them off their rhythm, which looks good at the moment.
Well, we play, we follow, we watch a game that's full of minute angles. You know,
thousandths of inches between nicking it and playing and missing, and when you move out of your crease 12 inches, that changes the landing zone for the bowler by that equal amount, and you think, oh, the bowlers are good enough to change, but again, you're just giving challenge to the bowler. You stay in one position, you know, these guys will land it on a beer mat over and over again in that exact same spot. That would be my way to change momentum in the top of the order. Really sort of, you know, lean into the egos of a seam bowler or a fast bowler, medium fast bowler, whatever you want to call them. Because I don't think bowlers like you presenting that they're not quick, which you would be if you come a couple of feet down the wicket at them. And if you had Sam Cook bowling bounces at you, I think you're winning the battle.
Haven't seen one yet. That's just pushed gently into the covers. It's yet another maiden. So we've had 5 off the reel. One of them with a wicket in it, and it's still 0 for 1. The wind predictor is backing Essex, which doesn't come as any surprise.
0% in the draw.
Well, with so much time left, that's fair enough, I think, and especially given the
zero, no chance,
settled weather forecast. So there's a lot of time left, isn't there?
I've played and seen enough cricket that there's never 0. You wouldn't have given Worcestershire much of a percentage, but they managed to draw, and Lammonby clips that straight ball off of his pads into the boundary boards. Lovely shot to get off the mark.
And to get Somerset off the mark as well. In the 6th over. So they are underway, but with the 1 wicket already on the board. Got a mixture of sunshine and cloud cover at the moment. Porter in his 3rd over. Watchful leave. I imagine that Simon Harmer will come on at the end from which Porter is bowling. It's the only end we've seen spin from in the match so far. Everything behind that, Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of, you know, Lammers has got a few scores this season already. There's a bit of certainty about the way he chooses to play. I mean, I think it's a real sign that there's been thought, you know, taking guard where he's taken guard straight away. You know, not starting in an orthodox position. So he's done his research and feels very, very comfortable. He's a really good natural puller and hooker. Lammers plays the short ball well. So again, it's just a suggestion that he knows where the real challenge is, the outside edge, the pad, and he's just trying to negate that by coming out of his crease. So I like the way he's gone about it so far. Early days. Porter's just been a fraction straight to him. I think if there is a weakness, it's that wider of off-stump line to Lammonby that he can occasionally sort of slash out and offer chances into the slip cordon. That line just about there.
Lammonby hawk-eyed as it goes through to Michael Pepper.
Yeah, a couple on the live stream, sort of somewhat agreeing, yeah. The best players, they use, you know, we were having a chat off air, weren't we? Using the depth of the crease, changing your momentum, your centre of gravity. Good players, they go back and use depth of the crease. They also come forward and they smother the ball, especially when it's moving You know, they really bend that left knee into the ball and get on top of it. Much stronger position than we saw from Umid when he offered that outside edge to Porter. Good bowling though, you have to say. Credit the opposition, they are two very fine performers, 4 for 1.
And there won't be any change for the time being. Be sure of that. Sam Cook's going to continue. So Archie Vaughan still yet to get off the mark. Still 3 slips waiting. Mainly hands in pockets. That won't be much longer as Cook runs in. Played defensively from the crease by Archie Vaughan. That's runs, 4 of them.
Lovely stride into the ball from Archie Vaughan.
We saw a lovely, well, almost identical shot just before the lunch interval, which went straight to the fielder. But that time, the placement was perfect. Found the boundary nicely at backward point. So each of these 2 batters has got off the mark with a boundary. 8 for 1. Not so good, although Cook won't mind it. Little push at a ball that I'm not sure whether. Oh, we'll have another look at it now. Don't think he had to play that.
Yeah, it's just that position on the crease, just getting trapped on the crease. You hear that a lot when you hear other commentators describe a dismissal, trapped on the crease. It's a very familiar phrase in cricket. Things aren't going well as a batter.
Finding a man at mid-wicket this time, Archie Vaughan. Very unusual cap again being sported by Rajita, the Sri Lankan seam bowler, unlike any of the other Essex caps on show.
That's either a packing wardrobe malfunction.
Up in the air, this is going to be taken.
Soft shot. He's got that all wrong. Snater takes the catch. Archie Vaughan is out for 4, a ball back of a length, and pretty hard to describe what kind of shot that was, but it's the end of Archie Vaughan, and I think that really does summarise the brain fog, the lack of confidence in the opening pair, and he departs for 4. So it's been a tough start to the season for the young man.
Yeah, well, he's not going to want to look at that again, I wouldn't have thought. We can. Got the bottom end of the bat onto it and was never in control of the shot. And you could tell from his expression, horror-struck really, as he looked at it, knew he hadn't got hold of it. And it's just a question of getting yourself into position. The substitute fielder, Shane Snater, taking a dolly catch.
Yeah, Tom Abel to the crease now. One of the batters that I think is a must performance here for these 2 out there, including Banton. Yeah, there are three players that I think even the harshest Somerset cricket are relatively happy with how they're going about their business on a day-to-day basis, but the 4 around them, I think, are struggling. There's no other word for it.
Yeah. So Tom Abel is ready. Sam Cook has 1 for 4 and is on his way in again. Just needs to settle. Tom Abel, you've seen an attractive stroke from Tom Lammonby to get him off the mark. And they'll have a conference, these two. Not sure what will be said.
Yeah, probably. I'll try and make this my last comment on it. But even that first ball from Tom Abel, slightly more experience, yes. But even that first stride, you see the line of the popping crease. He's made a stride that's at least 2 feet outside of that, coming at the bowler. Played a nice forward defensive, and it's not definitive, but there's nothing to say that you might not nick the next ball, but you give yourself a chance. Archie Vaughan and Amit, they get trapped on the crease all the time. They don't go back, they don't go forward. They're just putting themselves in such a vulnerable position. They have to do some work on that, whether it be sort of emotional, mental, with the sports psychologists to get themselves in a confident position. You're just not going to score runs at first-class level with your feet not moving outside of the crease. It's almost like their shoelaces are tied together.
Didn't think it would be long before Simon Harmer came on. Here he is, bowling to the left-handed Lammonby, who's going to pick up an immediate single, which I'm sure he'll be perfectly happy with.
Well, if I was Jamie Porter, I'd be fuming. Got 1 for off 3 overs and whipped out the attack. Mind you, it's Simon Harmer, but
he's not quite happy with his approach as yet, just remarking it. Maybe it's an adjustment for the right-handed Tom Abel, who he's going to be bowling to now. Plenty of company. Slip and a forward and backward short leg.
I think those sort of, is it Einstein's definition of insanity, doing the same thing and expecting different results? That is the phrase, isn't it? And I kind of feel there has to be something, a dramatic change of intent, style. You've got to, sometimes you have to fake it till you make it. You've got to falsify that you're in a confident place, because if you just keep playing in that negative mindset, those negative movements, I just don't see how it's going to change around. I think that's probably, we all know these guys can play. There's no doubt about how good they can be. But I just don't see anything in the body language at the moment of the struggling batters that's going to change their outcomes very much. Troubling times, but Abel, Lammonby at the crease at the moment. Batters that have had a number of decent scores this season.
Yeah, I mean, you see, they can do it. It's absolutely right. 1700s in Tom Abel's first-class career. And much depending on him, and indeed on Tom Lammonby, with both openers already gone. 9 for 2. No point thinking too much about that target at the moment. 312 more needed.
Yeah, that's a long way off at the moment. But I think in a sport like cricket that is a non-physical sport, in the sense that you don't, it's not like football and rugby where you sort of, you can get distracted by the physicality sometimes. It's very much a combination of a skills and mental game. I just think if you and this is something I've heard from great players that I've played with in the past, if you don't step over that rope when you're going into battle.
Another edge, but it didn't carry to first slip.
Yeah, that's a nice ball there. He's probably feel quite disappointed. The keeper didn't take a diving specky across first slip. It probably carried to the keeper, but not Dean Elgar.
Have another look at it.
Caught him on the knee. Yeah. No reason why that would have dropped short. A little bit of lack of pace in the pitch.
You might get a better view of that from the other end at some point.
Lambenby's got away with it though, so maybe that's just a little spot of luck Somerset need. It's been all Essex today. But I think in terms of the sort of fake it till you make it mentality, there's no way you can sort of, as we have a look at that, that's a long way away from the keeper and probably short as well. Just one of those ones that doesn't carry, unfortunately. But if you as a sports person step across your line or your rope in this particular sport, and you're going out there with the mentality to either fail or survive, I don't think you're going to put yourself in the best place. You're certainly not going to put your best foot forward and be able to show your abilities. And it's hard sometimes. You're on a string of low scores, but you've got to train yourself that one of your, a lot of cricketers, they'll put the right pad on before the left pad on. They'll have a routine, but also you need to have a mental routine. Regardless of what's gone before, you have to step over that line, going out there, even if you're in a slump of form, like I say, and you have to be of the mindset that you're going to dominate the opposition. Not just survive, you have to go out there to dominate the opposition. Because I think otherwise, there's a number of players here who aren't going to change their confidence level unless they do something upstairs dramatically different. And I'm not talking about playing massively expansive shots. I'm just talking about something that gives yourself inner confidence that you're going to perform. It just looks like we got a few guys here just scratching to survive.
Searching examination of Tom Abel going on at the moment from Sam Cook. As they say, so much of cricket is played in the head, and that's part of it.
Yeah, it's a really tough momentum shift. But if you don't, you got to give it a nudge at the end of the day. You have to change something. And for me, technically good, talented, yes. Mentally, nowhere at the moment. That would be my assessment from up here.
Going to be a run here. Off the mark, Tom Abel. Phew. 11 for 2. The difficulty is, you think how close they got to winning all 3 last season. And then a good start here against Worcestershire, but a match in the end that they couldn't win. Has it got anything to do with that, do you think? Or is there any scarring from the end of last season?
I'd be amazed if the club didn't take anything but positives over, coming so close in all 3 competitions. It was a great season. There's so much water that goes under the bridge between the end of the last game and the first of the next. I'd be amazed if that's anything to do with it. And there's pre-season games. A lot of the players play overseas. Confidence. Oh, what a catch that is. Is it off the pad? Looks like it is. A great catch there at short leg, but looks like that's just hit the top of the pad from Tom Abel. He's one of those super honest cricketers. No interest there from Nigel Long. That must have turned incredibly sharply. Yeah, straight off the knee roll. Probably not a terrible shot for LBW, actually.
See that bat wasn't involved there.
And that is not great signs that there's that much sharp turn and bounce for Simon Harmer.
Didn't look completely comfortable the way he played that one either. Tough and searching times these for Somerset and these 2 batters.
It's going to be a good battle here between the 2 batters out there, Simon Harmer.
Good looking drive. Won't be a run though. It's a man at mid-on.
Tom Abel also very fluent with the sweeps, both conventional and reverse. That'll be something that he will look to utilise once he gets himself in and settled. A lovely shot through the covers. Beautiful from Tom Abel. Over pitch, slightly wide of off stump. And Abel capitalises on probably the only loose ball they've been bowled all day so far.
And hopefully something of a nerve settler from Tom Abel's point of view. His first boundary, beautifully struck. Defensive again. There's a fine lunged dog, as it say on the proceedings, somewhere on the ground. End of Armour's over, 15 for 2. Vaughan and Umid, the two openers, already not taking any further part in the match. Cook is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. It's a pretty silent crowd at the moment. They're always a supportive crowd, and often noisily so, but there's not much to cheer right now.
Yeah, I think there's certainly that sort of club feel. I know a lot of the members, you know, are familiar to a point with the players, and nobody likes to see your own players struggle, especially not the younger guys. It's definitely a little bit subdued here at the county ground, but then again, it is Sunday. It's a day of rest, relaxation, and praise.
Yeah, I arrived to the sound of the bells of St James's, which is right next to us, of course, St James Church, Taunton.
Were they being rung by professionals, or?
It sounded pretty professional to me.
Occasionally they do these at the church. They do these open days where it's sort of come and have a go at ringing the bells day, and just some random people off the streets just start swinging from the ropes. It makes your ears bleed.
Cook again. And yeah, it's a lovely view actually, because I went out into the middle during the lunch interval, and you need to go via the Colin Atkinson pavilion at the moment. You can't get in any nearer to here, but it gives you that lovely backcloth of St James Church and then St Mary Magdalene beyond, which is also called Taunton Minster, and then St George's as well. It's a lovely row of churches, quite similar towers. And there's an attempted off drive from Lammonby, which comes to nothing.
Yeah, that's always that slight area where Lammonby occasionally frustrates, plays the occasional loose drive. Such a nice, easy on the eye player when he gets going. Today's one of those days where he needs to turn something into something substantial. He had that amazing start to his career where I think he got sort of maybe 400s in no time at all, with shots just like that, slightly straight from Sam Cook, beautifully played there from Lammonby, head over the top of the ball, body weight going through it, and he's just turned the wrist and clipped that through straight mid-wicket for 4, 19 for 2.
Precisely where he intended. Split the field. To play that, and well left. One he did play at, also he didn't have to, but then making up for things with that beautifully struck boundary. Anyone with an earpiece in the James Hildreth stand? Give us a wave. Yeah! Excellent. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good eyesight from you, Lanny.
And there is the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. You can see the little box we're in, just in the top right-hand corner. Here we are. Wave you back. Here's Harmer. Runs here for Tom Abel. This time there'll be a couple. Nice timing. Followed up with some firm defence. Appeal from the bowler, not much from around the bat, and nothing from Nigel Long.
That's when you're in struggle street a little bit, when the off spinner can go around the wicket, land it on sort of middle and off, and straighten it back towards the stumps with those two catches on the leg side. It's when your defence is really tested. I think that ball is only fractionally turning down the leg side. Very close. Turned away, luckily, over the catch around the corner. That short leg off the pad, says Nigel Long.
Another look at it. Yeah, turn. So bat not involved.
That looks like a really dangerous position. Abe's is getting in there. That front pad going down the line of the wickets. If that doesn't bounce, he's going to be very adjacent off for LBW. Very good piece of bowling from Simon Harmer.
Leave at the end of the over from Tom Lammonby. The last 5 Essex wickets fell for just 7 runs before lunch in 7 overs and 3 balls. But by then Essex were so far ahead that they wouldn't have been too fussed about it. And that's certainly still the way it looks at the moment after they've already dismissed the 2 Somerset openers.
Porter's back in the captain's good books after his disappointing spell of 1 for 4. He's managed to get himself another bowl. He's replacing Sam Cook, who also was successful from this end, dismissing Archie Vaughan. So a bit of a relentless feeling here for the Somerset batters. You've got a quality spinner at one end and 2 very fine seamers rotating at the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Abel on strike.
Nicely driven. That's going to be 4. Backward of point. Timing was good. And bobbles over the rope with something to spare. They've also got a Sri Lankan test seamer in reserve. To well, I shouldn't really say in reserve, but as well as the 2 you mentioned, Pete, the Cook-Porter combination.
Well, he's easy to pick out, as you said earlier, with the slightly different baseball style cap. I think it was just before Archie Vaughan was dismissed we were starting to talk about that. It was either a packing malfunction or Essex have a capping system where you wear a baseball style cap if you're uncapped and the felt cap if you are capped. Some of the, well, most of the clubs I think have retained that tradition. You used to get a Somerset Wyvern with a 2 underneath. That was a second team cap, and you got presented that when you made your first class debut, and then you had to put a decent shift in for a season or 2 to get the main cap. Most cricketers' prized possessions. Yeah, tall Paul there at mid-wicket. I'm sure he's got his felt county cap.
You kept yours, Pete?
Yeah, I've got mine in a nice little presentation case with a couple of like 5 for balls and a couple of scorecards where I had a reasonable day out. But yeah, I mean it's not in a good state. The Somerset caps in particular, if you remember, mine, Trez's, Hildy's, they were used for so long that they went brown. Yeah, and all the felt was coming off around the peak of the cap. Looks well used, so I'm quite proud of that.
Yeah, it's a rather pleasant tradition here, actually, isn't it? They start off as dark blue, I think, don't they?
Yeah, I think that combination of you know, hard work, sweat, the sunshine, and the occasional bit of spray of Thatcher's gold, you can slightly change the shade of them. Yeah, it's almost like the badge of honour as Lamamy plays a beautiful square drive through point. Bit of width on offer there from Porter and a very easy on the eye shot there from Lamamy.
Gosh, I think maybe a splash of Thatcher's might date back to 2019 at Lord's, maybe, that final that you were involved in victoriously.
Yeah, I think there's a photo up somewhere in the dressing room of us celebrating that, and well, you can definitely tell from the eyes that something's something's amiss.
I like that. I like the rasping shot followed by the firm defence to conclude the over.
Yeah, but isn't it chalk and cheese, these two, as opposed to the opening two, in terms of just their movements up and down the wicket, good footwork, more importantly their centre of gravity shifting back towards the ball. Tough conditions, no doubt, but these two looking like they're going to give they're going to have to be bowled a very good ball to get them out in the mode that they're playing at the moment. So excellent from these two so far. Somerset are 31 for 2, 13 overs gone. We started with 5 maidens, I think, Lammy. So Essex not giving much away.
What Somerset desperately need is for at least one of these two, preferably both, to go on. They're both into double figures now. They've both had a bit of a sight of it. Can they go on? Harmer to Abel. Single. Harmer won't mind that. He's got a left-hander to bowl to now. From Lammonby, well forward, looking to nullify the spin. Oh, is that another one? There's a big appeal. It's given not out though. Nigel Long
missing off stump. He's called that as missing off stump, and then he's wagged his finger at extra cover for a bit of an over appeal, maybe.
Well, you can't really have much of an idea from extra cover whether it's out or not. It's not far away though, is it?
Off the pad, probably clipping at best off stump. Straight to the reverse sweep. Lammonby's going to pick up a couple of runs. He's had enough of that feeling of being exposed. Yeah, you have to say what you want out of your umpire is consistency. I think Leach had a couple that were right on the knife edge as well, so all credit there to Nigel Long. 2, 3 very marginal decisions. He sided with the batter, and you can't complain at that.
Nice, yeah, lovely from Lammonby. He'll get a couple here.
Lovely use of the depth of the crease as he pops that through mid-wicket for another couple. Very unusual to get hit on the back shin and be outside of off stump, but again, just that margin of benefit of the doubt to the batter, which is the way it should be. Nigel Long calls over. Somerset 36, just about for 2.
It was a fierce appeal, wasn't it, as well? Let's have another look at it. Look at the way they're going up. That's part of the pressure that comes onto the umpire. And he's as solid there as a lighthouse in a storm, Nigel Long.
Yeah, he said missing off. He's pointing his finger. He said, "You got away with a couple too." I reckon. If I had to guess what he said there.
It's a good umpire, Nigel Long. He's been around a long time. He'd have been. You'll know him from your playing days.
Yeah, he certainly has. Many a chat with him at square leg.
Jamie Porter then, under bright sunshine. Bowling to Tom Abel. It's still pretty quiet, but they've had some nice strokes to enjoy. Not many as yet from these two, but the beginnings, perhaps. Another single for Abel.
Playing well, Lammerby taking guard. I think he's extended that sort of 12 inches to closer to 2 feet outside of the crease. Now he is miles down the wicket. If he gets a good stride in, it'll take him outside the line. As long as he doesn't miss a full straight ball, he's in a good position to put the bowler, or at least challenge the bowler to change his length and line a fraction.
Yes, he certainly is. He's possibly further outside his crease than he was at the other end. As Porter bowls to him, sharp call for a single, which they get comfortably. Abel backing up.
Great batting. Well played. 2 quick lads between the wickets as well. Trust each other. Played an awful lot of cricket with each other now. I really like that from Lammerby.
Have a look at how things are going on up at Chester Street, where Somerset's women are in action. Made a good start up there. We'll check on progress at the end of this over.
Again, a great display there from Tom Abel outside of his crease. Big stride into the ball. Good left knee bend, which brings your centre of gravity over that ball, smothering that delivery there from Porter. Give yourself the best chance of getting through this tough little period, playing defensive shots like that.
And again.
Copy, paste, repeat, isn't it? Very good cricket, good challenging first-class cricket here on display here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A good bowling attack with runs on the board. 2 very high-quality batters at the crease. Certainly need to put a score on the board today. Excellent as well. Tommy Abel moving very well up and down the crease, up and down the wicket.
Shane Snater, the fielder at cover. He's on for Jordan Cox, who
spectacular dive there
while
at
batting.
cover, but couldn't cut
managed
that off.
to get through to his 100 before
Fraser.
retiring hurt.
Again leaped up straight to the fielder.
173 for 6 in Durham.
173 for 6.
With
just
8
over
or
7
so
overs
overs to
remaining.
go.
What can they get to?
7.
They want to push beyond 200 at this stage. So
well, I was
what can
moaning
Fraser
about
and
how cold it
Turner
was up
add
north.
to that?
Looks like it's a bit chilly. I think
Fraser
the
comes
old
forward and defends that, and that's another
players
dot.
there have got the old short sleeve jumpers on, so a bit
Somerset
fresh
will be
up there in
wanting
the
dots
northeast.
and wickets, and Durham.
Somerset women have won 2 out of their first 3 games, so a good start to the season for them. They've got a couple of the England players available for selection. Pretty important to get off to a decent start.
Back here at Taunton, it's Simon Harmer bowling to Tom Lammonby, who takes another sharp single. Field needing to adjust for the right-handed Abel. Cannons into short leg fielder. Bounces back off him. And that's past him for a single. Sam Cook is doing the fielding down at long leg. And there's a youngster not far away from us who isn't enjoying the cricket very much at the moment, crying his eyes out. Dear, dear, something's gone wrong for him or her.
Where is the effects, Mike? Is it down on the next? Right
Down below us, I think, yeah. On the Thatcher's balcony.
I saw a little youngster in the when I got me lunchtime pasty. Baby down there. There he is. He wants to be put back into bat. That's what's going wrong.
Oh, look, he's settling down a bit now.
The next generation of Somerset fans and maybe players.
Reverse, and he's found the fielder. To his irritation, I suspect, because that was played pretty well. Kept the strike though, Tom Lammonby.
Just doing enough to keep Simon Harmer frustrated and out the wicket columns at the moment. A couple of residents of our Pegasus building there up on the balcony, enjoying a brew. And Essex Eagle's just taking a little nap.
The Eagle has landed.
He's happy with proceedings at the moment. He's chilling out for a bit.
Looks like he's had a Thatcher's.
He's probably just disappointed that the fish and chips under the Botham stand has been shut down for the day due to a drainage problem. I normally go for a lap of the ground when I'm on a break, but I decided not to, just in case. Got me new trainers on.
I didn't get as far as the Botham stand. The Colin Atkinson Pavilion was fine for me.
They're not designed for wading.
Well fielded. That's a good stop from Jamie Porter. I don't know whether it had the power. Had he not stopped it, whether it would have gone for 4. It's quite possible that it would have done. It's a good stop. Firm defence next from Tom.
Very nicely played there. And I wonder what's going on with that conversation up there. Trescothick chatting with coach and director of cricket Wouldn't mind winding the clock back 10 years and getting him striding out, opening the batting, eh, Lammy?
Oh, that would be
I think
good.
that would sort out a few issues.
Absolutely.
The great man himself. Somerset's highest century maker, if that's probably the way to describe it. Was it 52 he got in the end? 52 centuries, I think, was the number. Absolutely extraordinary servant of the club and English cricket.
And Somerset's second all-time run scorer after the man after whom the hill is named, just over to our left, Harold Gimblett.
Yeah, you think that maybe a little would be a good time for the Somerset openers to offer the great man a cup of coffee and a chat, just to see if they can pick his brains and talk about how he used to go about opening the batting. Such a challenging position. Such a challenging position.
But wouldn't be at all surprised if the opening issue is one that's cropping up on that balcony at the moment. Vic is back, thence.
Should we rock, paper, scissors?
Doubtless with lots of news for us about what's been discussed.
We spotted him, didn't we?
We did indeed.
We spotted it. His head poking through the window. Jamie Cox, Jason Kerr and Sarge. So we're expecting some pearls of wisdom for you, Vic. No pressure.
Do you want a break or me? I'll go. No I'll let you grill Vic.
Lammy won the rock, paper, scissors. I went scissors. He went rock. Vic's going to come and join me. He's had a meeting in the Ivory Tower. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support. Palmer to Abel. Some challenging times, but ball spinning sharply back into the sumps from that around the wicket position. Those catches on the leg side very much in the game, and LBW certainly looks a threat at the moment. Down the wicket from Abel. Well stopped by Snater at mid-wicket, but positive intent there from the Somerset number 4. How are you, Vic?
Well, I've just climbed the stairs. Again.
I'll give you a minute.
Sorry, I think I've recovered.
So, tough start again at the start of the innings, Vic. Any thoughts?
Well, I can exclusively tell you this. It's a terrible view from up there. You've got no idea what's happening.
Yeah, well, I suppose I think the only thing you can see that is something that I've been talking probably too much about is the lack of movement off of the popping crease.
Ah, yeah, that's true. You can see that. Against, have you been talking against, in terms against seamers and spinners?
Well, it was only seam the top two, but yeah, just
against
just
seamers,
sort of nothing. You know, that's the position you'd imagine a player with no confidence would get in that's not going to score any runs.
Well, I take that point, and some of the great players, really great players, and you'd have played one or two of them, it used to amaze me how far they got forward in playing against opening bowlers. Ponting, big step when he was defending. I'm talking about a really good player. Tendulkar, little man, he still get a huge stride in somehow. It's not as easy to do as you think. And they always used to hit the ball as well. They got a left leg out of the left leg wasn't in the way.
Well, one thing
Richards, actually, IVA, even though he played across his front pad a bit. I'm sure Robert should have told him. He played across his front pad.
He had quite a good eye, though, didn't
he? So it's not just against spin we're talking necessarily against them. Especially the English-style seamer. That's why a lot of test openers, they're much happier playing against sort of 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, where they reckon they can basically play off the back foot. And then they might come back into county cricket, and who was playing against, what's his name, Darren Stevens, when he was in his 40s. Used to give Trez nightmares, I think, thinking about playing against him. 73 miles an hour, but wobbling around in the air and off the pitch.
Yeah, I
Very
mean,
different. Anyway, that's another.
Rajitha into the attack, Sri Lankan international bowler. I've never seen him bowl, so looking forward to this. But we had a brief discussion, the three of us. Bending of the left knee, which takes your weight into the ball, which can also give you the illusion of a bigger stride as well. I think a lot of the great county players that I played a lot against, Ram Prakash, Hick, it felt like once they'd played a shot off you, they felt like they were on top of you at the end of your mark, and they hadn't really moved that far, but because they bent their left knee, their body weight, their upper body was also coming towards you, and I think, you know, reflecting on the two dismissals and a lot of the defensive play from Vaughan and Hamid in particular, straight left leg, feet not really moving, even though they're getting some sort of a stride in. Unless you bend that front knee, your body weight stays very neutral and you never get back into the ball. And that I really do feel is an area that those two will have to work on.
Yeah.
And I think watching Abel and Lamb be back now, you know, there's nothing to say they won't be dismissed, or they might come unstuck, but it's really, really noticeable. The first time both of them took guard, 12 inches outside of the crease, massive left knee bend, and they look like they're quarter of the way down the wicket when they play their shots, and they've looked like they're giving the bowlers a much sterner test, and it feels like one of the seamers is going to have to bowl a great ball to dismiss them when they're in those positions.
Yeah. It's all just, as I say, you don't get the same picture, but I've just watched him there, and when I watched him this summer, it's incredible how tall he stands in his stance. In fact, I thought he might have adjusted it slightly. He's almost standing up straight sometimes in his stance.
Yeah, that's probably the first loose shot, but as you can see there, he's 2 foot outside of his crease. He's nice and tall, and hopefully he'll execute it pretty well there. He's got a good movement back into the ball. He's picked up a couple of runs. But I think the biggest point is you're moving your centre of gravity, your upper body, your arms, in a sense, into the ball.
If you think about it more in terms of your head than your legs, your legs tend to follow your head anyway, I suppose. So you are going to get that left foot, if you're right-handed, is going to be a bit further down the crease because it's following the head. Is that fair?
Well, absolutely. I mean, when I coach youngsters, I do some coaching at Millfield School, and if I'm coaching someone that's very new and raw, the first thing I do, we play a little game. We talk about other sports, but I also say stand with your feet together and lean your nose towards me, and they'll go so far, and then their front foot has to step forward. And then I ask the question, what do you think would happen if you didn't put your foot forward? I'd fall on the floor, sir. They call me sir as well. I mean, it's very unusual. I correct them and ask them to call me Pete very quickly, but I'd fall on the floor, sir. So again, like taking the game back to the real sort of roots of some sort of technique. I get when the ball's coming down, I said just take your nose to the line and the pitch of the ball, and the foot follows, and all of a sudden you get the basis of what is quite a good technical position.
Yeah, interesting idea. Get your the nose. Get your nose towards that ball. They usually talk about actually smelling. Smelling.
Smell that leather.
Yeah.
Which, if you were playing against the West Indies in the 70s and 80s. No, but I think there are some fundamentals, and like I said, me and Lammy were talking about change in momentum. As a fan, and knowing the guys, and they're great lads. So you want them to do well, and I suppose when you sort of get sort of frustrated or you sort of feel down about the whole situation that they find themselves in, is they don't seem to be doing things that's going to change the outcomes. And I think if you, and I said this to Lammy as well, how many times in commentary would you have said the phrase he got stuck on the crease?
Yeah.
Or how many times you would hear that? It's such a bad position to be in, stuck on the crease. Yeah. And those two, they don't.
I was up there and I actually missed. I just turned round I heard a groan and I turned around, and so it was a missed pull from Vaughan. Is that right? From a sort of static position. So I didn't see that. He's obviously, I mean, he's a good player. He's a good player, but he's starting out, and there's plenty of faith in him. It's just that this is the sort of stuff you very often have to go through. Being tossed into opening a batting, which is probably as demanding as anywhere. But there's plenty of time to sort that out.
Yeah, I think it's a change of momentum that's needed. I think as a sports person, you get to a low point where you're actually forced in a position where you have to do something different in terms of your mentality, your technique. Might be a combination of the both. I suggest watching Archie when he plays well and Umid when he plays well. It's more what's going on upstairs, that bit of brain fog, coming off the back of a few poor scores, and just remembering really how you move and how you play when you are playing well, when you score runs. You have to delve into that, the archive sometimes, and go, well, this is the way I play. Watch your dismissals and then ask the question, is that what I do when I play well?
Did you often watch much of your play during a season? If you were quite content with the way you were batting, was there the facility to do that?
Yeah.
When you were playing, it's not that long ago, is it?
I think, to be fair, the majority of the times I wanted to watch my dismissal to see if the umpire was
wrong,
had stuffed me out of sight or not, and it was more of a complaint point. But no, I used to use Trez's sounding board quite often, and I remember something that really resonated with me. It would almost certainly would have come off the back of a couple of low scores. When I'm playing well, Trez, what does it look like? That was the question. I can remember him. He says, I know that you're not a conscious sort of back and across press or anything like that, but when you play well, Triggs, he says it looks like you're stepping towards me at the non-striker's end before the bowler's bowling. And I actually then did bring that into my game from a conscious point of view. But again, so I used to just step my back foot forward, but that would just, again, shift my weight into the bowler, so I was already sort of cheating the position I wanted to get into. So if they came in full, I'd be there, and I always used to like taking on the short ball, so I was in a great position. As soon as I was neutral on the crease, I was in trouble.
So that was one of your checks. If you were going through a dodgy period, am I still doing that?
Well, the extreme version of my game, which isn't relevant to anyone but me, but the point is, so if I was stinking it up and really struggling, and I was fishing at the ball and getting into the positions we watched early on, I'd just come down the wicket to a bowler, not always with the intent to belt it, but I would just walk down the wicket or run down the, just to, and if that shot was successful, it would remind myself that having my weight coming back down the wicket is what most players need, I think, in my opinion, to play well. I mean, you look at the great county cricketers. Trez had a big back and across movement. He didn't move his front foot an enormous amount, but he did get that knee bend. But he always felt like his body weight was over his right leg, his front leg. That was the position where he used to nail those cover drives. Graham Hickett used to feel, like I said, he was like a quarter of the way down the wicket when he cover drove you. And I think it's crazy not to look at guys that have scored 40,000 runs and think they're onto something.
I mean, from my point of view, I just think there was just not that facility when I played. I used occasionally, they used to have the highlights of a B&H quarter final on 10:30, and I may have got 35. So, and I'd see one shot that might have gone to the boundary, and it was the shot that I felt that I was a kind of little image of Barry Richards. And then I watched it, and it's a shoveling off drive that just dribbled over the boundary. It was so disheartening. But that's all I ever saw, because we didn't have that, the technology of seeing stuff on the telly.
Lovely little delicate flick down the leg side, maybe a bit of a hint of an edge, but that brings up the 50. Lammonby 29, Abel 17. Just.
I think he's got a lot of bat on that. I mean, he is. That's one of his deft areas, getting bat on that ball that's just going down leg side. So 50's up. This is a substantial partnership for Somerset in this match. In fact, Lammonby, I can tell you, is now the highest scorer for Somerset in this match. 29.
And then that's enough said, isn't it?
So he's
plenty more required from the bat of
Absolutely.
Lammonby and Abel.
Well, Abel's they're coming over the wicket for the first time, I think. He's bowled nearly everything so far around the wicket to the right hand as Harmer, but he's just changed his angle. He won't do that for the left-hander, of course. I'm sure he's, like most modern off-spinners, he's happier to have a left-hander at the other end.
Yeah, I have to admit that when you do see yourself play certain shots, you have that mind's eye of how the shot looked, and then and the reality
Is
of.
a little. Oh, no, I don't think it applied to you particularly at all, but it did apply to me. I remember that. But I would have, nonetheless, I would have loved to have had some of the analysis that is commonplace now. A bit about, your dismissals or what you were doing while you were batting. Perhaps even some good innings to try and pick up what is it that I'm doing well here and why can't I do it tomorrow. And likewise with bowling, I'm fascinated about pace of, what sort of pace was I bowling?
I think the
What's
game.
my optimum pace?
Yeah, I think the game as it is.
It's been given.
Lammonby looks a bit confused there. Let's have a look at that replay. He's unsure. Let's have a little look. Harmer strikes, as he often does.
It looks like he's hit his back leg. I mean,
I think that one, it's very close. I think Nigel Long turned one down very, very similar to that off maybe 4 overs ago, and very similar clipping off stump. I think is probably the.
Yeah, well, I think it pitched in line, certainly. I think when it hits the back leg on power strike, I mean, Long has given quite a few. I mean, Leach thought he had a couple of very good shots. Here we go again. Well, there's no question that pitch is on, I think. I mean,
Incoming batter for Somerset, sponsored by King's College, number 18, Tom Danson.
Yeah,
but it is out. He raised his finger.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so I think that's the second time he's been done on the outside edge. Yeah, I don't think you have too many complaints. Probably just hitting the outside half of off stump. But that brings Somerset's individual highest run scorer with that 371, and my, he needs at least 50% of those today. This is going to be a huge partnership in the context of the game. Banton and Abel. Abel's played beautifully for his 19 so far. Banton, we know the shots that he can play against spinners. How quickly will he go to the sweeps and the reverses that he plays so well?
Well, he got off the mark doing that. I don't know whether he'll do that today. Hello. It doesn't look too shabby. So Harmer strikes. First wicket.
54 for 3 here. Essex buoyant. The end of the 22nd over. Harmer has struck, and a massive job for the Somerset middle order. A recurring theme. 2025 Rothesay County Championship season.
Yeah, it certainly is. Struggle to get runs at the top of the order, and then that, of course, it filters down, because one of the features of Somerset sides of recent years is the capacity for the guys at sort of 6, 7, 8 have often been significant contributors. Hasn't happened this year, and it's less likely to happen if they keep coming in when there's, you know, it's a 99 for 5 or something like that. We haven't had those sort of great rear guard actions from very capable batsmen that we've had in that 7, 8, 9 region in recent times.
Yeah, Gregory's put in a few performances. Pretorius, much the same. I like that from Tom Abel.
It's okay, it's not off the meat, I don't think, but if you go at those with a bit of venom, even the edges are going to fly. That will end up. Let's have another look. Perhaps I'm being unfair to him.
That would have definitely been a Robbo. If they're going to catch him, make it sting.
Yeah, well, he got a lot of bat on that. I don't know whether he was intentionally going over, but that's raced away. I think you can't. Well, the draw's out of the question. So, if you get anything loose from the seamers, you might as well go for it. By and large, it's going to be, I think, more difficult to score off Harmer than it is to seam bowlers, even though there's still been just a little bit of assistance. Pitch has changed colour as the days have gone by. But there's still something there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's enough to keep the seamers interested, but Harmer certainly looks to be the real danger here for Somerset. Again, what often happens, you put so much sort of mental effort into negating what he's doing, it's hard to have that same level of concentration down the other end. Rajitha picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. 2 wickets.
But only in 5 overs, so he doesn't have much work to do, actually.
He'll be nice and fresh.
Yeah. Naturally kind of shapes it away from the right-handers. Or perhaps that's unfair. Perhaps he swings it against it just a little bit. It's not a huge swing, but there's a little bit of movement there.
He's got nice slinginess to his action. He's getting a nice bit of shape. He's got a nice breeze at his back, pushing him towards the batter. But Abel has looked very good since coming to the crease. Been moving well.
Well, Rajit, he's played, I think, 18 tests for Sri Lanka. You know, he's got some pedigree. You won't be used to seeing such green pitches. Here we go. You're the bowling expert here. It's nice and close to the stumps.
Yeah, it looks very, very orthodox. Just got that lovely, languid sort of motion, a little bit of sling, snap, if you want to call it that, in as he releases the ball. Just gets that little bit of zip. I'd imagine, looking at him, he's got that potential on the right day to bowl some quick spells.
Yeah, he's quite old. Well, for a fact, he's 31. Quite old, but not now. It's not old to you, but he's not a spring chicken. He's been bowling for a while.
I've got to that age where
Are you bowling at the moment?
Where I hear someone at the early 30s, and I'm like, oh, that was such a nice time.
Well, indeed, we've all.
Yes, I do the occasional bit of bowling, and it is very painful. I regret every ball.
Okay, well, here's Tom Banton. As I say, it's the first quarter of an hour against the spinner, first 20 balls or so. That's it.
Oh, that's turned sharply and bounced just a bit too much. I think the bounce there has saved Banton, but once you see those balls from around the wicket turning sharply back, it's very hard to feel like you're safe playing in an orthodox manner. Oh, that's very close, just a fraction high.
Maybe, yeah. understand why they were keen on that, but it might have been just above those knee rolls. He varies his pace well. That was quite a quick ball, and it was a bit fuller than he thought, but it did turn. Got him above the knee roll. Probably saved him. That's where you need those little pads.
Armour feels very much in the game there, playing back. Yeah, that full delivery, spinning sharply, very much in play. The short leg and the short leg fielder that's around the corner at leg slip. Oh, he's gone for the sweep. Executed well. One bounce towards Tractor down there. He makes some sort of feint at a dive. He would have stopped it if it had gone over the boards. 4 runs there to Banton. I think that's definitely going to be a theme for Banton, is to play his sweep shots.
Well, he's now pushed that second leg side boundary field. He's got a man at deep mid. In fact, he's got 3 men on the boundary, really, on the leg side. Long on, square deep mid wicket, and deep out with square leg.
I'd almost think that Bance would feel safer in terms of not getting out playing a sweep shot than he would those back foot defensives at the moment.
Yeah, but that's true. But he's got to keep them down now because there's men protecting that boundary. He hasn't given us the reverse sweep yet.
Well, I think I'm right in saying that the man we mentioned earlier, Marcus Roscothik, I think he got a magnificent double 100 at Gould, didn't he, against Muralitharan and Cohen, virtually almost swept every single ball, or certainly a high percentage.
I'm not so sure. I saw the innings. I don't think it was 200, but I think it was a big 100. I don't know, because I think you'd have to ask him. He's just rolled up.
Yeah,
I'm not sure he did sweep that much, actually, that game.
I can
that particular game, I don't know.
I can remember him coming to
It
nets.
was an awesome innings.
And I can remember him coming to nets and saying to Leach or Don Bess or whoever it was, just to let you know, I'm going to be sweeping every ball.
Do you know that?
Did you?
Well, it was that long ago. I mean, he must have played that innings in about 2000.
No, this is sort of much later on.
Okay, but before he went to that innings he played in Sri Lanka against Murali was quite a long time ago, quite early in his Test career, I reckon. And you'll find this hard to believe. But,
no, not.
But I remember Robbo asked me to come up. I know I'm only in my 40s.
I mean,
and they had a spinning mat somewhere, and I came and bowled at Marcus before that tour. I can't say I was really doing my Murali impressions.
I was that could be one of the great sort of indirect. What's the word I'm looking for? Compliments, really, couldn't it? So
yeah.
I'm going out to face the guy that ended up with 800 Test wickets. I need a like for like, Vic Marks.
Well, no, I think it was just a process of elimination, Pete. And at that stage, Murali ain't got those wickets. But I do remember coming to bowl. Robbo was not that similar to the left arm spinner, whoever he was, possibly. And I came and bowled for a morning at Marcus, who was sweeping a lot then, just to practice. And they did have a mat that they thought would turn, and some I think one or two might have done. Anyway, he did get 170 or some such thing, but I don't think. I mean, he did. He was such a big thinker, Marcus. I remember turning up here just before he was about to make his Test debut, which was against the West Indies in about
2001.
He played in the one-day games. He was going to play against the West Indies, and I remember popping in here, and Kevin Shine was around, and there was a net over there, and Kevin was throwing the ball at him. He had an intense net, and he was going to face Corby Walsh especially. And what he was practicing was leaving the ball. I mean, he wasn't leaving everyone because that was part of the practice, but essentially he was thinking, well, Walsh is going to, I know that line, he's only going to practice leaving the ball, and then could you throw him from around the wicket because he'll come around the wicket at some point. And that's what he practiced. He nearly got runs, actually.
I remember him facing Shiny. He used to go in the indoor school because it was the fastest surface, and he used to get Shiny to bowl him, and Shiny could still bowl quick, and he'd bowl off him from like 16 yards.
Really?
It was intense to watch.
Yeah,
No doubt the reason why he had so much success. Beautiful shot there from Tom Abel.
Good shot for Note. I did once sort of have a little speaking session with Murray, and I delighted in telling the assembled throng that we've got 2 off spinners here with a combined number of between us we've taken 111 test weeks, whatever, 811 test weeks, or something like that. And sadly, Murray had 800 of them anyway.
Yeah, lovely guy, great bowler.
Did you face him?
Yeah, a few times.
When he played for Lancashire?
T20 cricket.
Oh, right,
And 50 over cricket, yeah, he was quite something. I played with him actually when I played at Kent. He was the overseas player, so I played a number of games. I was always amazed with Murali. He'd take a 3 or 4 for, and he'd be absolutely buzzing, like genuinely, absolutely thrilled. You're like, mate, you got 700 test wickets. He just loved bowling. He'd come in the nets, and it was one of the first time, one of the few times where I faced a bowler and felt completely useless. That was back in that shoulder operation that he had, where he would spin his doosra that was unpickable 2 foot, and his off spinner would spin 2 foot, and I just play the bounce line and either get hit on the pad or miss every ball. He was something special, that's for sure. Close.
Well, that got him on the back. Once it gets him on the back pad, you get excited, and they did get excited. But
is there a suggestion of why it wasn't given out?
Well, it might have been. I suppose it could have spun too much. I think also, yes, you're always thinking that because this pitch is turning, it's quite difficult for the umpire. Sometimes I would guess to establish in a very short space of time how much has that one turned. Has it turned enough? Too much? Or just the right amount?
Yeah, I think that was certainly one of the. I think he turned down a couple of very close ones off Leachy, and I think that was in the back of his mind. And I know Lammonby got hit on the back shin, playing back to one, and I think that same sort of thought process saved him for that first time. But yeah, there's plenty here for Harmer to work with. 63 for 3 here.
Yeah, and I think getting that Lammonby wicket, he's gone outside, and that's how he got out the first thing, sort of. He got caught slip. That angle is a dangerous one, obviously. But you get a wicket, and suddenly you relax a bit, and somehow it spins a bit more confident.
Yeah, the round. Harmer and Jeetan Patel. If there's if there's excessive spin available, they're both so good at playing that around the wicket angle because they spin the ball hard. They get that little bit of drift away as well. And then one can either go on with the arm if it doesn't catch a rough spot, or it hits a rough spot and spins sharply back, and it is an absolute nightmare. But what won't be a nightmare will be the Beer and Cider Festival. Well, Somerset take on Durham on Friday the 8th of August, but it could be a nightmare if you have one or two too many.
Well,
so
I'm told there's 100.
100 different sides. That would definitely be a challenge, especially.
Well, it'd be a bit of a nightmare if you tried them all.
Yeah.
But don't you split them out?
I'm not sure the Miss would be too happy after 100 siders rolling back in.
Well, no. Well, I don't know whether you've got any past experience to go by there, but we won't go there either.
I've never had 100 siders.
No.
But I have had an angry wife a few times after a few too many. Yeah, we've all been there.
So it's just a little bit of.
There's enough going on out here for spin and seam. Challenging times. Tom Abel's batting very nicely for his 23. Tom Banton on 6. Already. A couple of relatively close LBWs so far. But they've have gone the Somerset batters' way at the moment. Big job to be done for the rest of today. The winning score of 321 is an awful long way away at the moment, but Somerset do have very capable middle order. A little misfield there at mid-wicket, and I think Tom Abel's going to pick up 3 for his troubles. Well run. When was the last time you bowled in anger, Vic?
In anger? Well, the last time I bowled anything was 2012, I think.
2012.
And that wasn't really in anger. It was just creaking over there. I haven't played a game of cricket since 2012.
What was that? Was that a Taverners or?
It was an international match, actually. I was playing for the Old Blundellings against France.
Big game. Where was it? Was it
Tiverton?
Oh, in Tiverton. Okay. Not anywhere nice and exotic.
Well, yeah,
South of France or something. We still haven't had our game of golf, have we?
No. I'm not playing well either. But anyway, that's by the way. So yeah, that was it. After I'd finished that game, I announced my retirement from international cricket. Because I never did earlier on. I was retired.
I must have missed that in the old ECB, on the ECB app.
Well, it's just that I think I did that because I remember, I'm sure you had some good battles with Robert Croft. Was he still playing when you?
Yeah. Plenty of games against Crofty.
And I just
Croft and Koska.
I always remember just somewhere along the line. I'm a pressman there, but Crofty sort of announcing his retirement from international cricket. But this was about a year after they dropped him anyway. so I sort of kept. I thought, I can announce mine then, albeit some while after I'd stopped playing. But you've had some good battles with him, I imagine.
Yeah, a lot of one-day cricket. Majority of the time,
he was an odd one. He developed an odd. He had a sort of stutter sometimes. A pause to have a look.
Pause on the back foot.
Every ball or just the odd
Just
ball?
the occasional one. Yeah, Koska would do a one-step run up. He would do just try and
upset your rhythm.
Momentum a little bit. Yeah, they were good, great bowlers for Glamorgan. Yeah, a lot of one-day cricket. So Glamorgan was always in the second division, and Somerset were in the top. So we didn't play much county cricket against them. But yeah, good times had by all. I'm going to take a little break. Stephen Lamb's going to race past me and come and join you for a while here, Vic. See you later.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Harmer, immovable from that far end, well into his work. A good tussle between two fine cricketers, actually, at the moment, Harmer and Abel. And it's over. It's over. It's a beautiful ball that's come through the gate, I think. But the bails have been removed, so that's a huge wicket. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a very good delivery. I mean, the only thing he could have done there is to get something on it, get a pad on it. But that's turned quickly from outside off stump. He could have got possibly a little bit further forward and kind of smothered it, but it's a truly excellent delivery.
It's a very
just a bit hesitant about coming forward there. That was the only way you'd negate that, is to have it hitting your body or hitting your front pad and then hoping that you weren't LBW. He knows that
he heard the death rattle.
He heard the death rattle. He didn't look back, and he would have been conscious. I think you see that he never really rocked forward. That is a terrific delivery. It's your classic off-spinning dismissal
and a key wicket.
Absolutely. I mean, he'd been playing well against Harmer, who's demonstrating his craft really. Very effective actually against the right-handers from around the wicket. He's barely bowled a ball. I think one or two balls to Abel from over the wicket, but he's very comfortable around the wicket, which makes obvious sense on a turning pitch. Brings LBW into the equation. If you're bowling against a right-hander, it brings the first slip into the equation if the ball doesn't turn and keeps going on. Sometimes quite difficult to get the line right, but he's got it is absolutely perfect, and that was the perfect line. Basically, the perfect line for any bowler is to bowl in such a way that the ball is hitting the off stump, and that's what that one did. And now in comes James Rue,
left-hander, of course.
Left-hander, and another very stern test for him. 71 for 4. It's 20 past 3. I'm not entirely sure. I shall be seeing you tomorrow, but
Yes.
we'll see.
Yes, well, we will indeed. Another 41 overs for Essex to take these remaining 6 wickets.
Just look at them. They're just adjusting a man who's very fine backward point, and he's there. Should Rue go for the reverse sweep early on, as he did yesterday.
So he's going to pick up a single to leg.
Yeah, there's lots of groans. He was way back on his stumps, but he got bat on ball. Not necessarily in the middle of the bat, but he got a bit of bat, and he's got a field spreads now because Banton's on strike. 2 men on that leg side boundary, and a third. That's Captain Wesley going out at deep mid-on. He's enjoying this, Harmon. Why shouldn't he? He's actually got two key men out in Lammonby and Abel. That's satisfying. But he's also got them out in the kind of classic, perfect way. One Abel bowled through the gate, slightly misjudging, I think, the pace and length of the ball. He might have smothered it, but it was still a wonderful delivery. And Lammonby, well, pushing forward. Ball turns, beats the outside edge, clips the back pad. So they are the sort of classic dismissals. In the left-hander, sometimes you're getting a caught at slip, perhaps, but he's bowled them out rather than them hitting a long hop to mid-wicket, which is another way of getting wickets sometimes.
If you heard the barking, that could be the source of it. There's plenty of barking in that over. Yeah, he's master of his craft, isn't he, Simon Harmer?
He's found a pitch to his liking and he's exploiting it extremely well. And now they're bringing back Sam Cook.
Did you take any valedictory wickets at Tiverton?
No, I don't think I did. I barely bowled. I was captain.
Okay.
I was quite old by then and creaking. I don't think so.
You bat?
No, I don't, but certainly not in the upper order. I saw myself as the puppeteer.
It's a bit of a waft to the first ball of the over, which didn't really need to do that.
Well,
have another look.
Yeah, he hasn't quite settled yet. He hit 3 lovely boundaries in the first innings, and that was about it. He's had a weird season, massive 371, and not much since.
Not much in the way of foot movement to that one. It's better. Defended. Bit of cloud cover at the moment. And still a stiff breeze. Which Cook has behind him, bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Runs here. I'll settle for a single, in fact. To cover point.
Just looking at Cook, he's got a lovely, easy, sort of uncomplicated action, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Remarkable about it is it's smooth, orthodox.
Doesn't take much out of himself.
No.
Having a chat with his captain at the moment about the field. There's a slip coming out in consequence. Going to backward point and...
Sort of a backward point stroke. No, he's not catching really. Well, he's saving the single at the moment. It's not a very attacking field for a new batsman, but...
Inside the line, Rue there. Deciding that didn't require playing. Quite well wrapped up, most of the spectators here today. Against
And
that
they sometimes
breeze.
move with the sun, don't they? But it's not...
No sun to move with at the
No,
moment.
you can't move anywhere now and find the sun just for the minute. I think
Maybe if it comes back out.
It will be back. It will be back. Well, I don't know. There was a player who played for Kent, Mark Benson, who went on to be an umpire as well, who was, if you were watching side on, I mean, he did leave lots, but he always looked like he was playing the ball. And if you were watching from side on, you must have thought, well, this is the worst batsman I've ever seen, because he keeps playing and missing. Now, I haven't quite worked out whether Rue's playing at that last one or not, but suddenly Mark Benson came into my mind, another left-hander. He definitely left that one, thank you. There's a clear
And he definitely left the one before, but it was the one in between, we're not too sure.
Yeah.
So Essex very much on top.
Yeah. It's sort of, apart from that little flurry of wickets that Somerset took in the last 45 minutes of the morning session, it's all gone smoothly for Essex so far.
It felt a bit late at the time, didn't it? The
Oh,
five
yeah.
wickets
Yeah,
in
yeah.
7 overs, but it still feels a bit late now, really.
Yeah. Still demons, but mostly I think for the problems stem from Harmer. But the seamer's still got a certain amount of assistance as well.
Reverse, and that he's nailed that one.
He has nailed it, yeah. So
I didn't even see that one going over the outfield.
I heard it. Sometimes you can hear that it's a sweet shot, can't you?
Yeah.
And he middled that. The question is, at what stage will they make an adjustment, or will they give them the freedom to keep playing that a little bit longer? Well, they can keep playing it a bit longer. They haven't changed the field.
And again, is he caught? Here he is. He's been caught at slip.
He doesn't think he hit it, I think. Well, we'll have a look in a second.
No question in the mind of Nigel Long. And that's another key wicket.
Well, we'll be studying that one in some depth. I mean, you can never trust batsmen totally, but here he goes. He goes for the reverse sweep again. And, well, I think certainly Banton thinks it didn't take his glove. It took his shirt sleeve, let's say, between elbow and glove.
He looks terribly disappointed.
We need to have another look, probably. But that's certainly the impression Banton had. We'll have another look here. In he goes, reverse sweep again. Well, he probably did take his arm. But even now, it's quite difficult to tell. Where does the glove end and the shirt sleeve start?
Hard to tell from that picture.
I'm judging as much by the Banton reaction as what we can see. Again, that side doesn't quite help. The ball is, it's handily placed, very fine leg slip.
He raised a hand to the umpire before he departed.
Yeah, well, that's a source of great frustration. Whether he'll be in trouble, I don't know. I always feel in these situations, if it can be demonstrated that he's got a just case, if you like, Banton, then any penalty should be diminished, because it's just a human reaction. Having seen the finger go up, he walked off fairly quickly, but he had raised a hand.
So Lewis Gregory faces Simon Harmer. The likelihood of this match finishing today has increased enormously in the past couple of overs, with the loss of both Abel and Banton.
Yeah.
Not to say that there aren't two capable performers out there.
Well, yeah, but and they're gutsy performers, both these two, but game's up, I think.
Feels like that.
It's a sort of classic in outfield now for Harmer. He's got 3 men round about, 3 men kind of saving the single, and 3 men on the boundary. And it makes perfectly good sense. I don't expect Gregory to be reverse sweeping much. I've never seen him do that, I don't think. He's just that little bit older.
Yeah, it was 71 for 3 just a couple of overs ago, and now it's 78 for 5.
Yeah, that's a familiar pattern for Somerset at the moment. And it's a very hard pattern to break. I mean, it's particularly hard when you're playing on a surface that you've got that's spinning for one of the best off spinners in the world, I guess, now. Although he doesn't play international cricket anymore, I suppose. South Africa. Well, he decided, I think, that his future lay in county cricket, partly because South Africa got extremely good left-arm spinner, Maharaj, who's a man in possession, who tends always to play. Not very often, well, not very often actually, South Africa play much Test cricket, even though they're contesting the Test final later this summer against Australia. But they don't play very much Test cricket. And Harmer's found another career, and a very fruitful one, especially for Essex.
Absolutely.
At Chelmsford.
Yeah, what a signing he was.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Essex have always recognised the value of top-class spinners. They've not only have they produced some going back a long time from, well, Ray East, David Ackfield,
Robin Hobbs,
but then they would sign them if necessary. So John Childs went from Gloucester to Essex and ended up playing for England at a ripe old age and bowling perfectly well. They signed Jeff Miller at the end of his career. They signed Peter Such from Nottinghamshire. So they always, obviously, wily old Keith Fletcher and his legacy, they always recognise that actually if you're going to go well in the Championship, you need a balanced attack. Some days you're going to need those spinners. And Harmer falls very much into that category, top ranked finger spinner.
You'll have included Keith Fletcher, of course, in your book, which is very soon.
Yeah. Well, he's one of those that appears twice in a sense, in that obviously he captained England 7 Test matches after Bob Willis, and then rather abruptly got the sack. And then he ended up in the early 90s for 2 or 3 years as England's, his title was, I can't remember, but sort of head coach. Although somewhat undermined by your hero, really, by the end of it, Raymond Illingworth, who was then made the sort of cricket director. I don't know, can't remember what his
I
title
think
was.
he was director of cricket.
But then he decided, as Indy would, well, I think I'll have to take over the coaching role. Which he did. Jack Bannister famously wrote a book with Illingworth with a very good title that tells us all we need to know, which was One Man Committee. But Fletcher was, or still is, but was much loved on the county circuit and a really, really top quality captain at county level. Is very clever at getting. In those days, you needed to get declarations very often in a 3-day match. He's a very clever negotiator. Somehow he always seemed to persuade the opposition that, we'll have. But it always seemed to work out, or more often than not, in his favour. And he's quite. Therefore, he had quite a good team. So he was prepared to be
for a single,
quite daring in some of those declarations. In the knowledge he had a good side, quite bold. But of course, I think when you become England manager, it's slightly difficult. Or England coach, they were less enterprising, I think, by and large. I'm not sure he had a great team either. But anyway, he didn't last that long, 2 or 3 years. And then he went back to Essex and continued to. He's always been part of Essex, and much loved on that county circuit.
And they enjoyed their cricket under his captaincy as well.
Exactly. That was the beauty of it. They were the best jokers in the team. In the people like Joe Cayley, Ray East, Mary's Mimic, Ackfield. They're all slightly mad. Well, no, they all had a very sharp sense of humour. So even Gooch, when he started, was a great mimic. He do terrific Bob Willis impersonations with the ball occasionally.
He did. He bowled it over when he did several different bowlers in the same over.
That's right. Keith Pont, who famously in his second game, I think at Ilford, found himself fielding at third man at both ends. At one end he found a bicycle. At the end of the over, he got on his bike and he got this bike and rode straight across the middle to the other end at third man. Second game. But in between times, they were very funny. But by the same token, they could be funny and play very ruthless cricket at the same time. And Fletcher, one of his attributes was that he didn't try and stifle this slightly manic humour that you would have when you played against Essex. He let it run, perfectly happy for it, as long as they were doing their business, which they nearly always were. Someone like J.K. Lever, he would bowl. He would bowl and bowl and bowl. In his opening spell, very often used to be about 13 overs long. He was superbly fit, had a lovely action. He swung the ball. Did some very long spell. He bowled 800, 900 overs a season.
Yeah, I remember him bowling here in a one-day semi-final, I think it was.
Yeah, I think I remember playing in it. We had the epic tie here in 1978.
Yeah.
Match tied, Somerset win. I can't remember why we won, but we did. We knew we knew the tie was good enough for us, but it was tied on 287. It
must have been a hell of a game.
It was a hell of a game, actually. Well, there's all sorts of odd things that tell you weird things about it. The match was probably, it might have been 60 overs. And the total
I'm sure I can look it up.
Was 287, I'm pretty sure. And yet so much happened. And the one oddity, Viv got 100.
Of course.
Yeah. But the one thing that, and I bowled 1 over for 13, I remember that, just before tea, when you had tea, and I was not called upon again. But the other thing I remember, if you look it up.
1978, yeah?
Yeah. Brian Rose was our captain. And I'm pretty sure he played 5 maidens in concession from Stuart Turner. If you look at Turner's figures, you might, which would never happen, in a one-day game now. But we still got 287, which was reckoned to be quite a good score in those days, and they nearly got him. And in those days, you didn't have any fielding restrictions, so everyone was on the boundary for the last ball. I was at deep mid-wicket. I thought, where's it going to go? It's bound to go to deep mid-wicket as they have a heave. Unfortunately, it didn't. It went to deep backward point where Rosie, our captain, was. And they had to get 3, but he sort of took his time gathering this ball, and it was a bit like, in one sense, it was like the World Cup final, because the third run was, he was about, I don't know, 2 feet out, 2 or 3 feet out, but no more than that. Match tied. Let's have a look. It was 287.
It was 287. Viv did get 100, 116. Caught Dinesh bowled Gooch for 116. And VJ Marks 33 not out.
Oh, yes. But yeah, that was rather better than my bowling efforts. Although I did run someone out, which was very unusual in that.
So it would have been either Brian Hardy or Keith Pont or Norbert Phillip.
I don't know, but I very unusually hit the stumps with a throw. That probably was the strangest of all events there.
Going to be a couple here for Lewis Gregory. Comfortable 2. Out to deep square leg. In fact, there were 4 run-outs. Neil Smith was run out as well.
Well, that's the last man, I think. Yeah, that was the last man. And dear Colin Dredge got lumbered with the last over, and I think he needed 13 or something like that, 10, 11, 12, 13. And he did it in the end, albeit having bowled 1 no ball, which we weren't very pleased with at the time. And everyone was on the boundary, because you'd have everyone on the boundary then. Oh. I mean, it was epic. I mean, and it was heaving here, absolutely heaving.
So that would be, what, 47 years ago?
Sorry, we'll go back to this match now. I guess we'll return to the 21st century.
But yeah, no, it's quite a scorecard.
Yeah, well, they were a strong side, and they had Dinesh, Gooch, Fletcher, goodness knows.
Yeah, Gooch made 61, Fletcher 67. Those were the highest 2 scorers, individual scorers. Wicket for Garner, 2 for Dredge, 2 for Botham, 1 for Burgess.
Oh, all right. And the rest were runners. I can't remember why we won. I mean, there was a reason. It was obviously, I don't know whether it was wickets lost or
it doesn't.
Or
it doesn't explain.
No.
Oh, hang on. Yep, Somerset won by losing fewer wickets.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I think we knew that in that last over. We knew the score then.
Man of the match. Guess who?
IDA must have been.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a late leave, a good leave, as you would say. Sublime cricket watching weather. The sun's back out. Situation bleak from the Somerset perspective. Not sure anyone's going there. Rue is worth watching, but it's a real trial and test for him. Essex doing their business very efficiently. Just probing away, Cook around that off stump.
It was a semi-final that I commentated on a bit later than that. I'm not sure which year. It would probably have been the late 80s or conceivably early 90s. Somerset, Essex here.
Worried, because you sat quite close to me.
Yeah.
And Chris Tavare made
You were.
Yeah, no, I was still playing. I think that was 1989.
Okay.
What's happening? More importantly, let's come into the 21st century and find out what's happening in the women's game up at Chester Street. Well, the women are 14 for no wicket. Well, that's a perfectly reasonable. And the target in what I think is a 39 over match is 213. So that'll be interesting. They've got 2 wins under their belt. Somerset women from 2 wins and 1 defeat. Hello, and I think we might just be witnessing a wicket. Oh, we've almost had off spinners getting wickets in the space
simultaneously.
Dear, never used to happen.
That was close from Harmer.
Well, this round the wicket line, he does it so well. So that if you're a first slip, you're in the game.
Lovely shot.
Yeah,
for 4.
Just dragged that down a bit, and it hasn't turned, and this time Gregory's put it away.
Well, that's a steady start anyway up at Chesterton Street.
Well, I think they've just lost a wicket there.
Ah, okay.
I mean, I saw it go up in the air, and then it switched to this game.
Right, so it's still hanging there.
Well, I think it would have landed. It went literally just gently bobbed up in the air, and the wicketkeeper was about to take it, and it is 18 for 1. An off spin is causing havoc amongst the Somerset cricketers at the moment. Sophie Luff has just come in.
Essex pressing for victory here. We're almost at tea time. 3 more overs, including this one. Slanting across. Lewis Gregory, no need to play it.
Yeah, it did turn a bit. Wasn't that far from the off stump, but not enough. 3 for 37, Harmer.
He'll be given, well, he'll probably both bowl through until tea now.
Harmer?
Yeah, and presumably he may well continue afterwards. He's bowling so well, why make a change?
No, they won't change it. Why would they? And he would be protesting, he's enjoying himself. And he's exploited the conditions terrifically well. He's got 7 in the match now. A bit more cheaply actually than Jack Leach, but I mean, I'd say Jack Leach bowled really well. I think they've played Leach a little bit better than we've played, or Somerset played Harmer. But he has got the ball zipping. I think so he's, he's done the business. That's what he's employed to do. And there is a certain pressure when he is the solitary spinner. Well, there is Critchley's leg spin, which we haven't seen at all. There's always a pressure for the spinner when the ball is turning, particularly since there's usually only just one of them in the team, or 1.5 sometimes. That if the ball is turning, it's over to you then, you've got to get them all out. And if you don't start taking the wicket, you do start to feel the pressure. Hang on a minute, that spinner got all these wickets, I'm still struggling. Then your teammates are sort of, you overhear them say, well, it was turning a lot more. And you start, and it sort of can get to you. It's part of, and that's what Leach is very good at coping with, actually.
I found the 1989 game here.
Tavare played beautifully.
Benson and Hedges Cup, 293 Essex made. That's a good score, 55 overs in those days.
Yeah.
Pretty consistent all the way down the order. Paul Pritchard, top scorer, with 73. Wickets for Jones, Roebuck and Mallender.
Right. So we were employing Roebuck as a off-cutting spinner in those days.
Yeah, pretty tidy figures.
Yeah, no, he did. And we were quite close, but not...
Yeah, it was close. It was 289, so only 4 runs short.
Yeah.
Tavare 104 not out.
Yeah, well, he played some brilliant one-day innings, and that was one of them. So we used to bat green pitches. We always wanted to bat first, by and large. We would have done then, but we were, because we wanted to bat first. We left quite a lot of grass. They were dry but grassy. And we wanted teams to come here, and we wanted to bat first, and we wanted them to put us in. And I think we'd done that in an earlier game, but I think the sort of...
Yeah, Essex chose to bat first in that game.
I think word got around. It spreads. If you want to watch it at Taunton, they leave quite a lot of grass on, but it's dry, and it just didn't exactly help spinners, but it was not as green as it looked, if you like. And Essex had heard about this, and therefore they chose to bat.
I do remember that was a terrific game of cricket.
Yeah. Well, Tavare played beautifully, as he could. I saw him the other week.
How is he?
He's fine. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it? The sort of metamorphosis, because he had a bit of a reputation as a sort of I'm not sure what the word is. A bit of a slow
blocker.
coach, maybe for England in 5-day cricket, certainly.
Yeah. I mean, I go back. I played England schools with him, and he was easily the best player in our team. I thought. And then I played at university with him, and he, in his second year at university, played some serious knocks. And not in a... it's just not turned enough, but it's dangerous to leave everything there. But he wasn't particularly a snow coach, so he could drive, and then he changed his grip, actually. A lot of the Kent players did, Notty and Woolmer, to try and combat the pace bowlers of that era, so they could get their bat higher, I think, to play it. Anyway, that sort of restricted him. And then I always thought he was better than he let himself think, and therefore he said, I'd love to play like Gower and he'd say, but I'm not so sure. Anyway, he ended up blocking.
It wasn't an issue on that
day,
was it?
I mean, he played some. I mean, he played a lot. He played some of the best one-day innings I've ever seen. He could hit the ball incredibly hard, and he played some of those innings in county cricket as well, and the odd one in Test cricket. He played 2 quite aggressive knocks. One against Australia in Melbourne, when they decided they couldn't let Bruce Yardley, just keep bowling, and another, I think, in Sri Lanka.
Is there a run here? Yes.
Yes, there is, if they both go. And they've both gone.
Eventually.
So I always thought he should have blocked less, actually. But and when he came down here, he played some wonderful one-day innings, and he had done previously for Kent as well. I remember playing
that
championship.
Is going to be tea.
Oh, right. Oh well. Okay, well, it's very much Essex having that session, 5 wickets down in the session for 91. The victory target miles away, to be precise, 230 runs away. And, well, Lammonby and Abel looked capable of batting for a long time. For a while they played really well, but Harmer got rid of both of those. With good deliveries, and the future looks bleak. The future is bleak.
Yes,
if you're a Somerset fan, but if you're an Essex fan, well, the second championship victory of the season is on the horizon, and your team, the Essex team, have performed very clinically, very well. Cooks look good, Seamers have been on target, but Harmer is the one that causes the most headaches. He's got 3 for 38. We'll be back after tea, see what happens.
Yeah, we will indeed. The question of whether this game finishes today or goes into tomorrow will be answered in the next couple of hours. We will be back in 15 minutes or so.
Get ready, get ready, get ready for it. Get ready. I'm in my
This crowd bouncing. Whoa, what a start for Lewis Gregory. Oh my goodness me. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes. Churchy's coming down a little bit.
Led out by Captain Tom Wesley. Please welcome back visitors, Essex.
Ground, innings 4 on day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset taking on Essex. A very buoyant looking Essex team huddling up, preparing their plans, their motivations for this session, where they'll be chasing those remaining 5 Somerset wickets. Umpires at Ben Debenham and Nigel Long have made it all the way to the stumps, just popping the bails on. James Rue and Lewis Gregory are now striding out. A massive job in front of them. Harmer's got it on a piece of string, and Seamers to rotate from the top end will probably be the order of play for the session. I'm joined by Stephen Lamb. We've had a wonderful day together so far, and it started just off the M5 this morning.
Indeed, when you were in your very impressive motor, and I got away from you, considered racing you, not for very long. But yeah, Simon Harmer is going to continue, I'm sure of it, from the river end. Why wouldn't he? 15 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 38. He's been the star of the show, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, massive challenge for Somerset players, and it almost feels like, and even like looking at how the Essex batters played Leach, it almost looks like a safer mode of defence is using that horizontal bat shot, the sweep. It looks like the batters look less likely to make a mistake than when they try and play with a straight bat. There's an awful lot on offer for Simon Harmer in particular, but they've also got to navigate themselves through Jamie Porter, who's already struck today.
Yeah, he's going to be opening up from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end, accounted for Andrew Umead earlier on. He's bowling to Lewis Gregory.
Wouldn't surprise me if Lewis can get his feet under the table here. You'll see that free-flowing swing of the bat. It wouldn't surprise me if the Somerset captain takes a positive approach to this session.
Yeah, there was just a brief spell when Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel were together, batting sensibly, getting themselves in when it seemed like there might be a distant possibility that Somerset could turn this game around, but with their dismissal and both of them beaten by Harmer, Lammonby LBW, Tom Abel bowled through the gate, that possibility diminished. And then Tom Banton, the last out before tea, caught at slip off Harmer for 13, and that was really when it became apparent that an Essex win, well, in all likelihood, will take place today. Need 5 more wickets to achieve that. He runs here for Gregory, just the one.
Yeah, you have to say in particular, well, I think the Lammonby and Abel dismissals were fantastic pieces of bowling. Lammonby beaten on the outside edge by a sharp spinning delivery that just caught the back shin, hitting the outside of off stump, and I'm still scratching my head as how Tom Abel was supposed to play that delivery. You know, bowl with pace, drift across him. It pitched a good foot outside off stump and spun sharply back into the stumps. And I think without playing some form of sort of sweep shot, I struggle to see how that wouldn't have caused a dismissal. Serious piece of bowling there. James Rue has been magnificent for Somerset throughout his young career so far, and certainly is more than capable, but it's going to be a huge challenge.
Yeah, well, the runs required figure, which is on the scoreboard, 229. That's a mountain to climb from here.
Everest-like.
Yeah. Nearly in the foothills. That's a nice drive though from Rue. There's 4 of them.
What a beautiful swing of the bat from James Rue, as we've seen many times before over the past 3 seasons. That was as good as any cover drive you'll see on the circuit. That is a stunning shot from James Rue. Beautiful technique.
That's his first boundary, and what a way to get it.
He's very easy on the eye, James Rue, when he's in full flow. Lovely balance at the crease, and another carbon copy, cover drive. Almost a complete mirror image of the ball before. Beautiful couple of boundaries there from James Rue, and that ends the Porter over. Classic cover drive, full face the bat, high elbow. I think all those technicians, those batting coaches out there will look at that and think, this lad knows how to play.
Lovely. And we've moved up from one foothill to another.
We're at base camp.
Indeed.
I think 150's base camp.
Yeah.
The 100 is up.
Yeah, 3 figures always look so much better than 2. It is indeed to be Simon Harmer, who's not moving completely freely. He's 15 overs already. But this is number 16 getting underway.
Oh, a big slash outside off stump. But he slashes hard, he's going to pick up a boundary for it, Lewis Gregory. Good intent shown. Harmer's a very experienced campaigner. I don't think that will phase him, but it'd be nice to see if the batters take the fight to the Essex bowlers and see where the dice fall after that.
Yeah, he didn't hold back as he played that shot.
Yeah, I'm just convinced with a pitch like this and a bowling attack like this that you have to chance your arm and put them on the back foot as much as you can with those aggressive swings of the bat, really positive, committed. As Vic said, you know, no ifs, no buts, no doubt in the mind. You never know.
Beaten. Spinning across him. Lewis Gregory. Another look. That kept quite low as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is the nightmare, isn't it? That same sort of line, well, even wider than that, spun back sharply, and whether Harmer knows that he's doing it or not is irrelevant because it happens, but that's a great shot. A little bit of length given to Lewis Gregory in terms of slightly short, and he's rocked back on it and popped it through back, well, just in front of point, cover point for 4. Bowlers certainly don't like going for runs, so good counter-attack here from Gregory so far.
Yeah, we've had 4 boundaries in 6 deliveries.
We got him on the ropes, Stephen.
Maybe wouldn't quite go that far.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing that you know about Simon Harmer, and you know, his record in county cricket since he joined Essex. He bowls heaps of overs, doesn't seem to tire, the quality doesn't really dip. He's always there or thereabouts. And he won't be pleased with going for 8 runs, but I don't think he'll be phased. A few jumpers being brought out by the 12th man. The temperature's dropped a little bit. Bit of cloud cover here at Taunton. We've had a bit of a breeze going from the Trescothick stand to the Botham stand end. Pretty consistent the whole day, which the bowlers, I think, from this end will enjoy. I've seen bowlers like having a bit of wind at their back.
Yes, well, when I've been outside, I've taken care to be in the sun. But you can't be at the moment because there's some cloud cover. Hence the sweaters. Still Porter then from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, and this is his 8th over in all. 3rd spell. He's taken off after just 3 with the new ball to make way for Harmer, but has come back twice from this end.
I think that's the benefit that you have when you've got such a quality spinner. I know the seam bowlers at Somerset will feel the same when you can just put Leach on at one end and you know he's going to be a threat, and you can probably bowl 1 or 2 less spells a game and rotate from one end. Gives the captain a lot of options when you've got a high quality spinner, as both of these teams do.
Yeah, and a test class 3rd seamer as well in Kassan Rajitha. Hasn't had a heavy workload in this game. 5 overs in the first innings, 5 in the second so far. Might see him again, depending on how things go in this final session.
Yeah, they've got Sam Cook. They've got Tall Paul, who hasn't bowled an over. He's always an option, offers a bit of a change of angle as well, being left arm over. Coming down from about 9 foot as well, which always helps. Don't think he's on the field at the moment, by the looks of it. I'd be surprised if I missed him.
Well, we've got one substitute I can see in the form of Shane Snater, but he's been on since the start. He's on in place of Jordan Cox.
There's definitely no Tall Paul out there. I fancy whoever has got the pads on, an extra cover is another subfielder, number 56. I can't quite remember. Allison, is it?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it says Allison on the back of the shirt.
Yes, there's the camera on him, very helpfully. Allison it is.
Maybe I don't need to go back to Specsavers for a change of my lens.
Clipped firmly off his pads. That's nicely done by James Root.
Yeah, lovely use of the wrists there from James Root. Porter just sneaking in a bit short and straight into the thigh pad of James Root, and he doesn't miss out on that. He's raced on to 15. Some glorious boundaries, 3 beauties so far.
Yep, that's the first leg side. We saw those 2 lovely cover drives in the previous over. Root onto 15. And again, nicely timed, but only as far as Snater. At mid-wicket. End of Porter's over. So Somerset going at a fair clip since the interval. Maybe 5 wickets down, but they've got to 112.
Surprises there hasn't been a huge amount of seam movement. I'm surprised Porter doesn't try and have that over the wicket angle to the left-hander. The natural angle bringing the slips into play, that wobble seam delivery that can just pinch away from the left-hander. But it does seem to be the modern way to go around the wicket almost exclusively to left-handers. Palmer to do battle with the Somerset captain, Lewis Gregory, who's got himself to 20.
Attempted sweep and an appeal from behind the stumps.
And the important thing here is to make sure you get that pad outside the line, which Lewis Gregory has done. See a lot of batters in this situation, I think, especially right-handers batting with their legs on off-stump, getting outside the line as much as possible, playing a lot of sweep shots, and even when you do play with a straight bat, as long as you get a bit of a stride and you can get your pad outside the line of off-stump, and if you're playing a shot, you can't be out LBW. That would be one way to try and survive and make Harmer try something different. I think that's where the around the wicket ploy for Harmer looks so dangerous, because you don't get that option.
Didn't quite get the full bat on that, Lewis Gregory, but safe enough. Dropping out on the offside as the sun makes a welcome reappearance. He was thinking there wasn't a run there. He expected Snater to get across and intercept that, but it didn't happen. So a comfortable single results. Gregory to 21. Harmer to Roux. Nicely driven, but won't be a run. End of the over. 1-1-3 for 5. 15 Rue, 21 Gregory. The migration from the Somerset stand to the other side of the ground is almost complete. Those spectators alongside enjoying the sunshine. That's where they go, or one of the places they go. A few hardy souls left. You can count them on the fingers of 2 hands.
Yeah, I think someone needs to send them over the sun memo.
They won't get any more today,
No,
unless they move.
Bitter cold in there.
Much movement there for Jamie Porter, shining on the whole of Taunton and the rest of Somerset that we can see as a train pulls out of Taunton station. It's one of the nice things about this ground is that it's so central to the town, very much part of it. Some other grounds on the outskirts or even a bit out into the country, like the Aegeus, I should say the Utilita Bowl now, Southampton, which is actually just outside the city. But this is very much part of the community, the county ground here.
Yeah, it certainly makes life easier when you're a travelling play grounds like here and Worcester, New Road, when you're sort of in and amongst it a little bit, you can pop off. And I always like playing a New Road. You stay in a hotel in town, and you could often opt to just walk into the ground, about a 10-minute walk, a couple of coffee shops on the way there. Always quite a nice way to start the morning, pondering the day's play and maybe reflecting on the good or bad day that you previously had. Always a very pleasant ground up the road.
Yeah. New Road and this one are 2 of the most pleasant non-test playing grounds. Just as well we haven't got the problem here that they have there with flooding.
It's quite remarkable. They've stayed put really with that.
Yeah.
Rather sizable issue, being 15 foot underwater every couple of years. Nicely played there from Lewis Gregory. Jamie Porter just struggling to find a way through at the moment.
Yeah, it's not a soluble problem really they've got at New Road because it's on a floodplain basically. They can't, there's no physical means of keeping the water out. So it may be at some stage in the future they do have to move, which would be a shame.
Don't they move their cricket to Kidderminster when it happens?
They do, but that's not a ground that's set up really as a first-class ground. Yeah, looking at options. But it would, that view of the cathedral would be a big miss if they were to move. Gloucestershire announced just last week that they're looking at a site in South Gloucestershire which could potentially replace Neville Road. They haven't committed themselves at all to it, but they're looking at the options up there.
Yeah, I saw that. That'd be interesting. I know on a big match day that certainly getting to the ground down Neville Road is a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, it's quite a warren of narrow streets, isn't it, around there?
I had one evening on the way out after a Somerset win where the local fans made it very difficult for me to get my car down Neville Road. I think I had a couple of disgruntled Gloucester fans sat on my bonnet at one stage.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, I was 2 or 3 minutes away from just getting the cricket bat out of the boot, I have to say.
I can give you some scores actually from one or two of the other games. Haven't done that for a little while. We have a result at Headingley. Warwickshire won by 5 wickets. Yorkshire beaten. Yorkshire are just one place above Somerset in the table.
Lovely cover drive there from Rue. Splits the two fielders on the offside. It's going to race away for 4. Slightly over-pitched by Harmer, and a lovely swing of the bat there from the Somerset wicketkeeper.
So they won't be improving on that significantly in consequence of that result.
That'd be disappointing. They had Root and Brook for that game. I know Root picked up 90 in the second innings, but not enough. Another carbon copy. Cover drive there from James Rue again. Over-pitched by Simon Armour, and Rue doesn't miss out. So great to see these two looking to capitalise on anything slightly over-pitched.
Yeah, it's another beautiful stroke.
Looks an easy game since lunch. Tea? After lunch it wasn't quite so easy.
Since the interval.
It's been a long time since I had that pasty, you know. I think my blood sugar levels are a bit low, maybe.
That's more defensive-minded this time from Rue. Hampshire 335 for 6 in reply to Durham's 511. That looks draw-bound, that one at Southampton. Ben Brown 97 not out.
This is a message from Mike Ricketts. Mike Ricketts, your membership card is in the reception of the
for Division 1. Northants in Division 2 need 211 runs to beat Leicestershire, but they're 78 for 4. So Leicestershire, who lead the table, look set. They look favourites for another win. There. That match delayed by bad light, but still plenty of time. Kent looked like setting Middlesex a hefty target at Lords, lead by 342 with 1 wicket remaining. And Gloucestershire, which we mentioned, 442 for 6 in reply to Lancashire's 450. So, again, a result's going to be quite difficult to achieve in that one at Old Trafford. 100 for Ollie Price there.
Yeah, Gloucestershire playing some good cricket this year. They've been piling on the runs. James Bracey's been getting a hatful from what I've been seeing.
Yeah, he has.
Lovely cover drive there from Lewis Gregory. Spent most of the time across that square, and that races away to the cover boundary. Just drops the bat on that one. Not a full swing of the bat, just lovely timing. Beautifully played. Runs flowing here after tea.
Latest we've got from Chester Street, Somerset women 21 for 2 in reply to Durham's 216. We'll update you on that as soon as we can.
No, I think they've moved on from that. I had a look a minute ago. They are now 53 for 2.
That's better.
Fran Wilson 13 not out of 30 balls, and Odgers 42 not out of 56. Unfortunately lost Corney and Luff early. So they're certainly up with the rate. They're only chasing 216.
Little milestones when you've got a big victory target. It has gone down below 200, that runs required figure.
Yeah, the altitude's still thin though. that's not really in the forefront of anyone's mind at the moment. It's just about batting and remaining positive, and
that's going to be the 50 partnership.
4 byes will certainly help.
Came together at 78 for 5, these two. And those 4 byes have taken it to 130 for 5.
Very rare stray delivery there from Jamie Porter. I think it's coming to the end of this spell potentially. I'd like to see him maybe try over the wicket to get the ball going across James Root, see if he has any better fortune there. But I suppose if you're a Somerset fan, you'd be quite happy for him to persevere around the wicket for now.
They've gone down the leg side, not quite so far that time, and it's possible for Pepper to take it well down the leg side. End of the over. Yeah, partnerships which have looked promising, mainly the one between Lammonby and Abel. And this one is now the best of the innings.
As we have a look at the Essex bowling figures there. Harmer 3 for 55. Quite expensive for Harmer. He normally goes at about 1.5, 2 and over, but Somerset batters are certainly looking to pounce on anything full of a length.
Down the leg side, there are going to be more runs here. Byes, I fancy, it'll go all the way for 4. Byes it is. I think those figures of Harmer's have been damaged since the tea interval by these two.
Turned sharply there. Pepper unable to get a glove on it.
There's been quite a few byes in this match. Eight so far in this innings.
Looks like Pepper's got, striking my eye, it's quite an unusual setup there. He's very, very wide, his feet, when he stands. It doesn't ever really crouch right down. It's almost looks quite unorthodox.
It does.
From my eyes. Do you agree?
Yep, indeed it does. I agree. You're more likely to see keepers crouching fully.
Everything that's sort of stayed slightly low has hit him on the shin. He hasn't managed to get a glove on a number of balls that have slid across the right-hander as Lewis Gregory goes for a hard sweep. Nails it into the leg side boundary. Nigel Long does the honours and signals 4.
Another good positive stroke from the Somerset captain.
Nice bit of intent there shown by Lewis Gregory. Yeah, I think if he was a football goalkeeper, Pepper, you'd be certainly in danger of the nutmeg.
Yeah. It looks a bit uncomfortable, doesn't it, as a wicket-keeping stance?
Yeah, it's a very upright position. Like I said, anything staying low, I don't think he's got a price of getting a glove on it. Laterally moving with the legs so wide as well, probably struggle to get down the leg side as he has done a couple of times.
Jamie Porter is going to have a break. We were speculating about that.
Yeah, we've got a bit of leg spin and a bit of spin from the Trescothic stand end. Matt Critchley is going to have a bowl. Can on occasion be expensive, as most leg spinners can be, but certainly has the ability to bowl those wicket-taking deliveries. Really does spin the ball hard. Interesting to see if there's spin on offer from this end. Have we seen any spin in days 1 and 2 when I wasn't here from this end? Okay.
Not a jot. So this will be interesting. Jack Leach, Bowling and Simon Harmer have all bowled exclusively from the River End, as did Archie Vaughan in his short spell. So let's see what Critchley can extract from this pitch. Got two men in close, slip and a short leg.
Nice start there from Critchley, but it drift in towards leg stump there. Smartly played by Lewis Gregory. I always think when you face leg spinners, you have that mentality where you're just trying to feed off of the occasional bad ball, which you know you're going to get from leg spinners from time to time. Beautifully played out to mid off there.
Gregory on to 32 with that single. So now it's the left-handed Roux on strike. Looking for the drive, no contact with the ball.
Has had a bit of spin there, Lemmy, or has he just played the ball? A bit of an inside edge onto his back pad there. Maybe an offering of spin from Critchley. The reverse sweep played and played well. Just past the left hand of Dean Elgar, and it raced away to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion for 4.
Yeah, committed early to the stroke and played it nicely. Never any doubt once that was past Elgar that it was going to go all the way. It's his 6th boundary, James Roux. Driven this time, but only as far as mid-off. So, end of Critchley's first over. Didn't see much in the way of turn.
Just a bit of something different. Take him a few overs to get into his work.
Just having a chat with his skipper.
I think as myself and Vic spoke about earlier, it's one of those wickets that the old one brings two cliches very much in play here. I think it'd be a really tough wicket to start your innings. It's really important these two stay out there for as long as they can. The next batter coming in is going to find it very hard to get into his stride. These two have both got themselves to that in area. Base camp, 32 and 27.
Snater is at mid-wicket. Won't be a run for that. Yes, the problem for Somerset in this game is that several batters have got hereabouts without being able to go further. Appeal for LBW here. No. From Nigel Long. Palmer is having a long look with hands on head. Oh, pretty close.
Yeah, Somerset skipper might have gotten away with one there. I'm not sure what's wrong with that. Maybe Nigel Long just intimating that it's just turned too much and might have been missing leg, but very, very close. for all those sports fans out there, Somerset fans, they'll be desperate for this game to go into Bank Holiday Monday, especially those who also follow their snooker. The World Championship final, the Welsh wizard, Mark Williams, has had a tough first session. He's 7-1 down. It'd be a terrible shame if there's not some sport on tomorrow.
That's the end of Harmer's 20th over. 3 for 61, his figures. Here is the LBW shout again. And I find it hard to envisage that one missing.
Yeah, that's quite straight, I think. Leg stump. Yeah, I think there's a pretty explainable reason why the head stayed in hands from the wicketkeeper and the bowler there for quite a while. Spun sharply, low on the back shin. I think that phrase swings and round and match come into play, because I think Nigel Long did turn down a couple of very, very close ones from Leach as well.
He did. Still Critchley. Gregory defending.
I take it by your lack of interest in my description of the Snooker World Final. It's not your game? You don't follow the old snooker?
Not really, no.
Fascinating game.
Yeah. I used to follow it a bit, actually, in the days of, well, this is a while ago now, days of Cliff Thorburn, Ray Reardon, Steve Davis.
The glory days. There's still a few players of just after that era that still play at a pretty high level. I think Mark Williams would be the oldest winner of a final. He's 50. And he's playing against Zhao, who would be the first Chinese winner of the World Championship. So it's always a good watch. That is one of the great have a snooze in the chair sports.
Yeah. Yes, it started off as a telly enterprise. It was called Pot Black on BBC Two, and it developed from there.
That's not the one that John Virgo used to. What was that?
I think it was.
John Virgo used to. Where's the white going?
Yeah. I suppose.
It makes me a bit nervous when batters go back to full deliveries, but well negotiated there by Lewis Gregory. Just pops it into mid-wicket, picks up a single.
I presume Pot Black came in after the advent of colour television.
Yeah, I think the version I would have seen would have been a new version of. That would have been sort of, would that have been in Bullseye days?
It may well have been.
Was it Jim Bowen? That was a brilliant show. A lot of subtle humour that you absolutely would get cancelled for these days.
Yeah. End of the over for Matt Critchley. 0 for 8 from 2. 148 for 5 Somerset. They put on 60. Now, these two. And they've gone at a reasonable pace as well. Fair smattering of boundaries. Rue has hit 6, Gregory 5.
Thanks to one of our listeners. Yeah, the big break with Jim Davidson and John Virgo. Prime BBC. Yeah, BBC don't make content like that anymore. Brilliant.
The ever-present Harmer is bowling to Lewis Gregory.
Nicely played. Punched into the offside. Could pick up 2. Will pick up 2. Good batting from this pair. 150 up. We've made it to base camp, Lammy. That was what we said 50 runs ago, and those 50 runs have come at quite a rate.
Well, if they can manage another 10 or 11, they'll be halfway. To provide a bit of context, there'll be another single here for Gregory.
Yeah, I think those sort of 80s, 90s. It was a good era for sports TV. Question of Sport in its heyday with Beefy and Lammy. You had Bullseye, The Big Break. Brilliant stuff. Ski Sunday, I always remember that.
David Vine.
I always remember the theme tune.
Yeah, David Vine, that's a lovely shot before through extra cover. David Vine did skiing and he did Question of Sport, I think. David Coleman, this is going back a bit. He was the questioner on Question of Sport. I think he may have been the original one. I remember Bill Beaumont and Emlyn Hughes being two team captains.
I always liked Sue Barker as the host for quite a while. She was excellent.
Yep, fine tennis player, Sue Barker.
Yeah, we had a bit of a reference to tennis earlier when Iceland Cricket tweeted in saying that the pitch on day one, and I think they tweeted, Wimbledon's not for 2 more weeks. It looked like centre court out there.
Yeah. I remember a great year at Wimbledon when Virginia Wade won the title. I think it was the Queen's Silver Jubilee year, 1977. And it was very nearly an all-British final. Sue Barker couldn't quite get through. She was beaten in the semi by Betty Stover, the Dutch player.
I'm not familiar, but I'll go with you.
So it was Virginia Wade against Betty Stover in the final, and Virginia won it. Dan Maskell was the commentator in those days.
See, I've talked about snooker and darts, so you give me absolutely nothing. Tennis, you've come alive.
Yeah, Vic Marks behind us says, "Oh, I say," which was very much a Dan Maskell truism, or indeed, "Oof, Virginia."
Quick shout out to Virtue, one of our sponsors here. Some great content that we filmed in pre-season will be coming your way before long. I won't give anything away.
Yes, that's enough Dan Maskell imitations. I'm going to hand over to Vic.
Stephen Lamb's going to take a little bit of a break. The thought of Virginia Wade in a Wimbledon final has got him a little bit red in the cheek. He's going to take a little break and find some air conditioning. Oh, what's happened there? We've had a little sneak up by the bowler. Lewis hasn't moved. So unusual bit of cricket. Just in time for me to welcome Vic Marks, who's equally unusual.
I just wandered into the commentary box and I was surprised to hear that Dan Maskell was the lead topic, or indeed Virginia Wade.
GG.
Oh, just trying to give the sports fans a little update in the snooker world champs. Where
what's happening in
the Welsh wizard Mark Williams is on the struggle bus a little bit.
On the struggle
for those fans.
What is a struggle bus? All right, he's not leading.
He's lost the first session 7-1, and for all those sports fans that want some cricket to watch on a bank holiday Monday, and flip between that and the snooker, and then we went to big break, then a bit of bullseye, and then Slammy gave me nothing talking about snooker and darts, and then tennis came up and he just exploded. Very
well,
exciting.
I expect he's a little jaded after his victory over Judge Trump.
Yeah, that was an epic, wasn't it?
And he's old, isn't he? By the standards. No one, I don't think anyone as old as him has won the World Championship.
He's exactly 50, and he would be the oldest. A lovely cover drive there from James Rue. Beautiful shot there. Beautifully potted red.
Well, very good.
Oh, it's session 3, Vic. It can happen. Yeah, slightly over pitch there from Critchley and beautifully cued through the covers. Yeah, the struggle bus. Destination Struggle Town.
Well, Somerset almost halfway, as indeed our Essex is with the optimist.
Yeah, it's amazing some of the things that you talk about that gets everyone on the live chat enthused, talking about reminiscing, Wimbledon, snooker, ski Sunday, match of the day, Formula One, grandstand, all those great programs. Were you ever on Question Sport or anything like that?
I wasn't. I think I might have been a question once, but that's as near as I got. An answer, rather.
What would have been the question?
I can't remember what the question was. But, which was quite surprising. But no, I was never. Never on that.
They used to on Question Sport. They used to do the someone who would like progressively reveal themselves. It was like guess who.
No, it wasn't that.
The guess who one. That would have been good, wouldn't it? You and your floppy cap and that really nice V-neck light blue jumper that you sported while playing for England.
Oh right, yeah, yeah. I didn't. But I mean, that's when people used to watch a Question Sport. I don't know if it exists anymore, actually. So I don't think it exists anymore. Question Sport. I think it's either having a rest or been dumped.
Yeah.
But it was compulsory viewing way back.
Oh, brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it's just
faded away.
Lost its momentum.
Well, Sue Barker, she was obviously there.
She was brilliant. Yeah, I think one of the things is you need for a show like that to be successful are sports people with some character.
No, then. Right, well, at least Essex have been made to work a bit in the last hour or so. Suddenly, you know, the venom's gone from the pitch. It always seems like that when two batsmen get into a little partnership.
Well, it's always the question, isn't it? Is it the ball mysteriously stopping doing anything, or is it the intent of the batter?
Well,
and I think this leads back to a lot of our conversations we have. Is the Somerset batters visibly look like they're trying to pounce on any length, any line, and they've executed. And all of a sudden, you just sense that the bowler's under a little bit more pressure. They're not under a lot of pressure. They've got lots of runs on the board, and they can just bide their time. But it's just, it happens a lot. It happens a lot when especially when you get those pesky 9, 10, 11s that suddenly whack 50 from nowhere after the batter's struggling. It's just that level of intent that lower order batters sometimes play that can just throw the bowlers off.
Yeah, and the ball's got a bit older. Sun's been shining on the pitch. But this pair have done it mostly. Actually, we haven't seen the reverse sweep, for example, from Rue, which we saw in the first innings. And they've still got a field there protecting that. He's actually done it. He's the first person I've seen cover drive the spinners very well. In fact, they've got a man on the boundary there for him now.
Well, he's identified length and he's got himself into the ball. He played one reverse sweep off of Critchley.
Oh yeah,
and that was about it. But yeah, they've both played quite conventionally. They've just hit. The game's about execution. At the end of the day, they've had that clear mind. They've seen a ball in their scoring area and they've gone for it. And the result is they've put on 60 odd and they're batting well.
Yep. See, in this part of the ground is speculation. We can be here we hope, actually, we're not entirely neutral, as we know. We hope we are here tomorrow, because if we're here tomorrow, we've got a game on.
Game on. And you think if it does go that far, it will be very much game on. 18 overs remaining, so...
Just say, we don't want to speculate too much.
70 run, then all of a sudden you're within 100. You never know. Yeah. Harris Fowler, give them a shout. Any medical negligence issues? Give them a call. Have you had any?
Probably.
Have you had any medical negligence?
No, I'm sure I've
negligence
had
issues.
I'm sure I've had very good treatment.
We've had that chat. I think we've spoke about this before. Is that one of those situations you occasionally read in the news where someone's left a pair of scissors in someone's bowel or something ridiculous like that?
I think that certainly qualifies. I thought.
Would that sort of thing even need to go to court? You could just walk in and hand the scissors back and go, well, I think you've left these, sir. Great running there by the Somerset pair. A little squirty one into square leg and they've scampered to, showing good intent and energy between the wickets. Good to watch from the Somerset captain and wicketkeeper.
Yeah, good energy. They're not the quickest pairing of the Somerset side, but it was comfortable too, as long as they press the pedal down.
Rajitha from this end, bowling his first over.
He hasn't bowled much.
The experiment was short.
Yeah. Oh, he's forward. That's forward. He's just drifted onto Gregory's legs and he's just dismissed it.
Beautiful shot from Lewis Gregory. Such a clean striker of the ball.
Yeah, he's a beautiful. He's always been a wonderful timer, hasn't he?
I mean, it really is. I think it's been one of the great mysteries. You know, and I'm certain that it's down to the fact that he's always, throughout his career, had such a heavy bowling workload because of the success he's had. But seriously good player. Seriously good player. You always think, you know. Wow.
Usually when we say they're a seriously good player, they get out.
Well, nearly.
I don't know. That was an LBW show, I guess. And
how's that not out? I
don't know.
I was expecting to see Bale on.
I don't know how that's not out, really.
Too high? I think it's just too high.
Well, we'll have another look.
Stunning
We've got a better
there.
view here. In he goes. I mean, I suppose it might have gone. It brushed more his thigh pad. He was right back on his stumps, but it brushed more. Perhaps the top of his pad stroked.
Bit of inside thigh pad.
Yeah, maybe height, but. So there we go. Next number 4. And the crowd's kind of like they just said something.
Always happens after a near miss. And 50 up for the Somerset captain. Played beautifully, played with intent, executed his shots. And the result is he's marched on to a very sprightly 50.
Yep. Comfortable. This pair, the only Somerset pairing in the match. We've got beyond 30. We've got 230. Glorious. Not great delivery, but beautifully put away. And that, again, that is just good. It's not necessarily going for 4, but beautifully timed. There's a man out there protecting the boundary. Had to run a bit, but skimming across the surface.
Yeah, without putting the mockers on Lewis Gregory. What I was trying to say was, you know, he's got a very heavy workload. Serious player. Averages 25. You look at him as a player and you think more of a 35, don't you? Because he's so good.
Well, when he plays well, it makes it look so straightforward, really. I mean, I mean, you were around when he came into the side, but he played for England under-19s, and I'm pretty sure when he played England under-19s, he was batting in the top 6. He captained England.
Well, for years,
and he was a sort of batsman who bowled.
Yeah, for years he described, even when he was opening the bowling for Somerset, he described himself as a batter that bowls and was waiting for that opportunity. But I think, again, with workload and how challenging that can be being a frontline seamer, the batting is good, but it never really kicked on to what you saw when you practiced with him. Because, like I said, he's one of the cleanest strikers around. I mean, in T20 cricket, I mean, Somerset fans will be very familiar. When he gets going, he's as easy on the eye as any of our batters.
Absolutely. So yeah, I think you would have expected if he had not advanced as a bowler, he would have played slightly differently and been a top 6 batsman.
Yeah, he's a good 7. He's a very good 7. Yeah, he's I think
quite often, I mean, he'll get exhausted if we're not careful, but I also think the captaincy kind of can enhance people as batsmen because they're not so wound up in their own game because they've got too much else to worry about and they're just desperate to find a way to score runs. Forget the techniques so much, just trust yourself and try and get us out of this mess. And he's scored runs this year, actually. He's scored runs consistently.
Very fine player. I did have a brief chat with him, and I think the overriding feeling was that that he was going to be quite positive when he got the opportunity to bat, and it's good. It suits his way he plays.
Well, he's been positive and measured, if you see what I mean. It's not been wild so far. And glory be, he's got 52 to his name, which it's 174 for 5. What's his partnership now? And suddenly he's got time to whip that away through the wicket, and there is a deep wicket. Beautiful timing. I'm just trying to work out this partnership, which is not difficult.
I can't believe you didn't reference snooker after before that ball. There was 147 to chase.
Well. Ooh, that's
nicely played. Good hands there from Rui.
.97 they put on now. There's the second 50 if it comes. It's coming at a pretty good time. So that's changed the.
You never
changed
know.
The pitch.
You never know, Vic.
I know, but then you start hoping, don't you?
There was a phrase that rattled around the dressing room for a couple of years. I think we must have been maybe on the balcony, and some of the supporters were below and in earshot, and I think we must have been chasing a score on, day 4, and it looked like a challenge, and a chap downstairs with quite a thick Somerset accent said something along the lines of, "Don't worry, lads. If Banger fires, we'll get him." Like that, and we, like, whoever was in, it was like, Gregory fires, we'll get him.
It's a funny thing, though, run chases. When it's so distant, seems so distant, there's sort of not much pressure around, really, because the odds are very much against you. It's quite interesting. I've been talking to, the epic Stokes-Leach thing at Headingley. And I think Stokes said, or Jack Leach has reported, the only time Stokes got nervous was when there was about 12 to win, and suddenly you're favourites to win. You're suddenly expected to win, and then suddenly there's that realisation. It's for us to lose now.
Yeah, well, in this case, if Somerset get within 30, it will sneak up on them.
Yeah.
The thought of winning will sneak up on them.
And suddenly there'll be tension.
And then there's always a twist in the tail, and some chaos will happen, like it did at Headingley with the DRS and the LBW, and another 4 there. If you're going to swing hard off the thick edge, past gully, like a bullet for 4, and that's the 100 partnership by Somerset captain Lewis Gregory and James Roon. Haven't they played well?
I mean, when I'm watching games like this, it's not very helpful, but I often think, well, what score? At what point do the batting side here, what score do they become, does it become a 50-50 game? It's not at the moment.
Sub 100 with these two batting, I think.
So,
game
at 220 for 5, it's anyone's game.
I think the Trade Nation win predictor.
Well, we can't.
Will have equalised.
I think
itself.
the Trade Nation win predictor
drinks too much.
I don't know where he lives, or she, but I'm not sure he or she had a. I mean, I don't know that Worcester game. I mean, it was a traumatic game, but
they haven't watched enough cricket.
No.
I'm with you there.
25%. I think 25% Somerset win predictor. So I think he or she must live somewhere like Curry Rival or some Langport or somewhere in the heart of the county. I don't think he or she lives.
Do you think they deal in issues, not precision? I deal in issues.
Do you?
Yeah, like 20% ish. Yeah, I don't mind that as a number at the moment. Oh, moment as
inside
Ranjitha strikes an inside edge. Gregory will be disappointed with that. He's played beautifully for his 58. He's been undone by probably one of the poorest deliveries of the day, and all of a sudden the Trade Nation win predictor is laughing at Vic Marks and myself.
Well, no, I'm not. It's got a little. I thought 25% was high, and now it's going to plummet. Let's have a look. It's not a great ball. It's just there has been a bit of uneven bounce. Maybe it didn't get up right. It's not the bottom edge.
It looked like it just nipped back a little fraction, didn't it?
Yeah. Just a fraction, but it's taken the inside edge of a bat that was sort of crossed between vertical and horizontal. Have another closer look. I think he thought there's runs here, and it's cannoned onto the stump. So that's a huge wicket. It's it's an innings that got people excited. The game's not over yet, but it's a huge blow. It's the most slow batsman I've seen from a Somerset player. In the match, out comes
another
Overton.
Somerset batter who I think could and should score a lot more runs than he does.
Yeah,
I know
he's
very, very capable with the bat. Craig Overton, you've got Pretorius also in the hutch. Davey, very capable himself.
Yeah.
And then you've got the man himself with 1 run to win. You'd want Jack Leach out there, wouldn't you? So plenty more batters to come. I think
I think
we're still very much on the struggle bus, I said. But if these two can put on 30-40, get it to double digits, all of a sudden I think there'll be a bit of a tension out there on both sides. So we live in hope. Craig Overton will be facing his first ball from Rajitha.
Well, it's good to hear you being optimistic. That's what you usually are. I just point out that Overton's not actually been in prime form this summer with the bat, although he starts with a model forward defensive. But I don't think he's got many runs. He's missed a couple of games, of course, but I think you'll find his output so far this year is not up to its usual standard. And you might be able to.
No, I agree. He's another really good. He could also be a 7. He bats 8, and he's a good 8.
Yeah.
But I think he's
just not.
He's a better player than the output, if that makes sense.
Yeah. He's averaged over 20.
Averages just a shade over 20. He's got a first class 100, 16 50s. If you can make that into 17 this week. If Overton fires, we'll get him.
Yeah. Well, Rajitha, he looked a bit ragged, but he's just found a way of getting the wicket there, or he's had a bit of help with the bottom edge. Just after the 100 partnership had been posted. So,
Harmer to continue from the river end to Rue. Rue's looked $1 million.
Oh, look, he never says one of our engineers doing a bit of work there with the effects mic. Never stops.
I think when he comes in, we'll have to say that we lost reception for a while. Those cobwebs are important.
Some idiot was poking around. Well, we've calmed 1 or 2 little nervous moments for the Essex side there. 100 partnership, you're just wondering. Oh, and then suddenly there's a bit more zip.
And all of a sudden the ball starts miraculously doing something again. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, let's have a look. And this one's turned quickly. And a long way.
It's such a mental game, cricket. It's amazing how balls like that just all of a sudden come around at the fall of a wicket. A little bit of pep in the step, a bit of extra few revs on the ball from Harmer, sensing an opportunity. 15 overs left in the day's play.
Although we might get
time, we might get a few little
extra half hours possible.
Bonus overs.
He's got it through. He's got it through. He won't get 4, I don't think, but he's going to get 2. And it's quite satisfying to see 2 men diving and failing to touch the ball, I suppose.
That really was threading the needle there. 21 for 6 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Innings 4, day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship match.
It's an interesting, it's quite a good cricket pitch actually, isn't it? I mean, it has spun, but nonetheless, good batsmen have been able to score runs in the end. And the seamers have always had something happening for them. Not huge amounts so much today, but there's something there still, isn't there?
Yeah,
so it's
totally
quite a good balance. I mean, it's a result pitch, but here we are wondering whether. Oh dear.
Yeah, for me, these are the pitches that produce good quality county cricket. There's enough in it for the bowler. High quality batters, clear of mine, can score runs on it. It's certainly not a minefield. I suppose there's been a couple of quite naughty deliveries. I think Tom Abel's was an exceptionally good delivery.
Well, it was. Yeah, it has
from
spun.
Harmer.
It has spun. Maybe if you were being ultra critical, well, I'm not going to be ultra critical. Just observing that it spun from the word go actually, but it's produced some fascinating cricket and the good players. You've got to be a good player to get runs on you. But if you're offline, as we've seen in the last hour or two, the boundaries can flow.
I think it's one of the hardest things to do as a batter when you're playing on a wicket that is offering a lot, either spin or seam, is to be able to accept that the occasional ball is going to do something alarming, survive it, but then not let it affect the way you play the next ball. That's one of the real big challenges, especially in terms of playing positive shots. You're always a little bit tentative after a big spinning ball or a big seaming ball. There's a lot of chat on the live stream at the moment about the John Player League, which you were successful in, Vic.
How's that propped up?
Bit of reminiscing going on. When I was talking about sort of, you know, back in the days, TV on sport, a lot of our listeners reminiscing about the old John Player League back in the day.
Well,
a bit of Clarence Park, Western-super-Mare, Bath, and wherever else you used to play.
Well, they travelled around with it a bit.
We've got Bristol Imperial Ground, Bath, Glastonbury, Torquay, West-super-Mare, Yeovil in 1973.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I wasn't playing in 1973, but they would have gone round the houses a bit. Started at about, I think it started at 2 o'clock, and it was all done by about 6:30. It was 40 overs per side, with shortened run-ups.
I mean, there's an 8-yard run-up, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it might have been a bit longer than that. It was just too short for Dredgy to get his normal run in. And I think I've told you this before, but I should probably tell you again. So he suddenly had to have a horrible little stutter at the start of his run just to fit it in. There would be a white line after, beyond which you couldn't run. And so it was a bit uncomfortable for him as he ran up to bowl with this slightly shortened run-up. And then one day, on the Monday when we turned up, and Somerset were in strife, we went out there, and Rosie was captain, and he said to Colin, who was a great pro, bowl anywhere, anytime. Sorry, Colin, there's not much that we can do here. We just want you to bowl Sunday League style, okay? We'll have a couple sweepers, no slips. Sunday League, all right, Skip. And then we looked up, and there he was stuttering at the end of this run-up because he thought, well, if it's Sunday League, I can't go beyond that mark. So we explained, well, we mentioned to him that you can have your normal run-up actually. Colin. Anyway, but they used to pack them in Sunday League. It is a different age. We used to turn up about 12:30. It was Sunday, so we go in when we moved to the new pavilion where we got, as in
hot water and everything.
Well, hot water, but also rather good kitchens. So Sunday, what do you have on Sunday? Roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, all the trimmings, possibly a bit of apple crumble to follow, and then that's at 12:30. To about 1:15. We start at 2. We're all rolling around. Anyway, but that's how it used to be, and it used to sell out quite often because we were nearly always in contention. And good times up by all, I suppose. 40 overs, it seemed like nothing at all.
Yeah, I used to really like the Pro 40 actually. I think it was the birth of a lot of very good batters that went on and played excellent 50 over cricket for England in ODIs, because
Yeah,
there
yeah.
wasn't that lull period where you could just knock a nerdle. It was, you know, the Alex Hales, the Jason Roys of this. They started their career under those rules where they were encouraged to be really dominant in that power play. It was sort of perceived that that first power play was really crucial, and lots of players learnt to put the old hammer down, and it never really pulled back as he used to do. He used to get off to a bit of a flyer and then have that sort of 20 over period before the death, as they call it, where you just try and knock it around, and it was all a little bit boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did like 50, 40 over cricket.
When it started, I mean, 200 was a big score.
Well, I think we got over 400 a game here against Glamorgan. I think it was about
40 overs.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think that was one of I am here Butler early Butler innings,
Okay.
where I think he got 90 off 30 balls at the end.
Right, yeah.
It was incredible.
I mean, I remember watching. Now, this is ancient history, but famously at Yeovil, at St Johnson Park in Yeovil. He's still going past. He's got a bit more zip about him now. At Yeovil, I watched the match. I mean, Brian Langford, the old hospital, bowled 8 overs, 8 maidens, and Robbo played, of course. And in their 40 overs, it was against Essex. Essex got something like 123, let's say. And Somerset crept past them in about the 39th over. Robbo having played a key, innings by about 2 wickets. I mean, it was a different pace. And even then, even when we were a bit later on, you'd play in a 40-over game, and I remember him thinking, well, if we got 80 after 20 overs, that's not too bad.
That's a good foundation.
As long as we had got wickets in hand. And anything over 200, and you were right in, you were probably favourites. But of course, those figures have changed significantly now.
The quality of wickets, I think, would have been a big factor in that. Bit of a thick outside edge there from Craig Overton. Through point, gets himself up the other end. Rue back on strike.
I mean, the T20 revolutionised the way people could run amok in the last 10, 15 overs of those sorts of games, I suppose.
Yeah, I think he was just forced into a position as a player to test the boundaries, and people very quickly realised that you could score a lot faster without really chancing your wicket, providing you practice the skill. It was, even in my career,
you did a bit of range hitting, as it were.
I spent the first 5 years of my sort of professional life with Julian Wyatt and Robbo just scratching their heads, me driving them mad, and I know the outcomes in most of my practice sessions were, for God's sake, Trigo, if we can just get you to bat a session. And it was all about leaving the ball and being watchful when the ball was around the stumps. Now I just don't think that's a conversation. It's how many runs can you get and how quickly can you get them, and we are where we are, and that's why this game will be fascinating, because even though there are 4 wickets left and 136 runs to get, there's no such thing as a number 11 anymore in modern day cricket, and everyone's capable of belting the ball all around the park, giving the right delivery. So we're in a good space.
Yeah.
It's and I think going back to the original point of the pitch, I think it's been a brilliant cricket pitch. Both teams on day 3 have got a chance of doing something. And the draw is the most unlikely, which is the one that nobody really wants to watch. Those draws that peter out. It's one of the toughest days to have on commentary, isn't it? When you have an inevitable, when you're in the 3rd innings still on day 4 and nothing's happening, and you've got to.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in the era before 4-day cricket, in 3-day matches, there would be far more frequently a few negotiations about what is the final day target if it's a flat pitch. Wickets, not enough wickets have fallen.
10 overs of buffet bowling just to boost the score.
That came more later. That came just as I was retiring. There was a lot of it in the 1990 was the first after I retired. They had the reader balls that just didn't do anything. It was a year when people like Fairbrother got to Surrey, Lancashire match. Once I got 700, once I got, it was horrible. And then there'll be a lot of buffet bowling to set up the target. Didn't happen quite so much in the 80s. In the early 90s, it really started to stain the game because it happened all the time. But there would still be, in the 80s, if you were an ambitious side, you had to try and win the game. Drawing wasn't much good to you. You would try and set up a game if not enough wickets had fallen. But depending on who you're playing and trying to assess it, I suppose. But so that declaration thing doesn't apply so much now. People in 4-day cricket now, they just try and pulverise them. And you get a few. I mean, I remember watching an epic, or you would have been involved in, when Somerset beat Yorkshire scoring 400 and whatever it was, 50, after a declaration. I suppose the other day, or last year, when...
Yeah, we'll pause that for 1 second as we just check out the score here. 155. Somerset women taking on Durham, 155. With 11 overs to go. So very much in their grasp. A high-quality player, Fran Wilson, on 52. So going pretty well up there in the northeast. A long way away from here, but very much in our thoughts here in Taunton. Yeah, there's a number. I mean, I wish I'd brought it up actually, because it's brought that a bit of PTSD on. You know, we talking about buffet bowling and set-up games when we were sat here in Taunton after beating, I think, Nottinghamshire, and we were winning the county championship, and we had to watch Middlesex fabricate a ridiculous game at Lords, which ultimately cost us the club's first ever championship, and we were all just sat here just watching it in disgust. Thinking, oh my lord, it was literally, you know that game that you play on a table, test match cricket, where the bowler bowls with that sort of like windmill style action. You had the non-bowlers just lobbing up these balls, and we were just sitting no, this cannot be the last day of the county championship, surely. So yeah, I'm glad I brought that, Vic.
Well, don't worry, I remember that day as well.
I take full responsibility. Armour very much the threat. I love the way that Rue's been playing him, very watchful, and when that ball has turned sharply, he's either kept his hands in tight or just rode it and played it down off the stickers of his bat. Very nice batting here from James Rue, who's on 41.
Well, he's when you're playing against a spinner like this, you will have in your head the ways you reckon you want to score against. They could be very different for different players. But for Rue, he tried the reverse sweep in the first innings. But he hasn't played the reverse sweep against Armour in this innings at all. He did reverse sweep the leg spinner Critchley once. And he's decided he's found that he can cover drive him. If he does overpitch, he can cover drive him. Not much else, except that if it's just short enough, he can just tap him on the leg side into the big gap. That last one was a very, very rare, slightly short delivery, which he went to cut, but he's not playing the big sweep shot. That's in, he's worked that out. And he's progressing like that. He knows exactly how he wants to score his runs on this surface.
Clear and batting with clarity.
And it can change. I remember watching Josh Butler in a test match, I think, in Sri Lanka, and in the first innings, he got, I think, a 50 or more, sweeping everything. And then for some reason, maybe the wicket had changed or whatever, really, but he didn't play one reverse sweep in the second innings. He still got 50, but in the other way round. Conditions had changed, so he changed where he wanted. Maybe the field had changed too. They set him up for that. It's fascinating, how the top players work their way to do it.
Yeah, well, we certainly know one thing about James Rue. He's got a very high cricket IQ, and he's bringing that to the fore as Somerset need him to do. I'm going to take a little break and leave you with Stephen Lamb. It's been an absolute pleasure. And look forward to
see you tomorrow.
Seeing you again soon.
Are you here tomorrow, come what may, or don't we know?
I don't think I am in tomorrow, which is a terrible shame, but
well,
I might troll you via the live stream under a pseudonym and
don't worry, I won't
give you a little bit of grief.
I won't notice
I'll make sure you see it.
I won't. Anyway, let's plough on. I've just having a look at the scoreboard. Well, it says 186 for 6. That's one relevant thing. It says 10 overs remain. It's 5:30. Now, I'm guessing, you have to guess, that if there are still just 6 wickets down at 5:30, we will have the stumps brought up and then we'll start again tomorrow. If, however, it's 7 down, or most certainly 8 down, then we could easily have the extra half hour. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens. No, we can't speculate too much. How are you doing? We saw an engineer fiddling around and we thought we'd lost everything while on the front, down on the balcony, fiddling around with the FX mic. We don't know who it was.
I hope it wasn't me.
It was you.
Was it? Dear, oh dear. I don't even know where the FX mic is.
Well, perhaps it wasn't you. Have you been down below on the balcony?
I was on the balcony watching, yeah, but not...
Didn't you touch the effects mic?
I wasn't aware that I was anywhere near the effects
Oh, right.
mic.
I thought, there's old Stephen. He's
No,
a real
no.
old pro. He knows how everything works. He's just correcting something. Okay.
Well, I'm very flattered by your opinion. But no, I can't own responsibility for that.
Okay. Well, we spotted you. Don't worry. And the effects mic is still working, I think.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Anyway, more importantly, Cook's back. And Overton is just trying to bed in. He's not timed the ball that well so far. But he'll take another little single there. It's a slightly conservative field for the new batsman Overton. Big boundary fielder there. He's grateful for the gap.
I was certainly feeling the jitters down there and enjoying that stand between.
Yeah, well, we were getting excited, and then, of course, Gregory played on, having hit the highest score by a Somerset man in this match, 57. Played very well.
Yeah, he looked so disappointed, didn't he?
Yeah. It wasn't a great delivery. It just sort of kept a little bit low, and he wasn't quite in the right position to hit it. Having played some succulent shots. Succulent? Sweet shots, anyway.
That'll do. I think that's allowable. Succulent.
Silky. Some are getting less.
Sumptuous.
Yeah. It's pretty sweet too, but straight to the fielder.
It's looking increasingly likely that we're going to come back tomorrow, isn't it? It's
Well,
still 4 wickets to take. 9 overs left.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I think if there are 8 wickets down, they'll take the extra half hour, I would have thought. If 7, I think it's nip and tuck, really. And 6, if it's 6 down when they've completed the overs, then I think you just go off and come back tomorrow.
I think you do. I think if these 2 can bat
to the end of the day, we'll be back to... Well, obviously we'll be back tomorrow. Now then,
Simon Harmer has come off.
Right, no Trigo. Oh, so we've got the rotor. We do have a rotor, sort of. And Trigo's not on the rotor for tomorrow, but there is
Charlie Taylor.
Let's hope he knows. I'm sure he'll know.
Yeah.
He'll probably be watching now.
Let's hope
and indeed taking notes.
Let's hope we don't
preparing for his breakfast programme.
Indeed. Let's hope we don't have to contact him in the gym at midday tomorrow.
Don't mention the gym. I gather it's a sore point. Anyway, we've got a change of bowling. Harmer is having a break, and Critchley is going to bowl at the end, from the end, that the ball starts to spins rather more than when bowling from this end. So it's a minor triumph to get Harmer off. He's bowled 26 overs on the reel, 3 for 76. And he's got important wickets. But he's had to work a bit harder in this innings, that's for certain.
Craig Overton's had a bit of a look at it now.
Yeah, as I say, he's not exactly in a run glut. And I also think he's aware that this match is not dead, and he's sort of playing for his batsman at the other end. He hasn't played anything that extravagant so far. He's quite watchful like that.
We've got the 2 main contributors in the Somerset first innings still to come in.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure he picked that. It'd be nice to see. It's a good piece of keeping in the end, because it not only did it, well, it scuttled along the ground, I think. Didn't hit the helmet, did it? We're hoping. Oh, hang on, it might have hit the helmet. That might be 5. There's just a bit of a discussion. I haven't seen the scoreboard change. They're moving. They're moving the helmet. I didn't see a signal from the umpire.
Nor did I.
But it's gone up. 5's gone up. Could be that. Could be the moment. We just needed to hit the helmet about 20 more times.
That'll be that.
There we go. There we go. Bang. There's 2 helmets there.
Should be 10 in that case.
Well. I mean, I hesitate to use this term in your company, but there was almost a cannon. I know you're not a snooker. I've gathered you're not a snooker aficionado. But it thudded into a helmet, so that's better than 4 byes. You get 5.
So they need a mere matter of another 128 now.
Yeah. Well, it's still a long way to go, but we live in Somerset supporters. Still live in hope, and it's not a done deal. It's not. No, of course it's not.
Nothing's impossible. That's why we watch it. Why?
Well, yeah, I know, but that's why it drives you mad.
Yeah. Here is Sam Cook. It's been a very watchable session, actually. They had some lovely strokes from both Gregory and Root.
Well, it's actually been a very watchable day. When you think about the contrast we had an hour and 10 minutes this morning where the ball was still doing something, but Essex managed to, with very positive and innovative batting, put on about 70 or 80, attacking Leach, who was getting the ball to turn via a variety of sweeps, and it looked very gloomy from a Somerset perspective. And then we had the sort of mini drama of what's a major drama for Jordan Cox, him pulling up with this injury, getting some 99 not out.
And he was prone for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's prone for a long time. He didn't go off the field. He hit boundary to get his 100. And then perfectly understandably, with an England call-up, not on the horizon, it's already happened, the England call-up, he left the field. Whereupon Essex lost 5 wickets for about 7 runs. Now, at the time, and this still could be the case, we thought, well, it's not going to make much difference because 321 on this surface so far is by a huge margin the highest score. And that certainly felt like that was the case. Somerset lost 2 early wickets, folded a bit after a little partnership between Abel and Lammonby, but then the 100 partnership between Gregory and Rue just started people thinking, well, hang on, this match is not over. And we're still in that. This match is not over. Obviously, Essex are firm favourites. Oh, we need an engineer. Something's happened. Television's gone off. It's critical. It's critical to our commentary. And we've got just summoned the engineer, who's now using his expertise to get it back. Thank you. And it's the first bouncer I've seen from Cook, and it was a surprise bouncer. And it nearly worked. He went for it. Did Rue. Unfortunately, he didn't touch it, but it was the surprise element was crucial there. Got the height though, he could easily have gloved that.
Very prompt appearance by the engineer.
Well, we're blessed, you know. I mean, we've got people looking, I thought, at the effects mic downstairs. I mean, everything's covered. Now they're putting a man back there. That deep square leg. But he's going to just tap it wide in it.
That's a good nice applause by this fully engaged crowd.
Well, it has been, as I say, it's been a fascinating day with lots of ebbs and flows. Essex have still hold the upper hand. There's no doubt about that. But it's not dead.
And you get a feel for that from the way the crowd have come to life a bit in this session.
Yeah.
194 for 6. How many more now? 127 needed. 127 more.
Quite a lot.
It is a lot. It is a lot with 4 wickets in hand. But, well, I say that Josh Davey made, what did he make in the first innings?
28 or 9.
27.
Okay.
Miguel Pretorius made 24. Add that together. That gives you 51.
It's not enough.
It isn't quite enough, but if these two can bat until the close.
If these two can bat at the close and score 8 and over, then we're very well placed there. Anyway, for the moment, we have got Critchley bowling his leg breaks from the river end, the end from which the ball does spin, but with quite a defensive field. There's a big appeal there. It's not given. I think it's going to be a bit leg side, isn't it? Or let's have a look.
Leg side.
Just a bit. Just a bit, but he is batting off the stump. Look at where he's batting. He's just outside off stump. So, you know, it's a legitimate appeal, that, because he is batting in an unusual place as he went to sweep that ball. Since Essex, you know, they're comfortable, but not entirely comfortable.
This is just that nagging thought at the back of the mind.
That this game is not completely sewn up. So look at Rue, he's batting just outside off stump. He's got that. He thinks the reverse sweep works against Critchley.
He didn't try it against Harmer, did he?
No.
But he has against Critchley, and it's come off beautifully.
Well, he's played it twice, and he's hit it for 4 twice. I mean, there is some logic there. That if you've got a leg break bowler bowling to a left-hander, so when you go for that sweep shot, if the ball turns, it's actually turning onto your bat rather than kind of away from it. If Harmer, so that man's gone very fine now on the offside. It's not really worth playing that shot again. But that was almost a single there. He just quite idiot enough. But there's a short, very short sort of third man, a very fine one, for the reverse sweep now.
Driven for the end. That is going to be a single out to deep extra cover. So he is just 1 away from a half century. Somerset are just 1 away from a double century. And he's kept the strike.
Yep. And it's 17:43, and there's still 6 overs remaining. So that'll, if they bowl those 6 overs, that's about 25 minutes probably, isn't it? 20-25 minutes. So that takes us to
fairly soon after 6.
Yeah, 10 past 6, maybe 10 past 6. The question is, will Somerset still be just the 6 wickets down? If that's the case, they'll walk off. We shall walk in tomorrow. Just wondering, how long will we be there? The longer the better.
Cook
the locals will be thinking, I keep getting the BBC, and you've worked with the BBC, it's this objectivity that we sometimes lose. But we hope you still follow in Chelmsford and other such places, because I mean, it's been a very watchable game, and
it's been
Essex have dominated it since the second day, since about mid-afternoon in the second day, when they bowled Somerset out with that crucial 61-run advantage.
Edged to third man for 4. Thank you very much, says James Rue.
It's almost as if there's more people here suddenly, but they're certainly making more noise. Rue 50, it's 200 up.
Big moment for him and for his team.
Well, he scored centuries for Somerset, of course. But in many ways, this innings has been one of his best, because it's been taxing, particularly when he's faced Harmer when he first comes in. Managed somehow to get through that. Still there.
Oh, lovely. He hasn't played a better shot than that.
No, I don't think he has. It was beautifully timed. It sounded so good, and it just slightly over pitched, and he's clipped it from about middle and leg through that mid-wicket area. I think it went all along the ground, but sped over the boundary. No effort, really.
This is 11th boundary.
Okay, well, that's reduced the target a bit. Kept a little bit low. He's on it.
Pretty well. Hasn't recorded the scoreboard yet. It just has recorded that second boundary.
We can tell Somerset must be getting a bit closer because you're fretting about that. It hasn't put that 4 up. Well, the deficit is now, or the target, is it? Is the lead 321?
Yeah, it's 114 more needed.
So the target is 321.
Yeah.
It's too much detail for this time of day. Where's that gone?
Down to long leg.
Thank you. Well, he tried the bounce. It's a good idea, in that he bowled one earlier on, and Rue flailed at it and didn't touch it, but it might have gloved him. Please hit that one sweetly.
Just one or two niggling doubts in the minds of those 11 Essex players out there at the moment, I'm sure. Can they take another wicket before the close? They'll be thinking, can they take, will one bring 2? Not with that delivery anyway. Craig Overton keeps it out, and it's the end of the 63rd over of the innings. So there are 30 more deliveries for these two to negotiate this evening.
Yeah, but I don't think they need to, or they should be kind of battening down hatches, because I suspect scoring runs tonight, after Essex have been in the field for a long time, will be easier than scoring runs at 11 o'clock tomorrow if we're still here.
When they've got to start again.
So, I mean, obviously you don't want to see any great eccentricities from a Somerset perspective, but you still want, at this stage with the field quite deep set, whether you want all these reverse, he's got that shot protected with Cook there, very fine, deepish, that sort of fly slip. But my point is that you want to take any run scoring opportunities tonight, because it's going to be a bit easier tonight in some ways than it is tomorrow morning, starting again.
Yeah, and especially with James Rue in such good touch.
Yeah. But you just got to keep batting, as you are. Yeah, sounds simple.
It's an absolute picture out there in the evening sunshine, this ground at the moment.
Yeah.
Rich colours, green and the whites of the players. One or two shadows cast.
Sun setting in the west again. Sorry, referencing Stephen's John Arnold story.
Yes, it's a fair bet that the sun is setting in exactly the same place as when John Arlott was in this position.
Amazing, really, isn't it? Critchley, he bowls his leg spin. He's actually bowled this over in particular. He's on target, and it's a good over. It might be even a maiden over.
Somerset disabled, CC. Good start for them with a win against Wales.
Excellent.
That's great news.
So, victory over Wales. We're wondering what's happening up at Durham. Go on, give us an update at Durham. 193 for 6. 3 overs to go. Oh my goodness, I won't be able to watch that. 20 to win.
Wow, it's going to be another cliffhanger. A Beckenham-style cliffhanger.
Oh, goodness me.
We've got a bit of tension here at Taunton as well. Here's Cook. Eaton has that covered.
Wow, cricket, lovely cricket. First, I should think, disabled side victory and Somerset women on the same day, almost by definition. A great start for the Somerset women if they record their 3rd victory out of 4 matches.
Be a run here.
Yeah, just the one. He's looking for 2, but there'll be a few in the dressing room say, no, if they're getting that animated. It's a long way off, yeah.
You had a view from above there for a little while earlier this afternoon.
Well, it's a terrible view up there, but I wandered over to just go and see. Go on the balcony, just check everyone's all right.
And was that so?
Well, yes and no, really. Everyone's fine, but whilst I was there, Somerset
wasn't looking great.
Somerset reduced to about 10 for 2. I mean, it's a perennial challenge, isn't it? That one's ambitions sometimes are dented and everything doesn't quite go according to plan. Happens year in, year out. That's just how everyone responds to a few setbacks at the moment. This game is not a write-off, as we're surmising. It's still, I don't know, I daren't ask what, but I will, what the old predictor's saying now. And it'll come up. Unless they've gone for an early bite. 24%, you see.
And
I always think it's a touch high. I think it's hard for me to be objective, but I think it's a touch high. It was 25%, and then a while back, and then Lewis Gregory got out, and suddenly it's only gone down a percentage. Okay.
Went down to 15 when Lewis Gregory was out.
But suddenly, when not a great deal has happened since then, it's back up to 24.
Must be the 5 on the helmet.
Well, if only we could get them to bring out a few more helmets. You remember famously how Mike Brearley, when one side was batting out for a draw, Edmonds was bowling his left-arm spin. There was one time where he'd have been at one with Edmonds, and he stuck a helmet at very short mid-wicket because he wanted the batsman just to play across the spin, against the spin, and try and hit the helmet, which was a bit...
That's very brilliant.
Yes, it is. Hello, the women's game, 203 for 6.
10 from 12 deliveries.
Oh my goodness.
A nail biter.
They've got 4 wickets in hand. I mean, they'll, So yeah, anyway, he did that. And after which, of course, he got banged. He couldn't put helmets on. But it was a very neat idea, and really would have enjoyed that idea, quite rightly.
Absolutely.
203 for 6 up at Chester Street, needing 213. 2 overs to go. Much discussion amongst the Durham fielders. Griffiths and Wellington on strike. Meanwhile, Harmer's back, I think.
Yeah.
So red alert at both venues.
He can only bowl 2 more overs this evening because there are only 3 left in all.
Unless he gets a couple
of
wickets or wicket or 2, when there'll be contemplation over the extra half hour. Anyway, back comes Harmer. odd noise, but that was okay. That was missing the leg stump, I think.
He's played that well. On top of
Yeah,
it.
well, he's played very subdued innings, and he's been out there for 28 balls for his 29 maybe. But he's just steeling himself to stick with Rue, get there, and be there tomorrow.
Thought about a single there.
Yeah, well, there was almost one there. It's a big gap at extra cover. He didn't quite hit it hard enough. So we could keep dart out. So there's a certain sort of tension coming back as we come to the end of the day for Somerset to keep their hopes up. They really need to get in tonight with just the 6 wickets down. Still, as we've discovered from the match predictor, be second favourites, but not without hope. Maybe that 24% isn't too bad. Working harder.
It's safe to say that if these two can bat through, there won't be any extra overs this evening.
No, that extra half hour surely can't be taken.
That is that over negotiated.
Okay, now then, go on, we're going to go 211 for 6, I saw. 2 to win from 10, there's 2 4s at the start of this over. Well, that's absolutely perfect. Wellington reverse sweeps, it's gone for 1, and it's going to go to the boundary. Job done. Well,
fantastic. They've won, basically. They won by 4 wickets.
Well, Peter May will be turning in his grave. She's reverse swept 3 boundaries in a row. Fine on the offside.
So that makes it their 3rd win of the season.
Absolutely. And, well, what a cricketer Wellington is. 3 from 4. Yeah. So, all's well up in Chester Street. And at Taunton, well, there's still hope. And I mean, it's been interesting to see that this Taunton surface, it's a treacherous thing, but it has, for the seamers especially, it's lost a bit of grass, it's lost a bit of pace. The balls are now much older, so it's started to be a little less challenging. It's not such extravagant movement. The old one keeping a bit low.
Rue has pulled away. I don't know what distracted him, but Cook's going to have to go back to the start, which he does, just below us.
Well, Rue was clearly, I think, got the morrow on his mind.
Yep, it feels like that, doesn't it? It feels like he wants to bat out this over.
Yeah, well, that's, you know.
And if he does, and Harmer should take a wicket, that'll be stumps.
Assuming that they don't decide that 3 wickets is enough, the need for 3 wickets is enough, which is, I think, given how the match has gone this session, would be surprising. Anyway, we'll see.
Pulled down to long leg.
Sprawling stop and scuttling back for a second. He's tried it. I mean, it's understandable that Cook, the ball's not moving much, as it has done most of the match, but it's not moving much off a length. So he's popped in at 2 or 3 bounces, and I think it's a perfectly legitimate ploy. Played and missed at 1. That one he's hit nicely. But given that not much else is happening, he seems to be taking on that short ball. He's got 2 men out there with a slightly miss it. Hook shot. Whereas he gets it on the length, and Rue's watched it very carefully onto his bat. He's on to 60 now, Rue. immediately attack.
For a single.
Yeah. So he's going to take the strike, or is there another ball to go?
Yeah, one ball for Overton to negotiate. The clock has just gone past 6 o'clock, so that will, if these two see it out, there will just be the one over to bowl, and that'll be bowled by Harmer.
I'm sure we will. It's a good ball too. Followed it, but that's the end of the over.
If he nicked that one, there could have been a dilemma, but he didn't. Applause for the Somerset women as the crowd hears that they've won.
Well, they won by 4 wickets. I don't suppose the men's side rather emulate that. It's still possible.
It is possible.
But first of all, though, we've been there suddenly quite a little tense last over because this game is not yet dead. And Rue is on strike. Yes, it's just taking their time. The over rate's been pretty good in this match. We've done very little extra time, have we? Because of a lot of spins been bowled.
We got an extra over on Friday, on day one, which is unusual.
Yeah. Another virtue of having a surface that encourages spin bowling, perhaps. Anyway, there's 3 men round about, slip gully, silly point. They don't want any run-outs at this stage. Oh, it's just. Oh, it's a run out. It's a run out. It's mayhem.
It's gone for 4 overthrows.
Goodness me. It's hitting me. Stroke World Cup all over the place. I think dear Overton was trying to do the right thing by sort of acting as the night watchman. He galloped down. He got all the way more than halfway down. Then he had to turn around. The throw was off target. The players are diving in. It's 4 runs. 4 runs to Rue. That and the helmet has helped us.
That will be 4 of the most unusual runs that he's scored in his career so far.
Goodness me. What are they doing to one and all? I mean, on both sides, a total exasperation. I mean, Essex must have thought, oh, on the balcony there, it's a run out, run out.
And that's
no, I mean, to be fair, Overton, in a selfless way, is doing his level best to get himself down here
to protect Rue.
Well, to ensure that Rue, the senior batsman, is still there tomorrow. But in doing so, he's causing palpitations.
Yes, all manner of
I mean,
mayhem.
I admire what he's doing is selfless and admirable, but the execution not brilliant.
So plenty of drama, and we're only halfway through the over.
Oh no, I'm not sure I can last another 3 balls at this. No, yes, calm down.
That's 2 remaining now. Now down to 1. It's applause from the crowd.
That's it. No, that's it. Okay. Well, they're all walking off anyway. So, important announcement. This game is going into the last day, and if you want to come along, correct me someone if I got it wrong, but it's £5 for adults. £5, what value that is, because it could be an absolute corker. £5 on the gate, and children are free.
Well, there's a temptation, because it could be an absolutely fascinating.
It could be. I mean, we could be here for 10 minutes, or we could be here for the most spellbinding more than I think you'd expect. Somerset to get anywhere close, it would take more than a session to get there. But one way or another, how better to spend Bank Holiday Monday? Because we'll be here.
Plenty of applause for James Rue and Craig Overton as they go off, followed by the Essex fielders at the end of a pretty captivating session.
Yeah, well, it's the one session in the match that Somerset have won. Probably they haven't won many others. They probably did win one or two. Certainly one on the first day mid-session where they bowled wickets. Anyway, the fact is, we've got a very good game of cricket still on our hands. Essex are still favourites, but through Lewis Gregory in particular and James Rue, with a bit of help from Abel and Lammerby early on, Somerset are still in the hunt. 216 for 6. They need another 105 with just the 4 wickets left. So don't forget, if you've got a spare fiver, how better to use it? That's to come down and adults free, bring the kids along. Sorry, kids free, adults
bring the adults along.
Yeah, kids, come in for free and bring your dad or mum.
But if you can't make it, Vic and I will be here, as will Charlie Taylor, to bring you commentary on the live stream. But hopefully you can. It'd be £5 surely well spent. There's the match summary for you. And thank you for your company today. We'll look forward to whatever may befall tomorrow. From Vic and me, a very good evening to you.